Happy Thursday morning and happy opening day. It is the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky and Mark Grandy. I'm in for Joe Spadoni the rest of the week, today and tomorrow. And Shasky, I could not pick a better day to be in here with you. It is opening day. This is a sacred day, and I'm so excited to talk some Giants baseball with you.
Yeah, there are certain days, like the first day of the Masters for golf fans, like obviously the first Monday night football game of the year, because typically the Niners are in one of those primetime games. At least they have been a lot. Those games always are just, I don't know, they make me feel some kind of way. But opening day in baseball, it just has
nothing better.
Absolutely. We just celebrated March Madness on that opening Thursday, which usually gets people super, super excited. But there's something about baseball where it's the long grind, and then it also signifies that, spring has sprung, and we're getting ourselves ready for the best time of the year, which is the summertime, Memorial Day weekend, and all those things that are coming up, and vacation, partying with your family, the sun coming out. Today is a special day in the Shasky household.
It's a special day in my household. It's a special day, I think, in Sam and in Carter's household. And this is a huge day. And I know there's a lot of you out there who have been looking forward to this day for a long time as well. And shout out to all of you watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Brought to you as well by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. But it's Giants, it's Reds in Cincinnati today. If you're out here on the West Coast, 1:10 first pitch time. Logan Webb making another opening day start in the Giants. Hope springs eternal. The best part about opening day, Shasky,
what's that?
And this isn't, relative to the Giants this year. I think the Giants have some expectations and, hope above 500 and make a postseason spot. Even if your team is expected to be the worst team in baseball, you're expected to win 60 games or whatever. Opening day is still amazing because you finally get to go to the ballpark. You get to see the fresh cut grass. You get to smell the garlic fries, all of that stuff. And you could be in for a world of hurt watching your baseball team that year, but opening day is something special no matter what.
It feels like a week's worth of games packed into one, right? You win opening day, and you just feel like you're never going to lose. You lose opening day, you feel like you're never going to win again. It's honestly one of my favorite days of the year. I'm a big believer in pomp and circumstance. I love the pennants and all the different things that they've got going.
Well, and the lineup announcements, they come out down the first and third base line. Just puts a smile on my face.
No doubt. And then seeing who's going to throw out the first pitch and seeing all the old school, the guys that used to play that are now coaches and whatnot, all lined up along the first base, third base side. There's just there's something special about it. And for the Giants to start in Cincinnati, I think it's awesome because, Cincinnati, obviously the Giants and the Reds have had a postseason series before.
But great postseason series.
Absolutely.
Shout out Buster Posey. On Matt Latos.
I know. Well, Edison Volquez, Johnny Cueto. The Jay Bruce at-bat's still going on. I don't know if you know that. Oh, my God. But the Reds are what I consider, if I close my eyes and there's 8 to 12 teams that I think of when I think of baseball. The Reds are one of them.
Oh, yeah.
I know they haven't been a factor per se in a long, long, long time. But for people that were my dad's age, the Big Red Machine, at the height of television in the 70s, they were the Golden State Warriors, if you will. They were the Kansas City Chiefs.
Unstoppable.
I mean, they had an entire lineup of Hall of Famers and some of the greatest to ever play the game. And this is the first game for the Reds since Pete Rose passed away. So I don't know if they're going to do a little something for Pete Rose. I know when you say Pete Rose's name out loud, you get 1,000 different responses, all of which can be appropriate, okay? Because off the field, we know he wasn't a good person at all.
One of the best baseball players ever.
I mean, there's so many people that model their game after him. Charlie Hustle, and just the way that he played the game. And he's also, a baseball genius. Jerk off the field, bad human being, but a baseball genius.
Yeah. And I'm sure they're going to do something for him.
They have to. I mean, when I think Cincinnati Reds, right, I just kind of close my eyes, 14, Pete Rose, in the tight pullover jersey, white pullover jersey.
Hair flying out the back of the helmet.
Absolutely. Flipping one left-handed into left center field. I'm pumped. And they've got one of the most popular players, because I coach a lot of young kids, Probably one of the most popular players on the planet right now for young kids. Elly De La Cruz, the height, the size, the speed. I mean, the way we talk about basketball.
All the tools.
He's got everything. You know, like basketball, this guy's a 5-tool player and it's positionless basketball.
He can score at all 3 levels. He can defend as well.
I mean, that's Elly De La Cruz. And we get a front row seat to see this guy. I mean, he's what the Giants kind of don't have.
Oh, they need it. They need someone like that desperately.
Anything close to that.
That's why Marco Luciano's league last year was so tough.
100%.
Because you kind of felt like he had the promise of someone like that.
Well, that's what we were sold.
He was touted as that kind of prospect. It hasn't worked out. But, I mean, the Giants got themselves their own new shortstop, Willie Adames. That's one of the most exciting offseason acquisitions the Giants have made in a really long time. You pair Willie Adames with Matt Chapman on the left side of the infield. You've got your new center fielder who you had last year, but whose season was cut short, in Jung Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
You've got Patrick Bailey, maybe the best defensive catcher in the game. Elliot Ramos was an all-star last year.
Shocking.
You have Logan Webb, who's going to make another opening day start. I know maybe there's some questions elsewhere in the pitching staff, but you got some quality pieces that we haven't really had around here in a bit.
How do you view Logan Webb? Because, you know, when I think about the San Francisco Giants, one of the things I hear from a lot of people, they don't have any stars or anything. I don't think Logan's a star per se, but he's a great player.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
He's a great player.
One of the most valuable pitchers in the league because you know he's going to give you like 30 starts a year.
I mean, 200 innings almost every single year.
He led the league last year.
Multiple years in a row. Yeah. And he's just a guy that's going to go deep into games. He went into the 7th inning or longer the last 2 years more than anyone in baseball.
The best thing about Webb, he'll give up 5 runs, he'll still throw 7 innings
100%,
for you.
100%. And I think the way he pitches, getting a lot of ground balls, getting a lot of guys to kind of get jammed or hit it off the end of the bat, having an elite shortstop and an elite defensive third baseman is vital for someone like him. And last year, their defense up the middle was atrocious. I'm talking about shortstop in general. How many different guys did they play at shortstop last year?
Oh, so many.
I mean, do you remember who the opening day starter was?
Nick Ahmed?
Yeah, who got DFA'd and went down to the Dodgers.
And then hit a big homer for the Dodgers against the Giants later that year.
Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald, Marco Luciano. Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
A zillion guys. They even talked about Matt Chapman playing there. So you look at all the best teams, all the best dynasties, 9 times out of 10, there's going to be catcher, shortstop, center fielder. 1, 2, or 3 of those guys will be elite. Not just good, elite. And so having a great shortstop is extremely important. I don't even know if people know who Willie Adames is, but the guy's a great ball player. And the way that you fell in love with Matt Chapman, I think you're going to fall in love with Willie Adames the same way. Obviously he's got more flair than Matt Chapman, who's a little more understated, but Willie was a Tampa Bay prospect. Tampa Bay understands the game better than anyone when it comes to finding players. They developed them. Who's the other shrewd, smart, well-run team in baseball? The Milwaukee Brewers. Every year, they've got a mediocre payroll, and somehow, some way, they are in the playoffs year after year after year. And Willie Adames was a great Brewer. They loved him. And the only reason that he's gone is because they can't afford to be able to pay someone $150 million. He's got the richest contract in Giants history. It's kind of crazy.
It is crazy. He deserves it. Plays every single game.
Yep.
I mean, he has already stated a goal of his is for him and Matt Chapman to play every single game together on the left side of the infield. You know how exciting that is to hear as a Giants fan?
It's so much better.
After years of just not sure who's going to be in that lineup every single day?
It's honestly so refreshing.
Like, Willie Adames could have, not rooting for it, of course, he could have a down year hitting the baseball.
Yeah.
Just being out there for like 160 games a year, that's going to be an improvement over everything else.
Well, and they haven't really had any power from that position. Like right now, they don't have power from first base, which is a premium old school power position. So you got to find it in alternative ways. So having a guy at shortstop that can give you that pop. Remember, Rich Aurelia was the original, I'm fine with the glove, but I'm going to hit the ball and I'm going to hit it a long way. And Brandon Crawford had moments.
2021.
Exactly. But I don't think the bat would be something that we would say in the first couple sentences of Brandon Crawford. It was the glove and the range and the arm and all those things. And so to bring in Willie Adames, who's got 150 career home runs, alongside someone who came to the Giants with 150 career home runs in Matt Chapman, that's a lot of power on the left side of the infield. And I just think it shores up your defense in the way you want to play. And I think it's going to help out someone like Logan Webb.
Yeah. No, I mean, you need a good defense, especially on the infield, the left side of the infield, when you got a contact pitcher like Logan Webb. Behind Logan Webb, you do have some questions because this was a pitching staff last year Jaski, who, despite Logan Webb leading the league in innings pitched, got the fewest innings out of their starting pitchers in the National League, which is incredibly difficult to do when you have Logan Webb on your roster. And essentially the only addition to that is a 42-year-old Justin Verlander.
Hey, but Verlander's a stud.
He is a stud.
I think he could be your third or second best pitcher this year. I'm dead serious.
Well, he better be.
Well, I mean, we don't know what we're going to get with Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray coming back.
I hope that he stays healthy.
Yeah, Tommy John is Tommy John, and they made a trade a couple years ago. They signed Mitch Haniger. It was a terrible deal, and Mitch is a local guy, WCAL. We root for him. He just got DFA'd by Seattle.
Yep.
All right, and so
had a couple good years with the Mariners, like 6 years ago.
He's just always hurt.
Yeah,
and just like he was with the Giants, he was hurting. They all give Farhan credit. He made a great trade there, and you got in Robbie Ray. And last year, Robbie had a couple of nice starts coming back from the Tommy John, but a full season, you just don't know what you're going to get. And I mean, he grunts on every single fastball. It's pretty interesting. So I'm pumped up for them. I got so many questions. Can we run through this lineup?
Yeah.
What you think it might be today?
Yeah.
So they're going to face Hunter Green, big power righty for the Cincinnati Reds.
Flamethrower.
They're probably going to lead off Lamont Wade Jr. at first base. Why are you grimacing? Why do you say that?
I just want some speed on the top of the lineup. And Lamont Wade, I mean, last year was rough, and he was dealing with an injury. He could hardly move at all, but I don't know. I mean, he gets on base, has a good eye, he'll draw some walks, but I just like to have a threat on the base pass when my leadoff guy gets on base.
I thought you signed Jung Hoo Lee to be your leadoff hitter. That's what I thought it was for. And when I see some of their, regular season, or I guess preseason Cactus League lineups, Jung Hoo Lee's batting third. And I was just like, I don't love that. I don't love that at all. And we'll get to Jung Hoo Lee in a second. But Lamont Wade, when I look at first base, DH, I think Lamont and Wilmer are going to get so much run, we're going to get very, very tired of that. And that's like the one big negative when I look at this roster as a whole. Leading off with Lamont Wade Jr., as everyone in the game is going speed, as everyone in the game is going, hey, I want to put pressure on the pitcher and be able to put pressure on the catcher and get into scoring position as fast as possible. Elly De La Cruz, 67 stolen bases last year.
Oh, my God.
The guy who led the Giants last year, Tyler Fitzgerald, 17.
Yeah, I was going to say like 15 or something.
Yeah, and Chapman was 2 at 15. Chapman. So, yeah, Lamont Wade doesn't burn a lot of confidence leading off. But
No.
I think they're going to go with him.
I don't know. I mean, Jung Hoo Lee is the other option. But the other thing is, Jung Hoo Lee, you hope, and we're going to find out who he is, which is one thing that I'm excited about this year. Jung Hoo Lee can hit for a little bit of power.
Yeah.
Got some extra base power. He can hit you double-digit home runs if he's healthy for a whole year. You kind of would like to have that kind of bat towards the middle of the lineup as well. And maybe the issue the Giants run into is once you get past like 3, 4, 5, you don't really have a lot of other options. So maybe it's okay to move Jung Hoo Lee down a little bit and you have a little bit more power there in the middle.
I'm a big believer in trying to get your best players as many at-bats in the game as possible and move them up in the order. I think we overthink like righty-lefty and all that. Just stack your lineup with your best hitters hitting as often as possible at the top of the lineup. There's nothing worse than, hypothetically, Matt Chapman standing in the on-deck circle with a huge at-bat, second and third and 2 outs. You and
the game ends with him on the deck. With him on deck.
100%. I mean, they missed the pop. So I'm looking at this lineup. I think it's going to be some amalgamation of Lamont Wade and then Willie Adames in the 2-hole at shortstop, Jung Hoo Lee in center field in the 3-hole, Matt Chapman batting cleanup at third base. Now, where do you go? Do you go Ramos? Do you go Yaz? Patrick Bailey? Flores?
I think you go Ramos.
You think they're going to go Ramos?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All-star last year. He's got to hit in the 5-hole.
We'll get to him in a second.
Oh.
Okay, so then who do you got in the 6th spot? Probably Yaz?
Yeah, maybe.
Wilmer?
Probably go Yaz.
Look, Yaz, when you hear Yaz, okay, people are going to roll their eyes. And look, I get frustrated because he's like an avatar for Farhan, platooning, bargain bin shopping, right? It is. Like, that's what he is. He had a great spring. I hate to be that guy. Like, he had a great spring.
You duck.
He might be their 3rd or 4th best everyday player.
I mean, he's still a hell of a right fielder.
Yeah, defensively, he's great.
And the acquisition, I mean, hell of an acquisition. Like, he's outperformed what anybody could have ever expected from him. He's just not a very good hitter. But that's kind of what the Giants are going to run into 6, 7, 8, 9 in the lineup. So honestly.
So Ramos 5, Yaz 6, Flores 7,
Bailey 8,
Tyler Fitzgerald 9.
Yeah.
Now, I'm looking at those young guys, and, you got Bailey, Ramos, Fitz. Those 3 in particular. And Jung Hoo Lee's his own guy, so we'll throw him to the side. I think it's imperative that those young players get off to a good start, just to calm the waters and just kind of stabilize things. Like Ramos really faded at the end of last year. I've only watched, there's only been like 4 to 6 games televised. Probably watched every inning of every one of those games. Early on, he looked a little overwhelmed, and Fitzgerald did as well. A lot of strikeouts, especially outside. And I'm very excited to see if Patrick Bailey can actually put together an entire year offensively. We've seen months, we've seen weeks, but we've also seen him fall off every single year.
Second half of last year was
big time,
rough.
Big time. And I think that his defense, there was a correlation to him slacking off on defense when he doesn't hit as well, which you cannot carry that into the field if the bat is slumping. They have to be two separate things. You can't take your at-bat into the defense with you.
Yeah, and you mentioned Tyler Fitzgerald. I mean, their lineup begins to look and feel a little bit different if he hits the way he did for at least a chunk of what he was doing last year.
Bonds, dog.
He was amazing for like a month-long stretch. But if he's a flash in the pan and struggles, then suddenly you got an issue at second base. But if he at least hits decently, you can kind of shore up that spot, and the lineup does look a lot better. But then you're relying on Wilmer, and you're relying on Yaz, and you're hoping that Patrick Bailey can put together a whole. Like, you need Fitzgerald to not prove to be a flash in the pan.
Let me ask you this one, Granny, because I get super pumped on days like today, right? I'm geeking out here. Now I know we've been talking Warriors, Brock Purdy, but today's like a little. It's a respite. We get to go in a different direction today, and I always go to like, what made you love sports, right? Like, I love those kinds of things. Like, for me, Chris Mullin and Latrell Sprewell and Chris Webber and Tim Hardaway and those early 90s Warrior teams made me love basketball. Jason Kidd at Cal made me love basketball. Football is just, I feel like I was indoctrinated in it from birth. So it's a little different. And just the religion of football is so unique. Baseball, there's like this old school childlike love. And I always think of like, what are the players that made you love the game? Not who's the best player. Who's your favorite player? Okay. And I always feel like you can get a glimpse into someone's soul when they tell you who their favorite player, not the best, but who their favorite is. And like, obviously Barry Bonds for guys my age, like, that's our favorite guy. That's all we had for so long. And there were so many down years and we could never win anything. For the younger guys like yourself and Lubman, you guys got to see championships at a younger age.
Yeah.
I was a grown man, married, I had bills. It was totally different. But I think of like the guys that got me into the game. And all my buddies were Will Clark fans. And I love Will Clark. But Kevin Mitchell was my guy. Kevin Mitchell was my guy. The Jerry curl, the way that he swung this giant heavy bat, the way that he would go up there and just take a murderer's type of a swing. And there was something intoxicating about the way Kevin Mitchell carried himself at the plate. I wanted to be Kevin Mitchell growing up. He was the guy that I absolutely loved. Now, as I got older, I loved Lincecum and I loved, obviously so many guys throughout the years. But Kevin Mitchell was the guy that made me love baseball. One of them. I mean, there's many, but he's like the one guy. When I close my eyes and I think of young Joe Shasky, and I have his throwback jersey, I love number 7 because of him. Kevin Mitchell got me into the game. Who was the guy for you?
There's so many. I mean, I think I got to go Posey.
Really?
I mean, Bonds, I remember the tail end of Bonds' career, and every game I'd go to as a kid growing up, I swear, every game I went to, he'd hit a home run. And it's hard as a kid to look past that. Bonds was amazing, but then the championships happened, and Posey was the reason for so much of it. Lincecum's there. Hunter Pence, when they acquired Hunter Pence, immediately.
Still love Hunter.
There's so many good ones.
You were. It's like for the Warrior fans that are your age, same thing. Well, it starts with Steph Curry. It's like, well, of course, he's the greatest of all time. And I think a lot of people are going to answer Bonds, something like that. There's a lot of guys from the 70s, like Jack the Ripper. You even know who Jack the Ripper is?
Yeah.
Jack Clark is a lot of old school Giants fans' favorite player.
Yeah.
And so I love these days like today because it makes us think about whether it's your uncle, whether it's your grandfather, maybe it's your mother, maybe it's your aunt, somebody who taught you the game of baseball, a coach, whatever, and you think about what your first love was. And I'm thinking about my dad on a day like today, and I'm thinking about Kevin Mitchell and me hitting off the tee in the backyard playing ball.
It's awesome. Awesome. What about you? 888-957-9570. Not the best Giant in your opinion, but your favorite Giant. When you close your eyes and think about Giants baseball, who pops to mind for you? You can let us know, 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. It's the Morning Roast. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy, in for Joe Spadoni. More coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
And Bonds hits one high. Hits it deep. It is out of here. 7:56. Bonds stands alone. He is on top of the all-time home run list. What a special moment for Barry Bonds.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Welcome back. Morning Roast here on a Thursday. It's opening day. It's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy in for Joe Spadoni today. Thanks so much for being here. Opening day, it's special. That Barry Bonds moment was special. That call by Dwayne Kuiper was special. And Shasky, I mean, you're right. When we asked the question, your most favorite Giant of all time, Giants fans are spoiled. We have Barry Bonds. Before that, we have Willie Mays. You could argue those are the two best baseball players of all time.
I know.
So for a lot of Giants fans, your favorite Giant and the best Giant might go hand in hand. You can't go wrong with Barry Bonds.
No, you can't go wrong with Bonds. But even though he was so polarizing and, God, it's just, I can't
so many memories.
We haven't had a 30 home run guy since Barry Bonds. That's incredible.
Brandon Belt would have got it if he didn't get hurt at the end of 2021.
It's the story of his career, dude. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But
he was great in 21.
Oh, he was until we needed him.
And then he got hurt.
I mean,
one homer shy of 30.
God, left field has just been a bugaboo. I'm really pulling for Elliot Ramos in left field. I mean, we need him to stick. Like, we need a young player to stick. I don't think he'll ever be a quote-unquote superstar, but how you build out a team is you have a lot of really, really, really tough at-bats and guys that are going to grind, and if you make a mistake, they're going to drive it into the gaps. And so I'm pulling for this guy to be a 25 home run guy, and I think that he's got a lot of pressure on him this year because I think a lot of how we're going to view the farm and player development and sustainability for so many other players. Yeah, people are going to point to Bryce, and Bryce Elder is who I'm talking about. But Ramos, to me, is as important, just in the sense of, like, he came up, he showed he belongs. Can you sustain, and can you stick? A lot of guys have a great 3 months, 4 months. Can you adjust to them adjusting to you and then make another adjustment and then make another adjustment? That's what baseball's all about.
Yeah, and he was great for so much of last year, but you mentioned it earlier. He kind of petered off a little bit towards the end. We'll see if he can get it going to begin this year. He's going to start in left field today, even if he doesn't. That's going to be the 19th consecutive different opening day left field starter going back to Barry Bonds in 2007. There has not been consecutive, and they've all been different names, too.
That's incredible. Are we going to do that with point guard after Steph Curry?
Oh, God. I don't even want to think about that.
I mean, could you imagine having 19 consecutive different starting quarterbacks every single year?
Oh, my God. It's like the Cleveland Browns.
I don't even think they've had that.
Not quite, but they're close.
19 different left fielders. All right, you did this at the break. How many can I name?
You probably get most of them.
You think?
Yeah.
All right, I just started writing.
I mean, you're a Rolodex here. You got these names in the back of your head.
We were having fun before the show, and I had you pick out a random year, and I would just start reading the lineup. I wasn't bad.
You got a lot of them.
Yeah, it's tough. Baseball's tough. All right. We're going in a row. So Bonds started in 07.
Yes.
Bonds
that's
in
the
07.
starting point.
All right, 07. I'm going to try to go in order. Okay. The very next year, Dave Roberts, because I told my boys that I thought I could beat Dave Roberts in a race. So Dave Roberts has to be number one, right?
That's correct.
Freddie Lewis, I'm trying to go yard, has to be 09.
You're correct.
2010. Now, 2010, Pat Burrell was the next year because he was DFA'd by Tampa Bay. I think it's the guy who's on Major League Baseball Network who broke his wrist that year, who was set to be a utility player, Mark DeRosa.
Yep, you got it.
All right, so let me write DeRosa, Dave Roberts, Fred Lewis. 2011, Pat Burrell.
Correct.
Okay.
5 for 5.
This is where it gets tricky.
This is a name.
Okay, it's okay. I'm gonna go.
You don't remember him in this position.
It wasn't Pagan because Pagan was your center fielder, and I think Blanco later on. So I think 2012, I'm going to go Andres Torres.
You are 1 year off for Torres.
Okay.
So Torres was 13.
was one. Okay.
Torres was 13.
Okay.
This guy had a
Melky
huge...
Cabrera.
No. This guy had a huge role on the 2010 World Series team.
Huge. Aubrey Huff.
Yes, he started
Aubrey
opening
Huff.
day in
I
left
had
field.
Huff down here, and I didn't know if it was... Okay, Aubrey Huff.
I honestly thought it was Huff and right, Melky and left that year.
But remember, they put the chalk line out in the outfield when he missed a play. You guys don't remember that?
I thought that was in 21, though, because he got moved to the outfield for Brandon Belt.
He stinks. God, he
okay,
stinks.
so Huff in 12.
Okay.
You have Torres in 13. So
It
next
was Torres. Torres
Yes.
was around. Yeah, that was
Yes.
after he came back. Did Pagan play left field at some point?
At some point,
Yes. Now, how about Blanco?
Blanco, no, never was an opening day left fielder.
Okay. How about Michael Morse?
Michael Morse is 2014.
Okay. AKA X-Pac. He looks dead on like X-Pac from WWE. All right?
Huge homer in the NLCS.
All right, so I'm going to start throwing some random names at you. I know this name in my head because I've seen this list 1,000 times. Garbage lefty Jared Parker.
Yep,
He's got to be on this list. Okay.
2017.
How
We'll
about,
always have that 3 home run game at the Coliseum.
how about the cheesesteak guy, Alex Dickerson?
Oh, yeah, for sure. 2020.
Okay.
it.
I call him the cheesesteak guy because of that commercial. I
Godforsaken
really like
2020 year.
cheesesteaks. It's like, bro, this looks like a hostage video. You got to have Hunter
I'm
Pence.
happy with cheesesteak.
I'm happy with you. Hunter Pence has to be there.
Yeah, 2018, Hunter Pence.
Okay. How about Austin Slater?
Austin Slater in 2021.
Okay.
It was a good matchup that day.
Okay.
So you got...
Nori Aoki.
Yeah, what a pull. 2015, Nori Aoki.
Okay. Now, this name I know just because he's Pittsburgh Pirates, the hair, everything. Connor Joe.
Yep, 2019. I
Okay.
remember that
Who
year.
am I missing?
You're missing, so let's see. You got Morse, Aoki, you
Give me
got
one-
Pagan
what
in
are the years?
16, you got Parker, you got
Yeah.
Pence, you got Connor Joe,
I mean,
you
look
got
at my
Dickerson, you got Slater. So you are just missing 22,
Okay.
23, 24, the last 3 years.
23.
The last 3 years.
And 24, you said?
Yes, the last 3 years. Those are the only ones you're missing.
22, 23, 24. I have no idea, dude. I can't even.
You should be able to get last year, and you should be able to get 2022.
The guy who started last year, he's a Dodger this year now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Called him
Oh
Scooter.
my God. He sucks.
What's
Well,
his
yeah,
name?
that's not his
The guy
name.
from the New York Mets, who I don't even remember his name now.
Michael Conforto.
Conforto.
Yeah, that was
He's
last
so
year's
good. Mitch
opening day.
Haniger.
left fielder. He's not one.
He got hurt in preseason. Wow. Now
No.
Michigan. Conforto. I totally forgot about Conforto.
So you're missing 2022 and
Give him to me.
2023.
Just give him to me.
Jock Peterson in 2022.
Jock played left
Your
field.
Halloween costume.
Oh my God, Jock. How could I forget?
And then 2023, this might be one of the tougher ones out there.
Yeah.
Blake Sable.
Had to have Blake Sable on the roster because Joey Bart can't be on it. They claimed,
Well, remember, he was
they
a Rule 5
claimed him
guy.
on the Rule 5 designation, so you had to keep him on the roster all year. Had to get rid of Joey Bart for Blake Sable.
Hey,
So I basically,
stinking
Jock, who I should have got. I should have got Jock, Blake Sable, and then Conforto. I forgot about Conforto. I completely forgot about Conforto.
You did a hell of a job. That's a who's who of who are you for a lot of the time.
Not bad. Jared Parker's a pull.
Jared Parker. Yeah.
Jared Parker's a pull.
I mean, Sam mentioned the 3-homer game he had at the Coliseum. You remember that?
I do.
The Zito Hudson
If
game.
you say Jared Parker, in my mind, I start rambling off Dan Ortmeyer, Lance Negro, and all the other Mac Williamsons
Yeah, I
of
was
the
thinking
world.
Mac.
Todd Linden.
Todd Linden's a great name, like John Bowker, who we referenced earlier.
Bowker.
All these I call 4A players.
Who would just absolutely dominate in Fresno back in the day.
Just
But you
rake.
bring them up and they couldn't hit.
All right, so Carter, who is the guy when I say your favorite, not the best San Francisco Giant of all time, your favorite San Francisco Giant of all time? Who comes to mind?
There's one person, Barry Bonds. I absolutely loved that guy. I mean, dude, it was just electric TV when he was on.
God. What about you, Sammy? Sammy, you're one of the biggest Giants
Yeah,
fans
for
right
me,
now.
it's a twofer. It's one Jason Schmidt. I remember his first start when the Giants just
Love
got
Jason
him.
Schmidt.
Oh, he was so filthy.
It
And-
ended so ugly, though.
Oh, but it was such a great time. Then the other was friend of the show, Rich Aurelia. I actually got my first
Richie.
ever Major League Baseball from Richie at spring training in 2002. It was him, Sinjo, Dunston, and Bonds were doing a little batting practice, and he tossed the
Sinjo.
ball to me in the stands. And I already like Richie as it is, but from that point on, Richie was always an all-timer after that.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick. And under the radar one, Benji Molina. Benji Molina
Love
was so
Benji.
fun.
Got no negative
I
thoughts for
love Benji.
I mean, no negative thoughts. My uncle Matt's chiming in. He's saying Jack Clark was his man. Obviously, he loved McCovey, John the Count Montefusco. I mean, there's so many of them. And then so many, like, of the older generation, like Cepedas, and you get the Willie Max, and then you get the Willie Juan Marichal another one. And so I love hearing from the different generations. I want to hear who their favorite guy is. Yeah. Johnny LeMasters for some people.
Yeah, you can let us know. Shoot us a text. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. Your favorite Giant of all time. Also, what are you looking forward to this year with Giants baseball? We'll get into that when we come back as well. Also, as a reminder, the Sweet 16 is at Chase Center today. Former St. Mary's player and USF coach Todd Golden and the Florida Gators take on Maryland in the first game, and John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks take on Texas Tech in the second game. Go to chasecenter.com/events for your tickets. Yes, the Sweet 16, it begins today. We got plenty more opening day stuff to get to, and that's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're brought to you as well by Saramonte Ford.
He looks into Hector Sanchez. On the ground to Panic. Panic to Posey. And Lincecum has done it again. He has no-hit the San Diego Padres for the second time in 2 years.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
Mark Randy in for Joe Spadoni today here on The Morning Roast. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy with you here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Shasky, Tim Lincecum no-hitting the San Diego Padres, a tale as old as time. Did it a couple of times. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so my buddy Velas had a bachelor party. We went down there. And
hell of a game for a bachelor party.
He actually,
see history.
This is my favorite story because he got so drunk he actually got asked to leave the stadium.
Oh no!
And so,
my God!
And this is the early stages of Instagram. Okay, was it 2013?
2014? Yeah.
No, that was that the one at home. That was the one at home?
That was 2014, his second.
So I went to the 2013 one where he threw like 1,000 pitches.
In San Diego.
Yeah, where Hunter Pence made a catch in front of us. Yeah, my boy Velas, he didn't make it all the way to the end of the game.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so a bunch of us went to the game. We were all sitting there. I posted a bunch of stuff. Hey, we're at the Lincecum, no. And so there's like a group photo of everyone. And his soon-to-be wife's like, where's Velas? I'm like,
You got kicked out.
Yeah. Shout out my boy Murph. He's out there somewhere. We were all at that game, and he got so tossed that he got tossed.
Wow.
And he ended up not making it to the end. And then he tried to lie and tell everybody, yeah, I was at that game. It's like, dog, you got booted in like the second or third inning. Yeah, so I was at that. It was an all-time great one. You watched an entire road fan base. Well, the Giants fans were taking over, but entire road fan base by the end were rooting for history. And God, Timmy was just...
Well, he threw like 150 pitches that game.
It had to be 140. So
I think it was like
148, I believe.
148?
That's what I was going to guess. Yeah.
Jesus. There was a game Jason Schmidt pitched in Chicago. It's like a 2-1 or a 1-0 game where he threw like 150 pitches. JT Snow made a catch diving over his shoulder down the line where the bullpens used to be. I don't know if they still are, but they used to be on the field, in the foul territory. And he made a diving over the shoulder catch. It's an all-time great game from Jason Schmidt. I love baseball for these reasons.
It's so great to have it back. And we got a hell of a guest list as well to celebrate opening day today here on 95.7 The Game. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, coming up at 8:30. We're going to chat with Matt Lively, KPIX sports anchor at 9, but also Dave Dravecky, Giants legend at 9:20. And as always, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Again, we'll kick it off with Dave Fleming in about an hour and a half at 8:30 here on The Morning Roast. It's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy in for Spadoni's today here on The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It's just so good to have baseball back, Shasky. We've been throwing out favorite Giants of all time, not best Giants, favorite Giants of all time. I know coming up in a little bit, you're going to give out like your top 5 list of things that you're looking for, that you're excited for to see this season. We'll go back and forth on that in a little bit. But I also know you want to talk about somebody in the bullpen.
Well, I think about it this way. Like, you've been doing this at this station for a minute now, and you get a feel for this. If you bring up Brock Purdy, man, people are all over the place. He's the greatest who ever lived. He sucks. He's no good. When the reality is he's probably somewhere in the middle. Well, I don't know where. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's the greatest. I also don't think he's anywhere near the worst. And nor is he the reason that the team is losing games or whatever. But he's very polarizing.
You heard that crazy report that came out yesterday, right?
I'm so exhausted by contract talk with the Niners. Like it's you bring up the Niners.
The report was a nothing burger. It was the Niners and Brock Purdy are in negotiations for a contract, and they hope to have it done before week 1. What?
Well, I just feel like when I bring up the Niners right now, I think most of us are like, wake me up when it's done. Like that's how I feel about the Brock Purdy thing. And maybe because I'm in it and we talk about it every day, I'm exhausted
I hear you.
by it and I get tired by it. Like, is it 51? Is it 46? Is it 63? It's like, Jesus, just if you give him $60 million a year, we all know like we're in trouble. Okay. Like we all know that. No one thinks he deserves Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen money, but we also know that he does deserve a giant pay raise.
But you're right. He's a lightning rod.
He is.
Yeah.
The Warriors. You bring up Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, man.
It's so unfair. Like some people, He has all-star caliber talent. He's the worst player who ever played. It's like, no, he's somewhere in the middle. They're going to need him if they want to go somewhere. But like, you bring him up to Warrior fans, and it's so polarizing. For the Giants, I feel like Farhan was the polarizing guy, right, for the longest time. And I don't even want to bring his name up today because I'm just so glad we've moved beyond it. I think Camilo Doval now operates in a similar stratosphere for Giants fans. And the reason why I bring his name up is because clearly he's got talent. Clearly he's got ability. He also clearly has a lot of flaws. And last year was a lost year for him. I mean, I'm looking at a guy last year who had almost a 5 ERA. And the fact he had 23 saves kind of blows me away because I wouldn't have thought he had more than 15. He had a horrible year. And then there was this whole attitude thing. Yep. There was this, similar to Jonathan Kuminga, conversation about him denying a contract at the beginning of the year that would have extended him and kept him on the team. Then we started questioning his fit with the team in terms of his personality. Then he lost his job.
Didn't want to go in when it wasn't a save opportunity.
There's a lot baked into the Camilo Doval experience. And I think similar to Jonathan Kuminga, he is the number one most polarizing player on the team currently for the San Francisco Giants. And I think he's a bounce back candidate. I think this is a guy, whether he regains the closer spot or not, if the Giants want to be a good team this upcoming year, Camilo Doval has to be a big part of it.
Even if he's not the closer, you got some dudes in the bullpen, but Camilo Doval returning to form. I mean, remember the year before in 2023 when he was an all-star, sub-3 ERA? I mean, throwing 100-plus consistently, was able to control his pitches and found the zone. I mean, the year before that, he had a 2.53 ERA. Like, the dude has shown pretty consistently that he can be a really good relief pitcher, but for whatever reason last year, it just all hit the fan. I think the difference for the Giants versus, the Kuminga comparison, because I think you're right, if there is, a lightning rod on the Giants, it probably is Camilo Doval. The difference, though, is with Kuminga and the Warriors don't really have anything else to turn to. They need Kuminga. They need Kuminga to be great. They need Kuminga to be their third scorer for them to have a legitimate chance this year. The Giants, they got a pretty good closer in Ryan Walker. Walker was so good last year. No doubt. And I have a ton of faith in Ryan Walker that he's at the very least going to be a positive at that position. You do need bullpen arms, but it's not as if the Giants are going into this season being fingers crossed, I hope Doval can be our closer, because at least they got somebody else.
No, and I like Ryan Walker, but we can all acknowledge things are fickle. I mean, there was a time where Sergio Romo was the setup man, then he became the closer, and then he went back to being a setup man. So
we always have a love-hate relationship with our closers, too.
100%. Very few are Trevor Hoffman. Hey, 20 years, Mariano Rivera, 20 years. But
Santiago Casilla is part of the core four, and a lot of us have some rough memories with Casilla.
Do you know that he's
2016 against the Cubs in the playoffs?
You know that Santiago Casilla has the 6th most saves in Giants history?
That's crazy.
Do you know who's 7th? Camilo Doval.
Is he?
Wow, dude. If I said that to people, I don't think that they would believe that. Santiago Casilla, as
we're talking Giants franchise, not San Francisco.
Giants.
That's crazy.
Rob Nen, obviously your leader, 206. Rod Beck, 199. Brian Wilson, 171.
Yeah, that's the top 3 I would have guessed.
Gary Lavelle, Greg Minton, names that you wouldn't know, which is fine because not your era. And then 6th, Santiago Casilla at 123.
Well, keep in mind, saves weren't a recorded stat for a very long time in Major League Baseball, so that's going to play into it.
And they didn't. I mean, come on. Juan Marichal pitched 15 innings, 16 innings against
He probably
Warren
had a few statistical saves back in the day.
Really, I mean, the closer spot kind of got created in basically the late 70s, into the 80s.
Kind of got that going.
Well, there were other guys, Goose Gossage and whatnot, and there's tons. But point being is, Camilo is a guy that if you're only going to pitch 60 to 70 times a year and you're Ryan Walker, for as great as that is, if they want to win 90-plus games, if they want to win 85 games, Camilo's going to have a bounce-back year, and I think he's a really polarizing guy. And I look at the pitch clock and what it did to him. It was tranquillo Camilo, meaning he was so calm and his heartbeat didn't go over a certain amount of beats per minute. but he worked so slow, he couldn't find the strike zone. He lost command of the fastball. He lost command of any secondary pitch. He walked a million guys. That was the problem with him last year. Walked a million guys, couldn't find the strike zone, and then gave up a lot of home runs because he has to commit 2-0, 3-1, and throw a good pitch down the middle, and guys are sitting on it. If he can find his pacing, and what I saw this year in spring training, it looked like he finally synced himself up to the pitch clock. I'm telling you, this guy, to me, is the litmus test on are the Giants good or not. If Camilo bounces back and is a good to great arm in the bullpen, I think the Giants are cooking with some oil.
Well, the rest of the bullpen is Hayden Birdsong, who's kind of a surprise bullpen arm. We can talk about that later. Yeah. Spencer Bivens, you mentioned Doval. The only lefty in the pen is Eric Miller. Randy Rodriguez was the last guy to make the pen. Tyler Rogers, and then Lou Trevino and Ryan Walker. That's the bullpen.
And Trevino's a guy that you remember from the A's. I think Dodgers and a bunch of other teams last couple of years. He's got nasty stuff. I like him. I've always liked him. Obviously, you work backwards. Walker, and then you're going to trust the Rogers, the submariner. They traded the lefty away. And then Camilo's got to slot in there. You only have one lefty.
Eric Miller, that's it.
You're going to need a full, complement of arms in there. And we know that the Giants starting, rotation, it's kind of up in the air. Hayden Birdsong, I think, should be their fifth starter. I think it's criminal that he's in the bullpen to start the season.
Over Landon Roop or over Jordan Hicks?
Jordan Hicks is the arm that should be in the bullpen. We know where this is going. Jordan Hicks is going to start. He's going to look good for a month, and then it's going to slowly start to depreciate. Come month 2, month 3, we're going to be saying, he's going to have to hit the IL and rest his arm, and then he's going to end up in the bullpen. And that kind of bugs me. I thought Hayden Birdsong did enough down the stretch last year and in spring training to prove that he belongs in that rotation. I think he's a dynamic young arm. I like him a lot. I'm high on him big time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we're broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hayden Birdsong, and I know the conversation is, we kind of expected going into the spring that it was going to be between Birdsong and why am I blanking?
Landon Roop?
No, Birdsong and Harrison.
Kyle Harrison
for the fifth starter spot. Kyle Harrison obviously got the opportunity to be that guy last year, and Birdsong got some opportunity down the tail end. But what's so concerning about Kyle Harrison is the velocity, and it's so down. Remember him coming up through the minor leagues, and he was throwing 96, 97. You were thinking, well, maybe he could be this kind of guy once he gets to the big league level, and he's throwing consistently in the low 90s for a lot of last year. And then you think, okay, maybe it's not going to be him, and you have Hayden Birdsong, who really pitched really well. Didn't just throw, but pitched well and got out of tough spots, and I think opened some eyes in the organization last year. And he couldn't even win the fifth job. It's really interesting the way that the starting rotation went.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I just look at Harrison, and I don't want to be negative on opening day. The guy needed to go to AAA and get innings. He needs work. If you look at his game logs when he was in the minors, you're referencing his velocity, he was only throwing 3 innings at a time. The guy wasn't ready to pitch 5, 6, 7 innings. You got to stretch yourself out.
So he could go all out. He could throw 96 every pitch because he knew he wasn't going to throw 6 innings.
Exactly. I mean, you're going to see a guy in Justin Verlander. He's an old gunslinger. This is a guy who would sit mid-90s and wait till the 8th or 9th inning to blow a hundo.
He's just different.
He's a freak, right? He's an absolute freak. So I think Birdsong deserved to be in the rotation. I'm disappointed that he's not. I think I get the big picture of why they don't want him to. They think that they can kind of, hey, as Jordan Hicks starts to fade, we will slowly integrate Hayden Birdsong, and he'll still get his 140 to 160 innings throughout the year, but it's going to be in a different way, in a piecemeal way. The reality is in Major League Baseball, it's not 5 starters. You need 8 to 12, depending on how healthy your rotation is. That's the modern game.
And the Giants are like near the forefront of that. They need as many starting pitchers as they possibly can because you have question marks on a lot of the guys. I mean, Verlander is a different dude, but he's 42.
And coming off of his worst year.
And don't expect him to make 30 starts.
I agree.
You hope you get 20 plus from him.
If they got 20, I think they'd be thrilled.
Yeah. But you're going to need at least a few stopgap starts here and there for him. Robbie Ray coming off of Tommy John, now a couple years removed from that. You hope that you get 20 plus starts from him too. You're hopeful, but you don't really know. And then you got Jordan Hicks, who, as you mentioned, maybe 2 months from now has to be moved to the bullpen, and then you have a bunch of youngsters.
Yeah.
Or at least guys that haven't really proven themselves at this level. You got Logan Webb, who you can rely on for 30 starts, and then it's a bunch of question marks.
There it is. And if you look at like the sweet spot of why the Giants were the Giants, look at the amount of games started by Kane, Lincecum, Sanchez. And
It's just beautiful.
I'd throw Vogelsong in there too, like in a row.
Bumgarner too.
But Bumgarner as well. How did I forget Bumgarner? But like over 30, it felt like 4, 5, 6 years in a row for a lot of those guys. There's something to be said for that, which is why, and as you referenced, Logan Webb's so important to this team. He's so important. He takes the ball, and for every 5 days, all right, we only need to worry about a couple of innings in the bullpen. Yep. And in the modern game of baseball, your arms are going to dictate how far you go. Yes, the bats are going to be huge and driving in runs and all those things. There's no doubt about it. You got to have a great lineup. But if you don't have the arms to be able to throw the innings, you're cooked. No matter how good your team is, you are capping your ability as a franchise if you don't have arms. You got to pitch and play defense. And I love their defense. I really do. I really like their defense. The pitching, we'll see. That's all I can say. We'll see. I don't know. I have as many questions as you do. Robbie Ray, if I told you he started 22 games, I don't think that's enough for this team.
But I think it's a relatively fair,
that's what I'm saying.
You might be happy he gives you 22 because there's a chance he only gives you 12.
That's what I'm saying. And then where's Carson Whisenhunt in the minors? Is he a guy that is going to come up and we get a look at some point? Is he a guy who's trade bait for something else down the line? Ooh. I don't know. Where's Kyle Harrison? What if he just lights out for a month down there and, you need another guy? I am open to all possibilities, and I'm not going to be surprised by anything that happens when it comes to this roster. And I think Verlander and Logan Webb, when it's all said and done, might end up being your two most reliable guys, which is crazy.
Yeah, Webb is definitely going to be it, and you just hope that a 42-year-old Verlander can be. But we were talking about the bullpen earlier. What happens when you don't have reliable starting pitchers like the Giants had last year, whether it was because of age and experience or injury or whatever the reason? Then suddenly you have a bullpen who gets overtaxed, and by the time June or July comes around, those bullpen arms aren't as effective.
No.
And then you have no chance to win close games down the stretch.
No. And if this team wants to win in our ballpark, we know what the recipe is. It's pitching, it's defense. Yeah. And then timely hitting, small ball. I think they're going to have to do a lot of that again this year.
I think they're going back to that a little 100%. Bit. There's more of an emphasis on it.
But I'll give them this. Like, you're getting some power at shortstop, and you're getting some power at third base. We haven't necessarily banked on that for a long time.
Yeah. You had Pablo at third. He was going to give you 20 homers on a good year.
I didn't know. Was it Camp Panda? Was it Fat Pablo? Like, which Pablo was I getting?
That's a good point.
Not
like
the Matt 2009, was a good little giant
not the 2009 Panda who won the National League batting title.
Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. No, I'm really excited for this roster, and they have so many questions. And I got like my top 5 things that I'm like most looking forward to. Jung Hoo Lee, to me, is one of the biggest question marks on the team. We haven't even brought him up. I was running the bases last night. I played multiple softball games, and somebody, hey, Shasky, are you ready for Giants baseball? I'm like, yeah, I am. And like immediately, what about Jung Hoo Lee? And I'm thinking, God, I haven't really thought about Jung Hoo Lee.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I haven't.
Jung Hoo Lee's like top of mind for me.
Why?
He was such a big name that they signed last year. And all this promise and everything coming out of the organization and everyone who was at spring training last year, this guy is special. He's going to be maybe their best hitter. He's going to get on base. He's got some power. He's got speed. He's going to lead the team in stolen bases. He's a hell of a defensive center fielder. He's going to be the center fielder for like the next 6, 7, 8 years. But he's the guy. And then we were robbed of finding out who he is. So there's the promise side of it, and you hope that he meets expectations. Who knows if he will? We're going to find out. Hopefully he's given the chance health-wise. Hopefully his body allows him to. I'm just excited to find out who he is. Because we've been talking about him for over a year now.
No, I agree.
We still don't really know who he is.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with this. Like, 37 games? How many did he play last year, Sammy? 37?
Something like that.
Yeah.
There was Mother's Day was when he went down, so.
Mother's Day. So it's probably in May. Okay. Well, it wasn't enough. Like, you're reading me all the things that I read, or you're telling me all the things I read about him. Oh, great defense, going to hit for power. I didn't
That's the thing. We read it. Yeah.
I didn't see a lot, and I thought he took really poor angles on balls in the outfield. And when Dave Fleming's like, he literally didn't play an outdoor game ever in the Korean League, I was like, what? What? Of all the places to play defense in all of baseball, I would argue one of the hardest out for an outfielder is AT&T Park. And then I would, couple that with now you go to Colorado, now you go to San Diego, now you go to Arizona and Dodger Stadium. All of those are spacious outfields with some weird configurations in the outfield. Like, I've got major question marks on him. I'm excited. I'm optimistic, but the red flags are there.
They're going to need him to be at least decent, though.
Absolutely.
I mean, if he's not, then suddenly the lineup takes a major hit. And if he's not the defender that you thought that he might be.
I mean, great. He tripped running in the other day on television. He caught a ball, and everybody's jogging in, and he tripped in the grass. I'm going, oh, God.
He caught the ball. That's all that matters.
Terrible omen. You don't believe in those things?
No, he caught the ball. He's fine. We all slip up sometimes. Camera just doesn't always see it.
No, I know. I worry about that was a Farhan overpay, and I don't know if he's a buster guy or not. The new regime, and so I just wonder what we're going to get from him.
I think it's going to be pretty good. I do. I
really do.
That's top of mind for me in terms of things that I'm excited to see about this team because honestly, I just don't know who he is, and we have all of the talk about how good that he can be. But like, I'll put it this way, and we'll get into a successful season for the Giants, and your thoughts are always welcome. 888-957-9570.
Who's your favorite player? Not who's the best. I want to hear from you. Like, it's opening day for crying out loud.
We've had a lot of texts come in on that.
Yeah, and we'll read them all, but I want to hear from some people. Like, all these people that call in all the time, I love the Giants. Well, today's the day to hear from you. Today's the day. We're 0-0. Farhan's gone. It's a whole new regime. Let's go. I'm pumped.
Hope springs eternal.
Dude, today is the day of all days that we gotta feel good about ourselves, all right?
Yeah.
We have to.
Possibly.
Come on. We win today, we're tied with the Dodgers.
No, the Dodgers are 2-0.
No, you're still undefeated.
Well, you'd be a half game behind, technically. You're a game behind.
We're going winning percentage.
Some names on the text line, 888-957-9570. Not best Giant, but favorite Giant of all time. Will Clark.
Of course.
That's a popular one. Lincecum, Kane, and Pence. That's someone's top
I love
three.
That. A lot of young guys.
Can't argue with those three. I mean, those are great Giants. Benito Santiago gets a mention.
Scarface. What a great name.
It's a good one.
I love Benito.
JT Snow.
Love JT.
650 says a younger me dreamt of wearing number 6. JT Snow. What about the 925? He absolutely sucked, but growing up as a kid, I loved Glenn Allen Hill.
Dude, G.A. Hill. Okay, Glenn Allen Hill. My boy was the bat boy. Will Grove. He's out there somewhere. He was so old because he had sideburns and stuff at like 13 years old. We called him the Batman. Right? So he would be in the dugout at Candlestick, and he said Glenn Allen Hill was a character. Santa Cruz, big surfer. He would always blame the glove when he missed a ball. He would look at the glove and blame the glove.
That's a classic baseball move right there.
Oh, dude, it's not the glove's fault. It's your fault. And he played for the Cubs, played for the Giants. He did have raw power. Unbelievable tools.
Okay. Hum Baby gets a mention.
Oh, Roger Craig. Loved him. Number 33.
Let's see, who else? Jeffrey Leonard, the Hack Man.
One flap down.
Walt Weiss. Gets a couple of mentions.
That's a shortstop for the Oakland A's, though. Manager of the Rockies still? I don't even know.
I don't know if he's still the manager of the Rockies.
Was at one time.
Is Bud Black the manager of the Rockies? Oh, whatever. Oreo Cookie was the
I love that.
the mention for Walt Weiss. Jack Clark,
the Ripper.
Chili Davis.
Kyle Kelly on YouTube throwing out Pedro Feliz.
Hey, P. Happy.
Wow.
I'll tell you this right now. We dogged Pedro Feliz. He has some good years.
Solid player.
The guy had positional versatility.
Oh, Pedro.
Talk smack.
Oh, Pedro.
There's guys that would die to have Pedro Feliz's career.
He's not one of my favorite Giants, but hey, to each their own. To each their own. All right, who is your favorite Giant of all time? Not the best Giant, but your favorite Giant. You can let us know, 888-957-9570. Plus, I know coming up next, Joe Shasky wants to get into like the 5 things he's looking forward to with this Giants team this year. You can let us know what you're looking forward to. What's the one thing you are just amped to see on the diamond this year? Let us know. 888-957-9570. That is what's coming up on the game. It's brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. And as always, all vehicle types are welcome. It's the Morning Roast. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Grandy in for Joe Spadoni. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
the great hitters in the National League, one of the great hitters in baseball, has a double and 2 home runs, one of them a grand slam.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It's Mark Randy in for Joe Spadoni today, but that's Joe Shasky here. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. That's one of the best Giants moments. Will Clark, grand slam at Wrigley.
All time.
Oh.
All time. Every time I just close my eyes and I think of Will Clark, I think of the black Giants turtleneck and the gray roadies with the SF, which now makes me think about how horrible those City Connect jerseys are. You just no need to do that. Just go to the 1980 jerseys and just bring those back. It's just absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it kind of looks like I don't know if you're familiar with the jerseys the Indiana Pacers wore last night. It's the Pacers City Edition uniform.
Nike
they've lost me. It's gross.
There's too many. Look, there are 7 teams in baseball, 6, however you want to put it, that don't need City Connects because they have classic uniforms from their history that should never be touched. You could just go to any decade, and you could pick those jerseys. Oakland A's now are in Sacramento. Their uniforms are immaculate. All of them.
Kelly Green is incredible.
And so is the dark green, right? They have so many different, the yellow jerseys. They're amazing. The sleeveless, unbelievable. Yankees, Red Sox, Chicago Cubs, St. Louis Cardinals, the Dodgers, and the Giants. Those teams don't need City Connects. You're doing too much.
Especially not like an incredibly off-the-wall, random City Connect like the one that the Giants have.
When I see the neon Celtic jerseys, I go, what are we doing? It's the Boston Celtics. What are we doing? You don't need them. Now, for the Arizona Diamondbacks, have the City Connect. It's great. You know what I mean? Like, they've only been around a fraction of the amount of time as some of those other teams. But when you have all-time uniforms, you don't mess with them.
The Giants have all-time uniforms.
Every one of them.
Their current uniforms, the ones that they normally wear, are already very good.
Of course.
But as you mentioned, ones from the 80s.
It's incredible.
Elsewhere, they have so many good ones.
I know. And so I'm excited to see them.
Why take away from wearing those great ones by trying to, it's a money grab is what it is.
Did you like the other City Connects?
Last year's or the last handful of years? Better than this one, but I didn't love them.
God, I hate them both. So bad. You know what I call those, right?
What?
The 628s. Meaning you just moved to San Francisco.
So you don't have them.
And all the 415 numbers were gobbled up, so you got a 628 number. I mean, those are literally the gentrifier specials.
Oh, God.
The G stands for gentrifier. Carter's laughing because he knows it's so good.
Yeah, you're true.
I'm on fire right now. All right, are you ready for this year?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
What are you looking forward to, Shasky?
Well, I'm looking
It's
forward.
opening day. Let us know.
Yeah, I've got a whole little thing I got 5 things I'm really optimistic about.
Okay.
And then I've got what I would call 3 major questions.
Yeah.
All right? 3 major questions. And I want to hear from the audience. Just give me one thing you're pumped up for. One thing with the Giants that you're pumped up for. And then who's your favorite player? Not who's the best player you've ever seen. Who is your favorite player? Come on, audience. Let's go. Jonathan Kuminga doesn't high-five Jimmy Butler, and we've got full lines lit. I can't get one. What are you optimistic about? Call for the San Francisco Giants. Let's do this. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. 3 questions. First question. What do Verlander and Robbie Ray got? I feel like this team is going to go as far as their pitching goes. And if Verlander and Robbie Ray got a little something, we're looking at a team that's going to be competing for the wild card spot toward the end of the end of September. What does Verlander got left? What does Robbie Ray have as a second act? He's a former Cy Young Award winner. You got multiple Cy Young Award winners in the middle of this rotation. I like some of the other guys, the Roops, and I think Hicks will be okay for a month. I really love Hayden Birdsong. We'll see with some of their guys in the minors. But if Verlander's got something, and if Robbie Ray's got something left, I think they can go far.
Well, if Robbie Ray stays healthy, I mean, he's got incredible stuff. And you mentioned he's won a Cy Young. The question is he going to be able to stay healthy? When he's been healthy, he's a hell of a pitcher.
I agree.
Are Ray and Verlander going to combine for 50 starts, or are they going to combine for 35 starts?
Exactly.
And that's the question. I think Verlander, I mean, he's one of the best pitchers of all time. If he's healthy, he's going to be able to get you outs.
I think he's going to be a hog this year. I think
he's not going to be like an all-star, but he's going to be able to be effective if he's healthy.
I'm not putting anything past this guy. This guy, when you're a scratch golfer, and we know who he's married to, I mean, this man has accomplished things that younger men look up to.
No doubt.
I love this dude. I'm so pumped to see Verlander. I said to these guys, when they signed him, I go, guys, on a Tuesday night, Keaton Winn, and I like Keaton Winn. I'm rooting for him, but like Keaton Winn starting or Justin Verlander starting, you're more excited and you're tuning in to Justin Verlander.
Oh, yeah, that'll get you out to the yard.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, on a random Tuesday night against the Colorado Rockies.
Exactly.
Yeah, Verlander's pitching. Let's go.
Exactly. And now Robbie Ray, like, are we going to get a Carlos Rodon year out of him? Or are we going to get like an Anthony DeSclafani year out of him? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. So I'm really excited. If he is a good player who makes a lot of starts, he is a literal 12 to 17 game winner. Like, that's what he will be. If he's injured and can't pitch for you, you have a gaping hole in your starting rotation.
Oh, yeah. Like, I got some questions about the lineup, but by far the biggest concern I have is the starting pitching. And if you just get solid contributions from Verlander and Ray, suddenly the rotation makes a whole lot more sense. And then you have a handful of young guys you could turn to, and there's not nearly as much pressure on those if your top three are solid. So
100%.
I'm with you.
100%. All right. A couple more questions, and I'm going to give you the 5 things I'm looking forward to. I think one of the biggest things when you look at this lineup every single day, DH and first base. I mean, my God, we're really going to trot out Wilmer Flores and Lamont Wade Jr., and that's going to be your DH first base combo?
Yep.
That's a huge question mark for me. And anybody who wants to cape up for Lamont Wade and his on-base percentage, look, I hear you. But, dog, the guy needs 17 hits from second base to score. He's that slow.
Don't be disrespectful.
And
That's
then Wilmer
not disrespectful.
No, it's called realistic.
True.
It's called realistic. And so, like, I know he gets on base, but I think first base DH is a huge question mark. We know Bryce Eldridge at some point is going to get that spot. Do they make a move to bring in a legitimate DH? That's the move I think this organization desperately needs.
Gerard Encarnacion is out. They don't have him anymore. Needed surgery on his hand, right?
Yeah, got hit in the hand, just like DeRosa.
And they have like a solid 1 through 5 in their order, I think, and we might like be upset with Lamont Wade leading off, but generally 1 through 5 is not bad.
I would agree.
Like it's pretty good. But then you get elsewhere, and the bottom of the lineup leaves a lot to be desired. They need another bat, at least one. They're 2 quality bats away from being a legitimate, like really good offense. Right now, you just have to hope that Adames performs like he has in his career, that Jung Hoo Lee meets expectations, that Chapman, who quietly last year like played on an MVP level, if you consider offense and defense, you get that again, and Ramos turns out to actually be who he was for the majority of last year. Those are a lot of ifs. Some of them you feel better about than others. If you get that, then the top of the lineup is going to be pretty darn good, but you're still going to have some issues elsewhere. So I'm
100%.
I think they need another bat.
100%. All right, and my other big question is Matos, Casey Schmidt, Luciano, Harrison, are they staying or are they going?
Yeah, Matos made the roster, but how often is he going to play?
Exactly. And to me, like, when I've been hearing about Matos and Luciano and Harrison for so long, my head's going to spin. Obviously, Casey Schmidt, a little more quiet, a little more under the radar. But are these guys staying and they're going to be actually impactful players for your organization? Or are they on the move to net you something of significance? There are guys that are going to be out there. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is out there. He has not signed an extension with Toronto Blue Jays. Could these guys be helpful to you in a package or on the field? That's a number one question for me, for this entire organization. What is Buster going to do with that collection of players that has been kind of stockpiled and stuck behind other players in this organization or have underperformed? Do they have a spot here or elsewhere?
I think at the very least, what you need to figure out this year, whether it is playing them and then turning out to be good, or playing them and then turning out to be bad, or whatever, you just need to make a decision on like their future with the organization, and not like some of the other guys, like necessarily a Carson Whisenhunt or anybody like that. Like, you know, you have confidence that he's going to be a piece for you in the future, maybe a few years down the road and be a starting pitcher for you. But guys like Matos and Luciano, are they going to ever be a consistent part of your big league club? Because if the answer is no, you don't feel like it, then what's the harm in moving off of them and trading them away and getting something back in return?
I 100% agree.
Make a decision one way or the other.
Absolutely. All right. Before I go to my top 5 things that I'm most pumped up about this year, where is the audience? Like, what is going on here? It's opening freaking day. San Francisco Giants are playing, and we can't even get a couple of calls.
We got a call right now.
Here.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like Bob Fitzgerald. I'm going to put you in the tornado move. Carter's smiling. If I hear the tornado move one more time on NBC.
Oh, the famous Wiggins tornado move, right? Yeah. We got a favorite player caller. You want to go to it?
Yeah, let's
do it. 888-957-9570. Anything you want, Giants related, but specifically favorite Giants player of all time, not just best Giants player, your favorite Giants player of all time. And what are you looking forward to this Giants season? Up first, it's Skills in Vallejo.
What's up, Skills?
What's up, Skills?
Good morning, gentlemen. I have a favorite Giant. It is Mike Morse. He was only here for 1+ seasons, but in that 1+ season, he showed so much exuberance. He loved being a Giant. He hit that big home run off Pat Neshek in the 2014 NLCS. He had to hit the ultimately won Game 7 of the 14 World Series against Kansas City, which people forget. That single ended up holding up. Then he comes back in 2017, and I'd like to share with you, if I could, a quick story related to the end of his career.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, in 2017, I worked for Amazon, May 30th, and I was doing my route as usual, and I was about to drop off to a customer's house when Strickland and Harper start the battle. And I just knew something was going to happen, so I'm half in, half out the vehicle holding a box. Strickland plunks Harper. The fight starts. It's on. And I'm just glued. I'm half in, half out. I'm just making all these not even knowing what I'm doing. I'm gyrating and making sounds, and I'm still holding this woman's package. And after about 3-4 minutes of this, I look up, and I finally realize that, oh, shoot, I'm at work. I got to take this box up to the porch. I look over. She's looking at me through the door like, who is this nut sitting at my door and do all this gyrating with my box? Can you just bring my package? So the fight had me so wound up and worked up, I completely forgot what I was doing, where I was. So I gave her a package. And then, of course, Mike Morse's career ended that day thanks to the collision with Samardzija, and which was all set in motion by Strickland, of course. But he's still my favorite Giant, even though he was only here for that year and a half.
Hunter Strickland. I mean, that guy.
Great story, Skills.
The gift that keeps giving. Hunter Strickland. The guy, the best was when Buster didn't move at all. It was just like, this guy.
Yeah, whatever,
I mean, this
man.
guy. Just go and knock him out.
He wasn't gyrating?
Michael Morse, though, was a really good Giant.
Oh, he was a very good Giant.
Ultimate DH. Loved him. He knew what he was up there to do. Swing the big stick, dude.
Oh, man. And the decision by Bochy to bring him in.
All time.
NLCS.
The home run down the line,
5.
holding the bat in the air as everyone's going absolutely bonkers. Is there anything better than, I'm dead serious on this, playoff baseball atmosphere at Oracle?
No, there's
when someone
nothing.
hits a big home run? I think it's better than football, basketball, all of them. There's nothing like it with all the orange towels going crazy. God, I miss those days.
I mean, that game, we remember the Ishikawa walk-off. Giants win the pennant, like an amazing moment. But that does not happen without Morse's home run to tie it.
God, it was so amazing.
Amazing.
So amazing.
And the way that his long hair flowing on the back as he's running the bases, holding his hand up. He goes back into the dugout. Everyone's throwing the seeds up in the air on him. Bochy's just calm as always. Bochy's just like, yeah, I made the right decision because I always do in the playoffs.
Well,
more
except
often
2016. But no doubt. And Michael Morse was awesome. Are you ready for my 5 things I'm pumped up for?
Yes.
All right. And you're going to learn this about me, Grandy man. I can never just do a list with just 5. I have to have an OLI, outside looking in.
Okay. Is that where you're starting?
Outside looking in. Things I'm pumped up for. Because they're on the outside looking in. Bryce Eldridge and Wisdom. We're going to get a chance to see Eldridge this year. I know the Giants are selling us short on this. We're going to see Eldridge. I don't know when. I know that they're playing it smart. They're doing the reverse of what they did with Luciano. They're not going to try to sell me on something that they're unsure of. They're underselling so that it over-delivers. We're going to get a chance to see Bryce Eldridge, and I think we're going to get a chance at some point down the line, probably September, to get a look at the lefty Whisenhunt. I think they're really high on Carson Whisenhunt.
I mean, Bryce Eldridge is like the biggest name in the franchise, and hasn't even had a single at-bat in the major leagues yet.
It's incredible.
That's how starved this franchise is for a homegrown bat, specifically a power bat. Considering, I mean, there's a reason why the biggest hole this team has right now is probably at first base.
Yes.
Because they are planning for that to be his spot for the next decade plus.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But, look, you can never have enough bats. So if a DH is out there that you can go get, go get him. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I wanted him to go get Pete Alonso.
Yeah, why not?
Could you imagine this lineup with Pete Alonso
It would
today?
feel a whole lot different.
Everyone would feel totally a lot different. All right, that brings me to number 5.
Number 2.
Number 5, bro. We work backwards. Number 5.
Okay.
All right.
The first one was outside looking in, Carter. Come on, lock
that
in.
was OLI. Number 5, Jung Hoo Lee. I'm very pumped to just see it.
Yeah.
I have my own red flags. I'm worried about this guy's got a lot of money on the books over the next couple of years. Center field is a vital defensive position in our ballpark. Even though they brought the fences in a little, they need this guy to not just be solid. I mean, he's got to be a good player. I don't know what the numbers need to be. I don't want to throw, he's got about 300 and hit 20 home runs. Just, we'll know if he's good or not. And I think if he's good, that gives us an Asian superstar, which we've been begging for in this particular market. And it doesn't have to be superstar, but I'm talking about like locally, because Panda wasn't a superstar nationally, but to Giants fans, he was a star.
Oh, no doubt.
And they marketed him like a star. Brandon Belt wasn't a star, but they marketed him like a star. And a lot of people like Sam Lubman drank the Kool-Aid and thought he was, right? Jung Hoo Lee, if he's just good, can be marketed locally like a star.
Yeah,
and I think that's really important.
He kind of already has been a little bit, at least by the team.
Absolutely.
But we don't know who he is as a player yet. I mean, the way that this Giants franchise has won championships and been at their best, it's on the backs of pitching and defense. And if Jung Hoo Lee turns out to be a good defensive center fielder, Shasky, suddenly you have maybe the best defensive catcher. You have a good defensive shortstop and a great defensive third baseman, and then you have a good defensive center fielder, like up the middle.
It's a game changer.
Three most important spots on the field defensively.
For a team that led baseball, if we look at the last 3 years, in errors.
Oh, yeah.
And by a wide margin.
Like, the Giants could get the same production from their hitters this year, and just by virtue of what they're doing defensively, they will win like at least 5-6 more games as a result.
Which is a huge difference.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone's alive. And God, they just need to do it. All right, number 4. You ready for number 4?
Number 4.
Carter, you going to do it? Number 4.
Number 4.
There you go. I'm pumped up for what I call the bounce back candidate of the year. Some people are already out on him, and that's fine. I want to see it. I want to give this young man the benefit of the doubt. Camilo Doval.
Okay.
I am excited to see Camilo Doval. 92 career saves. Last year, a near 5 ERA. It can't get worse than last year. Felt alienated by the staff, the players, himself. His performance was awful. He was leaking confidence everywhere. Pitch clock was in his head. He couldn't throw a strike. If this guy gets right, he has blow-away stuff. If he's mentally all there and he gets his mechanics under wraps, because I do think the mechanics are a big part of it. He's got a lot of this weird push-off pause thing. If he can get that under wraps, he is the wild card for the bullpen. And if he's good, I feel like the entire bullpen could be great.
He's a missing piece for sure. They missed him so much last year. And what happened to him was he would get in some trouble years before when he led the league in saves in 2023.
Oh, it gets hairy.
Classic Giants closer, right?
I mean, Brian Wilson used to walk the bases loaded and then strike 2 out in a row.
Classic. It's what happens when you're a Giants closer. You just get in hairy situations. He was able to get out of it. What changed last year, maybe it was pitch clock related, things would just snowball. He'd walk one, and then you guarantee next guy's going to be walked as well. Or maybe he wouldn't walk him, he just hit him.
How many times did he shake off the catcher? No, I don't want to throw that pitch. I don't trust the pitch. I don't trust that pitch. Like,
it just snowballed on him.
He's got to get confident. Confidence is huge in sports. We don't talk enough about it.
Specifically for a pitcher, and specifically for a pitcher in a high-leverage situation out of the bullpen.
100%.
So, yeah, confidence, huge.
Number 3 thing.
Number 3.
There you go.
I don't know if you know this. Last year, this young man led the team in hits, doubles, RBIs, and home runs. Has the second most home runs in a Giants uniform in a season since Barry Bonds. Yeah, he struck out 150 times, and he's going to strike out. Again, he led you in homers, hits, doubles, and RBIs, and was second on the team in stolen bases. Matt Chapman.
And played a great third base.
I love Matt Chapman. I think Matt Chapman was born to be a San Francisco Giant. I think he was born to be a Buster Posey San Francisco Giant. And I think that this man by the end of the year will be viewed the way we viewed Hunter Pence, where it was like, you just fit. You fit the culture, the team. Now, Hunter won a championship, and Hunter was a vocal leader that he's not going to necessarily be. But I just think that Matt Chapman reminds me so much of the way he goes about things, like Brandon Crawford, but he's a better hitter than Brandon Crawford. And he gives me all the same defense as Brandon Crawford. And I love everything about him. Matt Chapman is a guy that I love. And I know I'm higher on him than most. Watching him every single day last year made me appreciate how he goes about it. He was born to be a Giant. I love Matt Chapman.
He was awesome last year. A little bit of a slow start offensively, but second half of the season, hitting the ball, he was absolutely incredible. I'm with you. He's going to have another really good year if the Giants are going to be good. But you just have a guy finally that the fan base can count on to play 150-plus games every single season, and that is a good dude, a great baseball player, and the fan base can just buy their jersey, wear it confidently, knowing he's going to be around for at least a few more years.
He led the team in RBIs last year. How many RBIs was that?
75?
78. How pathetic is that?
Not great.
That tells me guys aren't on base.
Nope.
Right? And I want him coming up, driving runs in. Now, he struck out a lot. I think his slow start to the beginning of last year was because he got in late. He got in late. This year, he was red hot in spring training. I don't want to make too much of it because, look, the hitters are going to be ahead of the pitchers. But, boy, wouldn't it be great for him to get off to a red hot start
What are you predicting, a home run today?
I just think Matt Chapman's going to do something.
At Great American Ballpark?
He's dialed in, dude. He's ready. He's freaking ready.
Hitter's yard.
Ready for number 2?
Huh? Number 2.
And look, if you're out there, 888-957-9570, give me one thing you're pumped up for with the Giants. It's freaking opening day.
Let's go.
Are the young guys real? Is Ramos real? Is Birdsong real? Is Tyler Fitzgerald's 3-week stretch last year? Is that who he is? Or is he the guy who struck out 20-plus times in spring training? What's real with him? And then I look at Patrick Bailey. Can he put together a full season? I look at that collection of young guys that's in the bigs right now. Ramos, Birdsong, Fitzgerald, Bailey, and I'll throw Matos in there because he made the team. Are 3 of those guys real? Not all of them are going to come up. I remember when the Cubs, they had Starling Castro and Jason Hayward and they had all these random young guys all at once. Hayward wasn't the main young guy, but they had all these young guys at once, and not all of them are going to hit. Schwarber at a time. Or are they going to hit on a couple of these guys and just be mainstays? Good everyday players. Can Tyler play second base? Can he hit enough to stay in the lineup? Is Ramos real? Was the first half who he is? Or was the second half who he was? I don't know. And then Patrick Bailey. I love him defensively. But is he going to fall off a cliff come August 1st?
That's a concern I have.
Right? Or are these guys real?
Who are you most confident out of that group? If talking about offense specifically, Patrick Bailey, we know what he's going to do for you defensively. I like
Ramos a lot.
I think so too.
I like Ramos a lot.
I mean, he's the one who's done it for the longest at a high level at the big league level. So Absolutely. I think you got to go him.
I do too. I don't think he's special. I think he's a really good ball player. That's what I think he is. A really good ball player.
If he's like the 4th best bat in your lineup, you got a pretty good lineup.
Give me 20 and 75. You do 20 and 75, that's a good year. We'll take that. Again, Chapman had 78 RBIs last year.
Led the team.
I mean, because if he goes for over 70 and 20, that tells me Willie Adames is doing things and Chapman's doing things and Jung Hoo Lee's doing things, because I don't know where he's going to bat in the lineup right now. He could bat leadoff. He could bat 5th, right? If he was in the middle of the order, I would want more RBIs. If he's going to be your leadoff guy, it's totally different.
You got to be batting 5th, right? I think he'll be batting 5th.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The number 1 question for the Giants.
Number 1.
They gave out the largest contract in San Francisco Giants history to this guy. All right, the largest contract in San Francisco Giants history. And Milwaukee's a really smart organization. They are who everyone talks about the Tampa Bay Rays as, but they actually give out shrewd contracts appropriately. Jackson Chourio got a mega deal, they handpick who they want to keep.
Young star.
They couldn't afford this guy. They loved this guy. He was a huge team leader. Tampa Bay loved this guy. Okay, those are the 2 of the smartest organizations in baseball. But did he play his best baseball in Tampa Bay and in Milwaukee? And they're selling on the fact that he's not going to play his best ball in his 30s? And that's probably a pretty decent sell. But who is Willie Adames? Is he a guy who's going to bat with 25 home runs and 80-plus RBIs and play in 155 games every year? Or is he a guy who he's already played his best baseball? Like, that's a legit concern. But I want to know who this guy is. I am more pumped to see this guy than anyone else on the team. I love that they mic'd him up the other day. Sorry, they mic'd him up, and he has got a personality. He's got the purple glove. He obviously has a great arm. He got good range, and I love the way he takes his at-bats. They needed a Latin leader in that team who had the equity as a big league ball player. Like, I love Wilmer, but Wilmer's a part-time player. You got to be an everyday player to be a leader in a clubhouse. I hope that they got that guy.
He's the guy who the second that you add him to the clubhouse and add him to the team, he just changes the vibe immediately. And obviously, Buster Posey is a big reason why this team, this organization feels a little different. Adames and Posey, you can thank for Adames. The reason why Adames signed here was because he trusted Buster Posey's vision, which is a huge thing as well. But Adames is a culture builder, much like Matt Chapman, who you were talking about earlier. I think number one reason for me to be excited about and pumped up for this year is just having the ability to fall in love with a player like Willie Adames.
Oh, I like that.
Haven't had a player like that in a long time. That combination of on-field ability and off-field or even on-field personality, like, I mean, Hunter Pence comes to mind first in terms of the personality and the ability performance combo. I'm so excited just to be able to watch Willie Adames every single game this whole season. He's probably going to play close to 162. He loves... The only reason he didn't play 162 last year was because after the Brewers clinched a postseason spot, the manager basically begged him to sit out one day, and he was like, I don't want to.
Was that Craig Counsell before he went to the Cubs, or did he go to the Cubs last year?
Craig Counsell was the manager last year for the Cubs, right?
He did go to the Cubs last year.
I forget who was the Brewers
because he left the Brewers and went to the Cubs. All right, good,
But he was going to play 162 otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm just so excited to see a guy like that every single day.
So is that your number one thing that you're like most pumped up for?
Yeah.
Really? Willie Adames?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to get to know him. You know, I think Chapman, we kind of had an idea who he was with the A's. And look, A's fans told me, and I was pessimistic. Like, I don't know about Chapman, you know?
Oh, we got a text here from the 510. Stop it, Joe. Matt Chapman was born to be an Oakland A.
Sadly, he was, and they should have kept him, and they didn't. But you know what? It's to the Giants' benefit. Yep. And he's a great ball player. He won me over like really quickly, and I was wrong on him. And so, like, I like guys that go about it in a grinded out way and just are literally obsessed with being the best. And I really feel that way when it comes to Matt Chapman. He is squeezing every ounce out of his body. Those are the guys I appreciate the most in sports.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm excited to see Willie Adames. I think he's cut from a similar cloth as Chapman. He's got a little more personality, though. Lubman, what is the one thing you're most pumped up to see this year?
I mean, you mentioned it earlier. It is the return of Robbie Ray. I am very excited to see, especially with that Tariq Skubal cutter that he's added to his pitching arsenal this year. I'm very excited to see him as the number 2 starter of this rotation. And depending what you could get out of Justin Verlander, I think you'll get some quality production out of Verlander, hopefully for the whole season at 42. There's a little bit I need to see it, but this pitching staff in general looks really good. The bullpen in particular, when you got Eric Miller, Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, Ryan Walker closing games out, like, you could make this game 6 innings long with how good this bullpen can be. Like, the run prevention from this team should be very fun to watch. Plus defenders at every position except for maybe first base. It's for everything I've seen and from what I'm hearing, Buster Posey is slowly kind of turning this team back into the kind of organization we saw under the Brian Sabian era. And that's what I'm most excited to see, is just this return to a familiar formula of baseball that really kind of captured Giants fans a decade ago. Because let's be honest, the last 5 years, there was not a whole lot of appealing baseball. So seeing that return to that formula, I'm very excited to see how that looks on the field this year and just see a team that grinds teams down every night, because this could be a very low-key good team this year.
So you got an everyday shortstop. You got an everyday third baseman. You got an everyday center fielder. You got an everyday catcher.
An everyday left fielder.
Okay.
I feel that way about Ramos.
So think about where we were just a couple years ago. We didn't have one everyday player.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Crawford, maybe. But even then.
You didn't feel great about it.
Exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I put Yaz and Fitz as everyday players?
No, I'm not totally sold on that.
What about Fitz?
No.
Okay. 5's a great start.
Yeah.
5's a great start.
You got the backbone of a team here. You just don't have it complete yet.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. But think about where we were a couple years ago. Like, I was so angry. Like, who's gonna play? This is my favorite one. I used to say this all the time. Granny. Game for your life. This is the 2023 Giants. Give me the lineup to win today. And it would be like, well, who's pitching? It's like, are you kidding me? Go throughout the lineups of baseball in the history of the game. It's like we're going Judge, Stanton, Volpe, Goldschmidt now. Like, the Yankees know what they're doing. Yeah, there's a couple guys they might platoon or move down or move up in the order or whatever.
Yeah, am I facing a lefty? Or
the entire Giant lineup would be dependent on who they're facing. And it's refreshing to have shortstop sewed up, center field hopefully sewed up, third base sewed up, catcher sewed up, and left field sewed up. That's a big difference.
Center, short, third, catcher, like premium positions.
100%.
And you don't have questions there.
Well, and Ramos is no slouch in the outfield. I don't think of him as he's average. I wouldn't think of him as negative. Do you?
No, and I'm just saying the left isn't necessarily like a premium position. Like center, short,
agree.
third, and catcher. Like those are maybe the 4 most important positions on the field.
I think right field in our ballpark is really important.
You got a good defensive right fielder.
I would argue one of the best.
Yeah.
One of the best. A good arm, plus range, understands where to position himself. I'm excited for today, man. I'm excited for this team. And
I think we got some Giants fans that are excited as well. 888-957-9570. Who are you fired up to see? What are you fired up to see about this Giants team this year? And also favorite Giant of all time, not just best Giant, but favorite Giant of all time. You can talk anything Giants you want here on the Morning Roast. It's Shasky and Grandy with you. Up first is Kenneth in San Francisco.
What's up, Ken?
What's up, Ken?
Yo, what's going on, y'all?
What's up, man? You pumped?
Yeah. Oh, come on, bro. It's opening day. Man, just feelings all over the place, emotions all over the place. Real quick, 2 of my favorite Giants, Hunter Pence. I mean, just his intensity, the way he played the game, was always fired up, and Ryan Vogelsong. I mean, he was just always pissed off.
Yeah.
When he went to the mound, and that's why I just love that about him. But yeah, go Giants. Screw the Dodgers. Let's go.
Let's go.
Appreciate that, Ken.
I loved Ryan Vogelsong.
Vogie's a great pick.
Just totally maximized his whole ability.
Oh, yeah. Grinder.
Loved him. He started an all-star game.
He started
I think he was a 2011. I think he did. Did he end up starting that game?
He started the All-Star?
I know he was an all-star that year.
I don't think he started the All-Star.
You sure?
I might be wrong.
I could be wrong.
I don't think so.
I know he was an all-star one year.
Vogelsong is the kind of pitcher, and he's kind of in like the Max Scherzer mold, where he's just...
He's not Scherzer.
I mean, but he's just on the mound 24/7 pissed off.
Oh, that's true, yes.
You know what I mean? Like Scherzer just muttering to himself.
Yes.
Calling out the batter, and only he can hear it, and he's in his own...
He didn't start. He was an all-star in 2011. Sorry, I'm cutting you off.
You're good. Didn't start, though.
I knew he was an all-star. I thought he started that game. I'll take it.
But those kind of pitchers who are just absolutely living and dying on every pitch.
Carlos Rodon was out that way.
Oh, yeah.
Carlos Rodon was high intensity. That's why I liked him. Robbie Ray, I feel like, gets like that.
Oh, yeah.
He's very intense. Verlander is more calm, cool, collective. I'm just, God, I get nostalgic when I think about opening day. I want to go play catch right now.
We can go through some of our opening day memories a little bit later if you want. I mean, there's a lot of them.
I've got a nightmare from opening day.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, it's Mark Melancon.
Yeah, that ruined Madison Bumgarner's 2 home runs in Arizona.
And 7 innings pitched.
Yeah. Man, Bumgarner was special. 888-957-9570. Favorite Giant of all time, and what are you fired up? What are you excited to see from the Giants this year? Let's go to Will, who's in Marin.
What's up, Will?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so my favorite player of all time as a kid was Jason Schmidt. I used to love him going out there mowing people down with that over-the-top fastball and that curveball that falled off the table. I'll never forget my mom bought us tickets to go see them against the 2004 Red Sox, and I'll never forget the one hitter. He gave up a double to like left center off the wall, and we were like, well, yep, the 2004 Red Sox going to be a good one. And then he was just like, nah. He just mowed him down. I think it was like 9 Ks, 2 walks, something sick like that, and just shut him out. We won 4-0. What I'm most excited to see is the 2 Js, Justin and Jung. I think Jung is going to be really good. I don't think he's going to be the 330 hitter from Korea, but I think he could be a really good 280, 290 hitter, a nice OPS, and I really think he's going to give us some speed that we lack on the base paths. Him and Fitzgerald should be good stealing some bases. And I've been watching Verlander this spring, and I know that you don't really want to look anything into it because it's spring. But, I mean, Justin Verlander literally was cruising at 96 the other day. And outside of his last outing where he gave up 4 runs, I mean, he was mowing people down and looked every bit the part. Nice high leg kick, good fastball, great stuff. I'm really excited to see those two. And I think we're going to have a lot better year than we think. Are we going to win a World Series? Maybe not, but I think we're going to be contenders and people are going to start taking us more seriously.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Thanks, Will.
Jason Schmidt was so good for the Giants. 0-1 trade, 7-1 that year, 13-8, 17-5, 18-7, 12-7, 11-9. The arm just gave out. He had a 2.34 ERA the year that they went wire to wire in the NL West in 03. He was so good. I mean, oh God, Jason Schmidt was amazing.
He was the ace, when I first remember paying attention to Giants baseball every single day, he was the ace.
Absolutely. 3-time All-Star.
As a guy born in 96, when I got to 03, 04, and I can remember
feel so old.
And I can remember watching Giants baseball, it was Jason Schmidt. He was that dude. And then he became a Dodger.
Well, he was at the end of his road, Everybody becomes a Dodger at one point.
Yeah.
Do you remember Oral Hershiser becoming a Giant?
Yeah, I don't remember it watching
it's the most
but I know
sacrilegious thing that's ever happened.
Yeah.
Brett Butler was a Dodger and a Giant, but Butler was also an Indians or Cleveland. I don't even know. Are we allowed to even say that? I don't even know. I'm not even sure these days.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much crossover between the Giants and the Dodgers. All right. Injury report time. Sorry, I didn't know it was an open. My fault. We're good. All right, injury report. Stephen Curry is listed as questionable for tomorrow night's contest against the Pelicans. Curry was able to participate in team workouts, but was not feeling quite right at the end of practice, which was why he was held out of Tuesday night's game against the Heat. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr is hopeful a full week off from action will be enough time for Steph to heal and be ready for the final stretch run. Again, the Warriors in New Orleans tomorrow. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Time for a break now here on the Morning Roast. It's Joe Shasky, Mark Randy in for Joe Spadone, and we've got Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, coming up in a little more than half an hour at 8:30. Plus, we're still taking your calls. Tori and Travis, I see you. We're coming to you when we come back. Favorite Giant of all time, and what are you pumped to see from the Giants this year? We're taking your calls the rest of the show here. 888-957-9570. That is what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of the Morning Roast next on 95.7 The Game. It's opening day. It's opening day. Let's go. It's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy, in for Joe Spadoni. We're getting fired up for Giants freaking baseball in Cincinnati today. 1:10 first pitch. Logan Webb on the bump. Fresh cut grass. The baselines.
There's nothing
the chalk.
like fresh cut grass.
The crack of the bat. A hot dog.
It's the
garlic
best.
Fries. Oh, this is the best day of the year, Joe.
The only way it can get better is if you're walking into Oracle Park, okay? I always want to call it AT&T. It's the smell of weed as well as all of those things that you're talking about as you're coming across that bridge. Is it not?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then someone's trying to sell you a $10 Let Timmy Smoke shirt and a bag of sunflower seeds that's like the size of a backpack for $25.
That I'll eat like a tenth of and then throw it away.
It's so true. It is so true. I am so pumped up for today. And the best part about a day like today is after your team wins, because I'm hoping the Giants are going to win today, you get to watch all the highlights all around baseball. You're like, we're 1-0. Like, we're atop the division.
Undefeated.
It's the best. It
Never
really
lie.
is. And you know what? Like, there's a big like culture shift. I come walking out and I go, oh, what's up, Steiny? And Steiny, you know, exactly. And he goes, Buster Posey. I mean, boy, he's got a marriage. They got a runway here. And he's right. There is a honeymoon period right now for Giants fans. I was so angry with the team for so long. I love baseball. You know this about me. Like, I love baseball. My answer used to be like, oh, what's your favorite sport? Well, what season is it? That's what I'm like most invested into at that particular time. Where's my team at a given time? But the older I get, the more I realize probably baseball is my number one love. Although it's hard to say football isn't, you know, or basketball isn't. But I guess now, like, as I get older and I see my kid and I do all this coaching and I miss my dad and all those things that I bake into it, because I think of my dad with baseball. That was his number one love by far. And it's like, I hated the team for so long, the Giants, because I despised what they represented. Let me overthink the game at every single level. Oh, we're gonna platoon here, and we're gonna outsmart you there. We're gonna dog make plays, get on base, hit the ball hard, barrel it up, throw strikes. All the things that are my baseball principles.
Don't commit errors.
Exactly.
Steal a base here and there.
That's playing. Like, I talk to the kids all the time. I go, the game is simple. It's a game of catch. Pitcher with catcher, infield with first base, outfield with their cutoffs. The team that plays catch the best always wins. Think about it. It's like, we'll blocking and tackling. Like, we do that in, making baskets. It's a shot maker's league. Baseball's playing catch, right? And so, yeah, the Giants didn't play catch well. They led baseball in errors year after year after year. They had a bunch of guys out of position who couldn't field their position. They didn't throw strikes. They employed openers left and right. They platooned all over the place. I watched Joey Bart rip one off the wall, only to get pinch hit for in the very next at bat. I go, the guy he's just starting to see. He's starting to see the ball. He's starting to barrel things up. From a psychological standpoint, once you finally get a hit, you feel like you're never going to make an out again. And you're going to take me out of the lineup right when I'm about to do that? Like, all of the things that I held as principles of my baseball philosophies were all dismissed by the prior regime. And now that you bring in Buster Posey, I feel like, and look, they still are going to do some things that I don't agree with, based on numbers and whatnot. But I feel like 9 times out of 10, when I see a shortstop who's going to play every day, and a third baseman who's going to play every day, and a center fielder who's going to play every day, and a left fielder who's going to play every day, that is more Giants baseball that appeals to me, Joe Shasky, the common fan who's been watching this team my entire life.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, as the younger generation who was a kid still when the Giants won in 10, 12, and 14, especially in 10, that was not my introduction, but like, I was spoiled as a kid watching the Giants because they won those 3 championships when I was still pretty darn young. And then you had to go through the rest.
The dark days.
The 10 years since then.
I know.
Or, they went to the playoffs in 16, and that was a terrible ending against the Cubs. But everything else since then has just been absolutely terrible. And they've been the worst combination of average at best but also playing the worst brand of baseball that you could possibly play.
And boring.
And boring.
This is the worst way to be.
They could have the same record this year. They could win like 80 games this year. I guarantee you it would be easier to watch.
Okay.
But we want them to win more games, obviously. But it's going to be easier to watch, and you're going to have more fun watching them. That's very honestly how I feel about this team.
Here's the hard part for me, right? Like, when you won the 3 championships, I was hoping that you would be one of the haves, using all of your resources to the fullest and be able to parlay that into being like the way the Warriors view themselves now during the Steph Curry era is like, we're never going back to what we used to be. I got the sense that the Giants throttled down during the Farhan era financially and just how they viewed themselves. Like they didn't want to keep pushing the pedal to the metal.
They should never not have a top 10, top 6 payroll.
I think it's unacceptable to not be in the top 8. Unacceptable. Given that now the A's are going to move out of the market and you have all of the money.
Yeah.
It's inexcusable, quite frankly. And the stadium's paid off. Like, I don't want to hear it. I don't ever want to hear it again. And so, yeah, like, as that's going down, the Dodgers have literally won the division 1,000 times in a row. And it's hard to grasp as a Giants fan. And then to see the San Diego Padres leapfrog you in terms of excitement and connectivity to their own community, it's been a tough 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Yeah. It really has. And finally, I feel like we're coming out of that slumber as a fan base. And I'm just pumped for today because I think it's day 1 of the Posey era.
Yeah, I'm pumped for today too. And we can get into where the Giants stand in the National League in a little bit. We got a lot of calls to get to. First, though, I wanted to shout out everyone watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Shout out Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Great to have him involved here at 95.7 The Game. Plus, we got Dave Fleming coming up at 8:30, so in about 20 minutes. We'll chat with the voice of the Giants about all things Giants as they get ready for the season in Cincinnati today. Plus, we got Dave Dravecky, Giants legend, coming up at 9:20 as well. But out to the phone lines, it's the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, I'm Mark Randy, in for Joe Spadoni. Up next is Travis in Vallejo.
What's up, Travis?
Travis, how you doing?
What you got, dog?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Today I'm feeling a little bit nostalgic. Just thinking about my grandparents who've passed, but I remember like the late 90s, early 2000s, sitting in their little living room, watching baseball at 7 o'clock in the evening, and them not being able to speak a lick of English, but just sharing the same passion and love, for the Giants. One of my favorite players growing up was Marvin Bernard.
Wow.
He wore that pine tar helmet.
Yep.
I remember I used to be in Little League, and I would rub my helmet in the dirt because I wanted my helmet to be the same way. So, that was kind of a player that I was thinking about. And then something I'm looking forward to is just this young team kind of putting on a show to recruit, some stars to come out here next year. Hopefully we can put together a good season, and hopefully we can attract some players out here.
Thanks, Travis.
I appreciate you bringing up your family. Football, you need your family. You need like a lot of people to be able to play football. You can't just go into the backyard and play. Yeah, you can play catch with the football, but like real football, it requires a lot of other people. Basketball, you could shoot hoops by yourself. Baseball, like you have to play catch with someone. And I think it's the most familial of all of the sports. Yeah. And most people have it passed down to them by a father, an uncle, a brother, a mom, a grandparent, or whatever. And like when he brought up his grandparents, like I started getting teary-eyed thinking about my dad. Because like this is one of my dad's favorite days of the year. And I just think about him sitting upstairs at 607 London, where my mom's still at. And I probably shouldn't put out the address, but up in the upstairs chair, he'd be sitting up in his chair, hate watching the team that he loves more than anyone on the planet.
Hate watching.
Mad that this guy and that guy is swinging through a pitch and not hitting the cutoff and can't throw strikes. And why are you going to this guy when you're going to no sport with a mundane amount of games that they have makes you so irate with a meaningless play in the 4th inning than baseball. It's just, I love the sport.
It's the best. Like I saw this post. I don't know if it was a TikTok or whatever, but it was a fan watching their team choke away a regular season NFL game. And you're like, oh, it's okay. We'll get them next week. And then it's game 27 out of 162 in baseball. And you're like, oh my God.
Dude,
you blew it in the ninth inning. This team is never going to win. There's no, like, just pain like baseball pain. But there's also no joy like baseball joy.
It's the greatest.
And you share it with your family.
100%.
Everyone has those stories.
If I just say to you guys, Mark Melanson, you get enraged.
I'm going to walk out of the studio.
Exactly. If I say this name, Armando Benitez, you get enraged. Do you not?
Yes.
Enraged.
For my dad, it was Felix Rodriguez because of 2002.
AJ Pierzynski.
AJ Pierzynski. Like, we hate baseball players more than we love other players in other sports. It's unreal.
There's nothing like it.
I love when people share their connection to the game. So I love hearing from the fans.
Yeah. Let's hear from more of them. Tori is in Oakland.
What's up, Tori?
Favorite Giant of all time. What are you looking forward to this year? Tori, what's up?
What's up, y'all? I got two names for you. Of course, Barry's the GOAT. We all love Barry.
Absolutely.
But Benito Santiago.
Let's go.
Throwing people out from his knees.
Yep.
I have a memory of watching Benito just rip one into left, and he threw his bat down, like not a bat flip like they do today. He threw the bat down and acted like he just picked up a hot cast iron skillet. Like it was hot. And that was just a beautiful moment. And then another name I got for you is Andres the Big Cat Galarraga. I remember being a kid and being like, is he going to touch the Coke bottle? Is he going to be the one to touch the Coke bottle?
I totally agree.
So those are some players that were hitting for me. Question for y'all. As an A's fan, I grew up a Giants fan when I was real little.
Yeah.
As an A's fan most recently, there's a lot of us that are feeling a little floaty. As long as Fisher's owning that team, pretty hard to like them. So give me a pitch on why all these floaty Barry fans, there's a lot of us, loyalists to baseball who want to get out to the ballpark. Why the Giants this year?
Well,
why should we jump on?
Here's what I would say is I don't ever want to tell someone how to root or how to fan.
Thanks, Tori.
Like, how you feel is how you feel. And like, if you still have a connection to the A's for X, Y, and Z reasons, like for me, if the Giants had moved away today, just hypothetically, it'd be really easy for me to say on air, oh, I hate them. And then when I see the uniform out there, the Giants at least, if it said St. Petersburg or something, I would feel differently. It'd be hard to not think of my dad, right?
Yeah.
And like all those memories still exist and the love of the game still exists. So I'm never going to tell someone how to feel. If you're jaded and you're never going to go back to the A's, so be it. What's the pitch on the Giants? Independent of you having your own thoughts, the pitch is pretty simple. It's a whole new era of baseball that's going on right now. And they've got a lot of guys that love the game and play it the right way. And we have a lot of unknown young players who could maybe be good. And that's what I would say. You got Verlander, all-time gunslinging legend. It's like a coming in to the OK Corral as a grizzled vet. All right. Logan Webb. What is there to not like about Logan Webb? Goes about it the right way, got a 1990s mentality in terms of the innings and the logs, and give me the ball, I'm going 7, I'm going 8. Very few guys do that in today's game. Then you look at Matt Chapman. He's going to play every single day. Yeah, he's going to strike out a lot. Plays elite defense, no nonsense, head down, leads by example. Make any play, dynamic glove and arm. Just an absolute stud in the middle of your lineup in terms of driving the ball. Willie Adames, all the same things about Chapman with more flair and definitely more effervescence. And then I look at Elliot Ramos, kind of plays the game the way Chapman plays the game. Very head down, no nonsense, isn't as flashy, grinder type of a guy. Kind of got a 1980s feel to him. Patrick Bailey plays the catcher position in a way, athletically, I've almost never seen. And then Jung Hoo Lee's a complete wild card. You got guys like Luciano, wild card. Wisenhunt, wild card. Eldridge, wild card. Matos, wild card. Fitzgerald, kind of a wild card to me. So that's what they are right now. They're a mix of young, old, and good.
Yeah, I think for me, the selling point, and we haven't maybe seen this yet, but I think we will beginning this year and then going into the future. If you start rooting for the Giants, and again, what you said is spot on, like if you still got feelings for the A's, like that's a difficult thing.
I'm not going to tell you to leave.
However you feel, but if you're looking for a reason for the Giants, I think now, this year, and we saw a little bit of it last year with Ramos, you're going to have an opportunity to grow and learn to love a lot of young players that are about to come through. You're going to, 5 years from now, there's going to be a group of young players that are hopefully at that point established that you feel a real emotional connection to.
The other cool thing, everyone looks good in black. And our colors are black and orange. And it doesn't, and honestly, you can't, outside of the City Connects, you can't mess up the colorways for the Giants.
They tried their hardest, and they did. We're going to go back to the calls in a sec, but I do have the Giants opening day lineup.
Oh, today's?
Yes.
Give it to me.
From Alex Pavlovich, our friend at NBC Sports Bay Area.
Give it to me.
Giants opening day lineup.
All right.
Lamont Wade leading off and playing first base.
Told you guys.
We got it right. Batting second and playing shortstop, the newest Giant, Willie Adames.
Okay.
Batting third and out in center, Jung Hoo Lee.
Okay.
Matt Chapman playing third and batting cleanup.
Got all those right.
Followed by Elliot Ramos
you called
in
that?
left field, batting fifth. The sixth spot is the catcher, Patrick Bailey.
Okay, they're going to go lefty.
Yeah, Bailey batting sixth.
Even though he's a switch hitter, keep going.
Wilmer Flores DHing and batting seventh.
Mm-hmm.
Yastrzemski.
Called that.
Batting eighth and playing in right. And then Tyler Fitzgerald playing second, batting ninth with Webb on the bump.
I love it.
So it's Wade, Adames, Lee, Chapman, Ramos, Bailey, Flores, Yaz, and Fitz. That's the 9.
Hey, I'm not mad at it.
You guys want the Reds lineup just for fun?
Yeah, give it to us.
All right, so leading off, the lefty in center field, TJ Friedel. Then batting second at second base, Matt McClain. Elly De La Cruz batting third at shortstop. Gavin Lux, the former Dodger, he'll be in left field batting cleanup. Jamer Candelario will be the DH. He'll be batting fifth. Batting sixth at first base, Christian Encarnacion Strand. Batting seventh at third base, Santiago Espinal. Batting eighth in right field will be Jake Fraley. And the catcher batting ninth, Jose Trevino.
The guy on the mound, Hunter Green, 2.75 ERA last year. 150 innings, almost 170 strikeouts. So high strikeout guy. This is a big one. They're missing their everyday second baseman and catcher currently. Like those guys are just out for some period of time. Guys that no one would ever hear of. So don't worry. The name, if I said it, you wouldn't even recognize it. Elly De La Cruz is the headliner here.
Oh yeah, maybe the most athletically gifted baseball player in for a very, very, very long time.
Dare I say Victor-ish, in terms of 6'5".
Outlier.
Yeah.
Physically.
A-Rod was 6'3", and we thought he was a monster at shortstop and could run. This guy's even faster. And A-Rod, I think, is the most gifted baseball player of all time.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
Elly De La Cruz is special.
Yeah.
Special. 888-957-9570. It's opening day. We're getting pumped. We got a lineup. We have an opening day lineup for the Giants. Let's go. Let's go back out to the phones. NorCal Mike is in Yuba City. What's up, NorCal Mike? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you. And bear with me. First time caller here.
Well, thanks for calling.
Just as excited. Yeah, thank you. Just as excited as Joe. It's like Christmas morning. This is a breath of fresh air after all the Warriors talk. And I appreciate you, Randy, giving me the heads up. I set my alarm for baseball talk this morning for 6 a.m. So
hey, I got you.
But sharing dad stories. So my dad was an A's fan, and he had A's season tickets, even though I was a Giants fan. But he would take me to the Coliseum. So I grew up at the Coliseum and just fell in love with all kinds of baseball players, Griffey, all the guys. But Nolan Ryan was my favorite pitcher. And so getting to my favorite Giants player, I love those hard-nosed players. Nolan was untouchable. And then to see Will Clark come up against Nolan Ryan, just unfazed. And, I'm no historian, but I believe he hit his first home run off Nolan Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
And I fell in love with Will Clark that day. And just that hard-nosed two guys just going at it, and neither one wanted to give in. What I'm excited for this year, I really liked Ramos last year. I'm so happy to be out of the Farhan era, but seeing the silver lining, the forest through the trees, Ramos, Fitzgerald, we had some good pieces last year. I'm excited to see those guys, excited to see Adames come in, and maybe we get a 30 home run hitter. It's been a long time. Maybe we get a 30 home run hitter this year.
That would be
also
awesome.
Also excited to see the young arms. It kind of reminds me of the Lincecum, Bumgardner, Kane days, just to see those young arms come in. You never know which one's going to hit.
Totally.
Thanks, NorCal Mike. I mean, you get a couple of arms from your farm system that hit. it turns your entire franchise around. We say they won in 10 and 12 and 14. You know how much of a grind those teams had to be on offense?
And why did it end?
Because the pitchers stopped pitching well.
They went into free agency and overspent year after year after year.
Shout out Jeff Samardzija.
Johnny Cueto. They were going after Greinke. They didn't get Greinke. They brought Hudson back after winning a championship, and he was cooked.
Jake Peavy.
Same thing, right? It's starting pitching when it's young and it's cheap. It's equivalent to this sport of what a quarterback on a rookie deal is in the NFL.
Like the last 2 years for the Niners with Brock.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, because if you go out in free agency and overspend, you're probably not gonna. You're gonna have bloated contracts. You see, like Yamamoto making $300 and he never pitched ever in Major League Baseball. It's just an insane number to me. It's insane. Garrett Cole, who's been good for the Yankees, on the shelf, probably going to be done for the year.
He is done. He is done for the year.
It's $300 million invested into him. Yeah. If you can get a guy making $1 million who can win you 12 to 15 games and has an under 3 ERA, you are cooking with hot grease.
Yeah, and you could have a below average offense and you could still win a World Series, or at the very least be in the postseason and have a shot, because
no doubt
pitching wins in the postseason.
And there's just something electric about a firearm that's young, and Hunter Green's one of those guys that you're going to see today. Paul Skeens is the reason
on a different level.
He's the reason why Pirates fans think that they could have a special season.
Shout
one
out
guy.
to Guru. You'll hear him in 2 hours.
Well, but they have a lot of pieces. They do. They have a lot of pieces. Reynolds and Ke'Bryan and O'Neal's going to play. They got a lot, right? But it's Paul Skeens. He's a game changer. He's unbelievable.
In terms of an asset's, a player's value, not just this year, but like for the rest of their career, considering how good he is now and his age, he's the most valuable asset in baseball, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Considering how young he is.
I might argue Bobby Witt or Gunnar, but
I can hear
you're
you.
close. They're all in the wow. I mean,
he's already like one of, if not the best pitcher in baseball, and he has, if he stays healthy, at least 15 years ahead of him.
He's probably the first pitcher off the board.
Yeah.
If we're going like fantasy draft style, right?
Scooble.
I'm taking Skeens over Scooble right now.
Yeah.
And Scooble's great. I'm just saying, like, if we're going top 10, a lot of position players, and then he's probably the first. Yeah. If not first, maybe he's the second.
Yeah, at worst.
At worst.
At worst. 888-957-9570. Happy opening day. Favorite Giant of all time? What are you looking forward to see from this Giants team this year? Let us know. Up next is Ryan in Castro Valley. What's up, Ryan? How you doing?
Ryan?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Pumped.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out a favorite Giant that never got as much accolades as they should have got. Kirk Reeder.
Ooh,
Woody. A great one.
I love Woody.
Yeah. He took the ball every fifth day, made 30 starts a year, pitched 190 innings a year for like 8 years straight. And he couldn't touch 90 on the radar gun.
And he had a great glove. He had a great glove, worked super quick. My favorite kind of pitchers are the ones that pitch with guile. Ted Lilly, Terry Mulholland, Kirk Reeder, like those types I always have a soft spot for. I just do. Shout out young Guido, who's somewhere out there. I used to joke with him that he was our Kirk Reeder. I know, you're laughing, but it's the truth.
Kirk Reeder was great.
Oh, dude, he was a great Giant.
Easy to root for. I'd never met someone who didn't like Kirk Reeder.
Bonds' favorite teammate.
Yeah. Kirk Reeder was great. Awesome Giant. All right. We got a lot to get to still here on the Morning Roast. We got Dave Fleming coming up next. Voice of the Giants. We'll break down every angle of this Giants team with Dave Fleming on this great day. It's opening day across Major League Baseball. Plus, we are going to catch up with Dave Dravecky in a little less than an hour at 9:20. That's coming up next hour as well. Plenty to get into and more time for your calls after Dave Fleming at 888-957-9570. That is what's coming up on The Game. It's brought to you by Saramonte Ford. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy in for Joe Spadoni. Plenty more to get to on opening day right here on 95.7 The Game.
It is out of here, and it's all the way over the sea.
Oh, man. That's the farthest one we ever saw, partner.
That is.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Grandy in for Joe Spadoni here on this Thursday morning on this incredible opening day. We have a Giants lineup as they get ready to take on the Reds out in Cincinnati. And we're going to go out to Cincinnati here in just a second. Andres Galarraga, the big cat, that homer. Is that still the closest we've ever seen anyone hit it to the Coke bottle or to the glove?
I remember Mark McGuire in batting practice was trying to get close.
But in game?
No, not in game.
No one came closer than the big cat.
I mean, the home run the other night that went down the right field line into the water was one of the farthest balls I've ever seen hit at McCovey Cove.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was, Coke bottle distance, but yeah, that one, that was a shot.
That was a shot.
I was hoping in the 07 home run derby we were going to get something from Vladdy, but nobody came close.
Yeah. We might got some big bats coming to Oracle Park this year. Maybe someone will reach the glove, but we'll find out. Let's go out to Cincinnati because we've got the voice of the Giants on the line. It is Dave Fleming, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line. And Dave Fleming is brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Dave, great to have you on. It's Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy in for Joe Spadoni today. How you doing? Happy opening day, Dave.
Happy opening day. It's like Christmas morning. For those of us who care about this game, it's a great day. I was up. In fact, Logan Webb was up with me. We were in the lobby at like 7:30 a.m. going, now what? We got 8 hours until the game. What do we do? It's hard to sleep today. I'm excited.
Yeah, and I think it's appropriate you bring up Logan Webb because I'm looking at this team right now, and hey, look, it's Giants fans have been in a malaise for quite some time. But I'm looking up and I'm trying to tell these people in the area, like, hey, look, I hear you and I feel you, but things are changing. Logan Webb is a stud. I mean, he has led baseball in innings year after year, it feels like. And now you've got Adames and Chapman and Jung Hoo Lee and Ramos and Bailey, and we'll see with Fitzgerald at second base. But you've got at least 5 locked in, ready to go, everyday players. Things are changing. We should feel optimistic. It's day one of Buster Posey's whole new regime here, and I feel it. Do you guys feel it being with the team?
Oh, 100%. I mean, there's a huge amount of optimism inside the team. Now, the games start, and sometimes you get slapped with some cold reality, and I think Buster's kind of tempering. I think Buster's very happy with the way everything has gone this camp. It's been a highly successful spring training. I think he really feels like there's been buy-in from everybody, front office, coaches, players, how we want to play, how we want the Giants to look on the field, what style of play, what things are we emphasizing. There's been a huge amount of buy-in. But I think Buster also is enough of a realist to know, like, look, the games start and, usually the team with the best players wins, and it's hard to win at this level. And so, that feeling can go away temporarily, if you don't win games. I think what Buster's trying to build, though, is a belief in that culture that rides out no matter how the on-field results are. And I think that's what he believes is sustaining. If you build that identity as a franchise, as a team, then you ride the waves of ups and downs and get through it better on the other side. And you accumulate more and more good players like the ones you just talked about. I mean, you didn't even mention there's a whole group of younger guys, pitchers especially, who have a chance to be a huge part of the Giants' future. Starting with the guy who won the 5th starter spot, Landon Root, but Hayden Birdsong is supremely talented. The pitching staff's too talented for Kyle Harrison, who has had a really solid start to his big league career. He didn't even make the team. So there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic as the season starts.
Flem, one of those reasons is the guy that you guys both just talked about, Willie Adames specifically. What is he going to bring to this team? I mean, he's about to make his Giants regular season debut. I think a lot of us baseball fans know the kind of player that he is, but his impact goes beyond the stats that he puts up. What does Willie Adames mean to this Giants team this year?
Yeah, we'll see. But I mean, already the energy level, the enthusiasm. I mean, this is a sport of attrition. Baseball is such a grind, and I think it's really hard for anybody who doesn't put the uniform on to really understand what those players go through for 6 months of every single day, essentially, having to get ready for a game, prepare your body, go through the punishment, the injuries, the dings, whatever, and do it day after day after day. It's an incredible grind, and this guy just has an ability to show up every day like Matt Chapman does with a smile on his face, with a bounce in his step. That is a skill, big time. And so, there's something about that just is infectious, almost in like a shaming way, like, hey, I can do it. You guys can do it too. So I think that's kind of maybe the off-field stuff that you're talking about, or the stats production stuff. But the other part of it is that the Giants did not get production from their shortstop spot last year. Now they did for the month that Tyler Fitzgerald was red hot. They got a lot of it, and they played pretty well during that stretch. And so he's just going to be a massive upgrade over what they've had out there the last few years. And he's going to be in there every day. And the Giants really believe like they have the best left side of the infield in the game. And I think he's a great fit with the Giants, great fit for what they want to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. And there's a lot of, the two guys, Adames and Chapman, like you said, I think we kind of know that their baseball card, these are really good to great ball players every day. Jung Hoo Lee, I feel like this first couple of weeks, couple of months are really important for him to get off to a hot start. How critical is it for him to have a fully healthy season?
Yeah, I think that's, for me, at least at the beginning of the year, let's get the body right and prove to himself that he can be out there every day. The Giants want him to be an everyday guy, but it's been a few years now for him. He's only 25 years old, but it's been a few years for him, and that it does. You start to get a little worried about that, I think. Not that the shoulder injury last year was a fluke, like it was just a fluky play. But, then the back thing this spring, and he had the foot thing before he came to MLB. So I think for me, the first part of the year is let's just see him out there every day and get him used to that grind of a big league season and go from there. Because I think he's still, you and I have talked about it. Like the worst part about last year for me was he missed his learning year. He missed his year of reps and learning the league and learning the ballparks. We saw Jung Hoo. He played so many of his games indoors as a pro in Korea that outdoor day games were a struggle for him. And it's not like he botched plays, but like he needs reps of looking up into the bright sun at 2:00 in the afternoon with the wind blowing. You got to go through that. And that's what he lost last year. So I'm not expecting like an MVP season from him statistically, because I still think he's got some learning to do to get to a higher level. I just want to see him stay on the field and do that learning firsthand. And I think that'll be a huge success. I really believe in the guy's talent level. I think he is a very talented athlete. He's much stronger than he looks in uniform. You watch him from the stands and you kind of think he's not a big guy. And then you stand next to him and go, okay, that's different. He is a twitchy athlete who's got a combination of athleticism and true baseball skill. I think his ceiling is really high.
Voice of the Giants, Dave Fleming, with us here on the Morning Roast on opening day as the Giants get set to do battle with the Reds in Cincinnati. Dave, you talked about the young pitchers that this Giants team has. Kyle Harrison didn't even make the opening day roster, and Hayden Birdsong's in the bullpen, and I know you're a fan of Landon Root. But beyond Logan Webb, there are fair questions about everybody else in the starting five. Verlander's 42, and Robbie Ray has Tommy John in the recent past, and then you've got Jordan Hicks, who hasn't pitched as a starter in a full season, and then you've got the young guys. So what do you expect from this starting group, obviously beyond Logan Webb? He's going to give you 30 starts, but how do you expect the other four positions to shake out this year?
Well, the path to the Giants being a really good team this year is through those guys, and not just those five. It's almost a 100% certainty that it'll be more than those five who constitute the Giants starting staff this year. But the path for the Giants to be a really good team right now. I mean, I'm not saying this is a building year. The Giants have playoff expectations, but they are building towards something even more sustainable than what they have right now. But the path this year is those guys carrying the water, and they can do it. Justin Verlander looks like, I'm not saying he looks like MVP Verlander because that guy was on a different plane, but he looks like the guy from 2 years ago who was still one of the better pitchers in the league. And Robbie Ray looks really good and healthy, and I think in better shape than he was. Last year he was really strong. I think this year he looks like he's in better shape, sort of different conditioning coming into this year. Hicks, almost the opposite way. Jordan looks stronger to me, and he's got this sort of idea that he's going to let it all hang and not kind of dial back like he did last year. I mean, he's going to throw. I'm not saying he's going to throw like a closer at all times, but I think he's going to be more max effort as a starter. I have high hopes for that group. I think they've got way more upside than most baseball experts are giving them credit for.
I would agree with you, and I understand all of the red flags and everything. I love Hayden Birdsong so much. I want him to get into that rotation at some point. I'm looking at the bullpen though, Flem, and obviously Ryan Walker was excellent last year. Excellent. The guy who really disappointed and became extremely polarizing was Camilo Doval. And I've only seen a couple of games, because they've only broadcasted so many. He looks completely different to me. His mechanics look clean. He doesn't look rattled by the pitch clock. He wasn't shaken off the catcher 7 or 8 different times. He was throwing strikes. He had an awful season last year, almost a 5 ERA. I feel like he's the biggest bounce back candidate on the team. And if he's good to great, this bullpen can be great. What do you think when I say that?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, and I think he's a big X factor for this team because we sort of know going in what kind of games are the Giants going to be playing. The Giants are not going to be playing a lot of 10 to 8 games. They aren't. Ballpark dictates that. The roster dictates that. So they're going to be playing close games and lower scoring games. And if you have Walker, Rogers, Doval, forget everybody else. I mean, they have other talented arms. Randy Rodriguez has a lot of upside. Eric Miller had a great year last year. I'm putting those guys aside. If you just have in the final 3 innings, in whatever combo you need to use them day to day, Walker, Doval at his regular level, and Tyler Rogers, that's an awesome combo. You can win a ton of games late by just having those 3. But the key is Camilo's got to be himself. And I don't know. You and I talked a lot about this last year. I don't want to say something that sounds too harsh or too mean, but I could see it coming last year. He just wasn't as focused as he needed to be. I don't know why that was. I'm not putting the blame necessarily solely on him. You're an athlete. You got to take some of that blame. Whatever was going on, you could see it coming. And a lot of it was that lack of attention to details, whether it was warming up on time or base runners at first. Now, is he going to be perfect at that stuff this year? I don't know that he is. But I do believe he's in a better frame of mind to be a dominator than he was last year. So for him, we know the talent level. Guy's got an amazing arm. It's that other stuff that needs to get cleaned up, and I think it's mostly been cleaned up.
It's funny that you kind of subtly threw that in there. It's not just Camilo. A lot of these guys, they struggle to hold runners on, and then they have the high leg kick, and it makes it nearly impossible for Bailey to be able to throw anyone out because guys are getting such a great jump, and with the limited amount of throwovers and stuff, I guess where I'm going is they've shored up their defense. Right? They've gotten a little more pop in the lineup by guys coming through and signing Adames. It's the little things for this team. Defense up the middle, which I feel like is improved. Throwing strikes, and you've got some strike throwers and Robbie Ray and Verlander coming back. And then all of the little details in the margins. This team was just awful, awful the last couple of years. And that's the one thing that I think baseball guys, you got a baseball guy at the top of the list in Buster Posey. I'm really hoping that the attention to details of all the things you're referencing and alluding to are just tightened up. They can win an extra 5 to 10 games off just that alone. It sounds obscene to say out loud, but I feel like that's right.
You are what you emphasize. You are. It's true. And I'm not, this sounds like me killing somebody else that I'm not in the 49ers locker room every day, but you've got a head coach who's a brilliant head coach with the 49ers who hates special teams and doesn't want to deal with it. So what do you get? You get the worst special teams in the league because you don't emphasize it. You are what you emphasize. And the Giants over the last few years, whatever, lip service has been paid to it, have not done a good enough job of emphasizing that stuff. And there has to be, it's not just talking about it, there has to be accountability to it too. And so, we'll see how tough-minded the Giants are when some players stop doing those things. And we'll see if there's consequences to that. My favorite thing about spring training this year was there was real, actual competition. Guys were pissed at the end of spring training who didn't make this team, who expected to make this team. And I don't blame them for being mad. And I'm glad that they're mad. You should want to be in the big leagues. But that is a good, healthy precedent to set. Christian Koss is on this opening day roster. He was on nobody's radar at the start of spring. And you know what he did? He went out there, and every single time they gave him a chance, he showed his best stuff. He was an excellent defender all spring. He put the barrel on the ball. He got guys in. He had the situational at bats. Everything that they talked about, this kid did it. And so what do? You back up what you're saying, and you reward him by putting him on the team. And I really like the precedent that sets.
Dave, if I were to ask you, like last year, no one saw Ryan Walker having the year that he had. No one saw Elliot Ramos having the year that he had. I mean, I gave up on him, and I feel foolish having done so. If you were to, and it's a dark horse, random kid. Who's the guy, either in the minors or on this roster, that could have a bust-out year if you had to, randomly pick one, a dark horse guy? Is it a Wisenhunt, an Eldridge, a Matos, Luciano, someone I'm not thinking of? Who would you bet on?
Yeah, that's a good hard question because there are fewer spots this year. There are. And I don't feel like Birdsong counts. I think Birdsong's going to get his chance, and I think he's going to take advantage of his chance at some point. And Roop doesn't count. He's on the radar now, not off the radar. Carson Wisenhunt looks the part to me. I think that guy is ready to go. And they just, not only did they not have room for him on the opening day roster, they hardly had room for him to really get him in games during camp. He got in some games, but not enough. I do believe that guy is going to be a contributor this year to the major league team. I think a guy who's on the roster who nobody talks about, who is really talented, is Randy Rodriguez. I like him. I like his attitude. I like his approach. I think Randy is a valuable part of this team right now and is going to be more and more valuable as it goes along. And I'll give you one more who I just have a hunch at some point is going to help the Giants, and that's Wade Meckler. I am a believer in this guy. I am a believer in Wade Meckler. I think he brings some stuff that's different and weird, and he's a hard player to evaluate, and he's not big, and he doesn't have a lot of power. I believe in his talent level and drive, and I think he's going to help this team at some point.
Hey, Flem, we'll get you out of here with this one. I know you said the Giants have playoff expectations, and that is right, and hope springs eternal, but you're in a pretty rough division. You got the Dodgers, you've got the Padres, you got the Diamondbacks. What's realistic expectations for this Giants team? What do you think is fair?
If you pass even one of those teams in the final standings, to me, you've accomplished something. That's how tough the division is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying their goal is to finish third. It is not their goal. But if they do leapfrog even one of those three teams, they will have done some good stuff this year. That's how hard the division is. My goal for this team, just asking me, is forget about them. Forget about forget about your direct competition. I'm not saying those games aren't going to be important. I'm saying there's been too much around here. Our fans, our franchise, all of us, me included, way too much whining and thinking about the Dodgers especially, but everybody else. Forget about that. Focus on who you are, the best version of you, and let the rest take care of itself. And I think it's just a much healthier way to be. Have your own vision of yourself. Don't try to match star power or this and that or young guy versus young guy. Forget about that. Like, focus on being the best version of you, and it can be a successful year for the Giants. I like the direction they're going. I think good things are coming for this team. Whether that manifests itself in a ton of wins this year, we'll see. The competition is extremely stiff. But my mantra for myself this year is to stop worrying about that and just worry about the stuff in front of this team and see where that goes.
Great stuff, Flem. Hey, it's great to hear your voice, and we'll catch up with you every week this year.
See you, pal. Bring home a win.
We got a parade starting in a few minutes here in Cincinnati. This franchise started in 1869. The Giants started in 1883. This is the 143rd year of Giants baseball.
Wow.
Think about that for a minute, that we're starting today. That is pretty. The world was a little different when the Giants started, and here we are, still carrying, still passionate about this team. I think that's pretty cool.
Dave, I'll save it for next week. The City Connects. They need to call me up. I will help them. We just need to go. The Chrissy Mathewson all-black New York Giant ones from the early 1900s would have been better than what they did. That's for another conversation at another time. I'm so pumped for today. Go Giants!
Yeah, no City Connect focus today. Let's focus on opening day. We can get to that. See you guys.
All right, thanks, Dave. That was Dave Fleming, brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Again, that's Dave Fleming, brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply. It's great to hear Dave Fleming's voice.
So what did he say that I said to all of you guys this morning about the Reds?
Oh,
I go, guys, this is one of the original baseball clubs. Like, I get geeked out over the history of baseball.
Opening day in Cincinnati is a big deal.
It's huge. It's freaking awesome. And I'm just so pumped, man. It's just, God, I'm so pumped. He threw some dark horse names. I mean, he thinks Carson was
Meckler.
Wade Meckler blew my mind.
Wow.
Number
one.
Okay,
Dave. I respect it.
And then obviously Carson Whisenhunt, not only like being a pitcher for the future, like this year.
He said he expects him to have very confident he's going to have an impact this year on the big club.
My jaw almost dropped.
He also said and this is a quote, I wrote it down, quote, the Giants really believe they have the best left side of the infield in baseball.
I mean, it's
up there for sure.
If you're sincere and you go around baseball and you look like, okay, the Cardinals, I think have an argument. They have a very young shortstop
Mason Wynn,
who's, he's been up for 5 seconds, but Nolan Arenado is one of the best players at the position in the history of the game. Defensively. I'm talking about, like, if you look at the metrics and the gold gloves and all that, he's fantastic. I don't say that flippantly. Fantastic. The Yankees have a good young shortstop. They have no third baseman. Yeah. That is their big hole, okay? The Orioles, maybe with Gunnar, maybe. Up the middle, Texas Rangers, Seager and Simeon. Young is their third baseman, I think, currently this year. Maybe not. I don't know if he's going to play there this year. He's been hurt. Machado doesn't really play defense anymore. Bogarts was there. I don't know. Devers in Boston. I know they signed what's-his-face. Come on, who did they just sign? The Boston Red Sox.
Devers is going to DH, isn't he?
He was their third baseman.
Yeah.
I mean, he signed like a $300 million deal, but didn't they just sign somebody and they're going to move him over? Come on. Who did they just sign who was sitting there waiting forever? The kid Bregman. They got Bregman.
Yeah.
And Trevor Story, I believe, is going to play shortstop. I'm just trying to go around baseball. Look at Bo Bichette and who? There's not a lot of names. I think that he might be right.
For it. They got a case for it, no doubt.
I love Francisco Lindor. I don't know who is going to play third for the Mets every single day, currently off the top of my head.
Vientos? Their young guy?
Yeah.
Who had a good close to last year?
Yeah. Obviously, you got Trey Turner in Philly and Bohm. Those guys, I think, have their name in the hat. Alec Bohm is a really good ball player. Trey Turner's a really good ball player. Who else? I'm going around off the top of my head in baseball here.
Bobby Witt for the Royals, but they don't have much of a third baseman.
Bobby Witt's so sick.
He is amazing. He might take the cake just because he's that good individually.
Yes.
But yeah, at worst, the Giants have, I don't know, top 3 left side of the infield in baseball.
100%.
When was the last time we were able to say that about the Giants? It was probably when Crawford and Pablo at the top of their powers.
Duffy was pretty well. Evan Longoria, for as much as he got hurt, was a great defensive third baseman.
You want to say 2016 Crawford and Longo?
Yeah. He was a great defensive third baseman.
I don't hate it.
Yeah. No, I love that. These guys have more range.
Yeah.
Longo was a little, older.
And then what you expect those guys to do with the plate as well.
Yes.
Better than what you were hoping for from Longo and Crawford.
I think he might be right there. God, I'm just so pumped.
He said a lot.
I'm so pumped.
He said Willie Adames, his work ethic is infectious in a shaming way, as in like, I'm working this hard. You have to be working this hard as a result. He sets the standard in the clubhouse.
You haven't heard the Paul Skeens, what he used to do at LSU?
What did he do at LSU?
He would walk in and be like, I've lifted 3 times today. What have you done? Like right in your face. Yeah, but that's like the whole attitude.
Shame them into working harder.
Yeah, I kind of love that.
He said, quote, Verlander looks like the guy from 2 years ago when he was still one of the best pitchers in the league.
I love the old gunslingers. I'm a sucker for them. I always feel like an old pitcher can always have a year. Not
give us 1 year.
Just give me a year. God, this is the Reds.
He says the Giants have playoff expectations. And then I asked him specifically what's fair, and he said, forget the competition, which I get where he's coming from, but
look at the extra playoff spots. All you have to do is be in the mix in September.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, as we saw. And like the Arizona Diamondbacks just a couple of years ago.
Went all the way to the World Series.
They were an 84-win team.
Because they caught fire in September.
So anything can happen. You don't have to win 110. As we saw, they won 107 and they got bounced in 5. So anything can happen. I want to be the hottest team going in. And I look at it and I say to myself, like, this team has so dramatically changed. The one spot that everyone's going to eye roll is going to be first base and DH. So if Encarnacion can come back, or maybe they can swing a deal for a legitimate DH, I think they'll be taken a lot more serious. I really do. I think when you read Yaz, Ramos, 1 year wonder, Jung Hoo Lee, we just don't know. I think a lot of people are like, we'll see. And I understand that skepticism.
Yeah. I'm just so excited to watch Giants baseball again, Shasky.
I know.
I'm so fired up. There's so many great opening day moments. I'll remember this one. You brought up Mark DeRosa earlier because he's one of the long list of left fielders that have started opening day after Barry Bonds. I remember randomly, I distinctly remember the 2010 opening day, and I didn't know that it was going to lead to a World Series. But the Giants were in Houston versus the Astros. It was DeRosa and Huff were the offseason acquisitions, and we know what Aubrey Huff became, but he was very valuable to that Giants team. And Mark DeRosa hit a home run that opening day, and I think he went opposite way to right in Houston. And I remember thinking, oh my God, the Giants got a pair of veterans paired with this young pitching staff. They're going to do things this year. And then, of course, D-Row broke his wrist and didn't play the majority of the season. But I distinctly remember that opening day. Timmy shoved, as he always did. DeRosa hit a homer, and the Giants won like 6-2 or 6-3 or something like that. I distinctly remember that opening day. It's very random.
No, I love it.
But I remember
it. They
it.
won 5-2. I'm looking at it right now. Here's your starters. Now, remember, Posey finished the season as Rookie of the Year, and they went on to win the World Series. We know that Torres was in center, and listen to this lineup, and it's in no order. Molina catching, Huff at first, Uribe at short, Sandoval at third, Uribe at second base, Renneria at shortstop, who was hurt almost that whole year, DeRosa, Rowan, John Bowker. John Bowker. That team changed dramatically within that season.
Oh, yeah.
God, that's crazy.
Amazing. Random. 2010 opening day.
Okay, last year's opening day lineup. Let's just take a look here. Last year, Bailey Wade, Estrada, Chapman, Nick Ahmed, Conforto, Jung Hoo Lee, Yaz, with Soler as your DH.
Soler.
In 1 year, they've changed a lot.
Nick Ahmed. Wow.
I mean, think about this. Like catcher, I think Bailey's better this year than he will be next year. He's got the seasoning. Wade, let's just say he's stagnant.
Catcher, first base, third base, center fielder are the same. And yes, right fielder. Everything else is different.
Nick Ahmed, we've upgraded. Second base, I feel like they've upgraded. Yeah. DH, I don't know. I know everyone dogs Soler. I'd probably rather have Soler DHing than Wilmer Flores.
We could have a debate about that for sure. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we're broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And joining us now in the Laughing Monk Studios is Matt Lively on the River Islands guest line. Matt Lively, of course, KPIX sports anchor and broadcaster. He joins us here on 95.7 The Game, as all guests do on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Of course, all of us here at 95.7 The Game partnering with KPIX for their bracket challenge. And I got to read off some of the key people in the standings right now, Shasky, because Matt Steinmetz is in first. You're in third, so you're in the running for this thing.
I think I'm tied, technically.
Oh, you're tied.
For second.
Technically. Okay. Well, you're up there. You're close.
Yeah. Well, technically, also, I didn't make the picks. It's me, Michelle, and LJ.
Okay.
We
the Shasky family.
Absolutely. As a collective.
Okay, I like it. And then who's joining us right now? Matt Lively. He's in seventh. So, maybe he's got a way to climb up the standings here in the Sweet 16. But Matt Lively joins us now here on the River Islands guest line. Matt, appreciate the time. How you doing? Happy opening day and happy Sweet 16 day.
What's going on, guys? One of the best days in sports. Sweet 16 coinciding with opening day. Gotta love it.
So, all right, we've got a bracket challenge going on. For the audience that doesn't know what's going on, let's try to break it down. Your channel does this huge bracket challenge with all of the different hosts and people, and you guys have invited us at 95.7 The Game to be a part of it?
That's right, and we've been battling each other. I think we battled each other last year as well, in which I think I finished at the very bottom, or very close to the very bottom of this bracket challenge. So I'm pretty happy with being in seventh place, which I believe is really fourth place when you iron out all the tied for second, tied for third. And also, I think I have a pretty unique bracket going forward. Maybe not unique. I have Duke winning, but the other teams that are there, I think I have a good chance of making some big jumps. Because if I finish behind Shasky, I'm not sure if I can live that down.
Yeah, I don't think you can. So what's your biggest differentiator? What's the biggest upset you got the rest of the way?
Why is it unique?
I have Texas Tech beating Florida, which I don't think a lot of people have Texas Tech even beating Arkansas tonight or getting out of this region. So I think Texas Tech, if I can get them to the Final Four, I think I have a good shot at winning. I've got Michigan State in my national championship game, which they've got kind of a rough stretch because they've got to get through Auburn. But I am pretty bland. I am taking Duke to win the national championship because they're just better than everybody. But it's been a pretty chalky March Madness. I mean, I was hoping Colorado State would come here to San Francisco, and then they get beat at the buzzer by Maryland. But it's been a really chalky March Madness. But I think the tournament as a whole, there's some really, really fun games to watch this weekend.
So are you going out to Chase Center today? My boy Brent said that he watched Florida practice the other day because Todd Golden and him had kids in the same class when he was living out here coaching at USF. And I feel like, Florida's got a great advantage because the coach knows the terrain out here and has all the hookups.
Totally. I'll be there tonight. I was there yesterday, and I was asking all those Florida guys. It's pretty fun because, Todd Golden's head coach / tour guide. He takes them to Original Joe's, not the Westlake one, Shasky. I know you're a big Westlake guy. I think they went to the one in North Beach.
Shout out the Dugan family. Shout out the Dugan family. What do you get when you go to Original Joe's? Now I have to ask.
I'm going to throw you for a loop here. You ready? I don't think if I gave you 100 guesses, you could guess what I get at Original Joe's.
The steak alla Bruno.
I get the chicken pot pie.
What? That's only on Tuesdays, I thought.
No, the one in the marina, there's a little bit more flexibility.
Gotcha.
The chicken pot pie is outrageous. I mean, they're all vodka as well, and their chicken parm are delicious. But I'm definitely, I love their chicken pot pie.
Really? That is kind of surprising. I'm not going to lie. That's surprising.
100 guesses, you wouldn't have taken that one.
No, I wouldn't have. I will tell you this. Original Joe's to go, when I order Uber Eats, we do it once a week. Michelle will order the pizza. I'll either go rotisserie chicken or slice of lasagna. I'm now doing a read for Original Joe's. Keep going.
No free pub on these networks. But I mean, hey, listen, they went to Chrissy Field. They saw the Golden Gate Bridge. A lot of them wanted to see what they referenced as the jail, also known as Alcatraz, which maybe if they win tonight, they'll have some time, maybe tomorrow, to go see Alcatraz. But it's pretty cool for Todd Golden. He also played at St. Mary's. Shockingly enough, he left as their free throw percentage leader, which was then broken by Matthew Dellavedova. But I asked his players, I said, if you could guess, there was one stat he was the all-time leader in. None of them knew. They actually guessed turnovers, just to show that relationship. They got a good relationship with Coach Golden, so they're very relaxed. I think that's a huge positive when you are on this big stage. You're playing at Chase Center, and the team is just relaxed and having a good time. It's very good vibes for the Florida Gators yesterday.
Speaking of Chase Center and vibes, I know the Warriors aren't at Chase Center, but they've suffered a couple of losses in a row. You concerned? Is it time to panic or no big deal? Just a couple of losses without Steph.
Couple of losses without Steph. Listen, I think Steph and I basically had the exact same injury. I was skiing in January, absolutely ate it down the mountain. Those pelvic contusions are no joke. I hope they gave him a little donut pillow to fly with on the flight. But I mean, he's going to be coming back here, and they've got a couple of games that you're happy he's coming back. I mean, it's the Pelicans and the Spurs next. Those are 2 wins. Even without Steph, you hope they get those wins. If not, then you should probably be concerned. But that comes right before maybe the toughest stretch they have, where they've got the Grizzlies, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Rockets, the Suns. And that down the stretch the next 2 weeks is pretty brutal. But I'm not concerned. They're in 7th right now. Do you really think Jimmy Butler's not going to get them out of the play-in tournament if they had to play in it? I still think they get into the top 6. I really do.
I hope. I mean, at this point, I've watched the Warriors just break my heart so many times the last couple of years. I'm not getting my hopes up for anything. I want to avoid the play-in at all costs, period. That's all I want to do.
I love that they finished with the Clippers because that really, I mean, they're right there. They're neck and neck. I love that their final game is against the Clippers.
Yeah, but they own us. I don't feel comfortable with that. I want to have a cushion. I don't want to deal with Harden, Kawhi, the Warrior killer, and the referees.
But maybe that's what they need. I think that's why I like it so much. It's like if they beat the Clippers to take the 6, what a way to go into the postseason.
Yeah,
that's everything you need right there. Like if you really want to make a deep postseason run, you need that defining game that says, okay, we're here, we're legit. I think that's that game.
Yeah, we'll see. A lot of big games coming up down the stretch for the Warriors. Matt, appreciate you taking some time out. We'll keep an eye on the standings. Just whatever you do, don't let Steiny win. That's all I care about. He's in first place right now. Don't let that happen. But we'll check back in, and best of luck on all your picks, okay?
Yeah, thanks, guys. No way we're letting Steiny win. You can catch us on Bracket Mountain tonight on K-Picks following the Duke-Arizona game, 9-10.
Who's joining you from 95.7 the game tonight?
I think it's Dibs today, right?
I haven't looked at the rundown. We had Gru on last week, and he was great. We had to rough him up about the Cowboys, and I figured he was also a Lakers fan and a Yankee fan. And so.
Gru from Minions or Guru?
Guru.
Oh, yeah. Was he excited?
Yeah, and I don't know where he's at in the standings. I think he's up top.
We'll have to check on him. Steiny's in first.
I wouldn't know. I'm up so high on the tower of this bracket.
Oh,
I look down on all the minions.
Oh, no, I actually just looked. He's one ahead of you.
Oh, is he ahead of me?
Let's go, Goo.
Darn it.
Go.
Yeah, you got technically tied, but the way that this presents it, he is on top of you.
Gotcha.
Oh, no.
Matt, appreciate it. Appreciate it. And we'll be watching tonight.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks. That's Matt Lively, KPIX. We got our bracket challenge going with KPIX, and the college basketball tournament is in full swing. Stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com, and be sure to tune into KPIX Game Day Center Court after the games at 9 for highlights and to see some of our 95.7 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tournament. And tonight, I can confirm it will be Dan Dibley on tonight on KPIX.
The Dibbers?
Yeah. Dibs on at 9 tonight, KPIX.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. I'm usually in bed by then. Might be, Netflix and chill by myself. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll flip it on.
I wonder where Dibs is in the standings. I'm just rooting for anybody but Steiny.
What is the thing that he's called the system? What's he call it?
Oh yeah, he's got a system.
Yeah, but if you're in dead last place or something, does the system work?
Yeah, I don't know. I think his system is more so for like laying down bets.
Not winning brackets.
Oh,
the algorithm only works for them.
That's probably what he'll say to you. Although I think the first round of the eternity, the system didn't quite work out that well for him. He's probably listening right now. He'll probably shoot you a text and let you know exactly. Oh. But we'll find out.
Yeah, find out. Effort that, Lubman.
We're efforting that, okay? We'll get the system from Dan Dibley. All right, we got plenty more time for your calls. Plus, Giants legend Dave Dravecky is coming up next.
Oh, love Dave.
It's opening day, and we're going to talk to Dave Dravecky. This is awesome. We'll do that coming up next. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Safeway. It's the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy in for Joe Spadoni. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to be at Freeman's and Plyce's this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
We'll see. It makes me very uncomfortable.
This is Big Pun from South City. You're now listening to Original Joe and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to the Morning Roast. No Spadoni today. It's Mark Randy in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky, as always, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It's opening freaking day. Let's get pumped, Shasky. How you feeling?
How am I feeling? I'm feeling great. Well, actually, I'm not. My neck's a little sore. I played a doubleheader and had practice yesterday. I actually had something happen to me yesterday that's never happened to me in the history of playing ball.
What's that?
So we're playing these young guys. Let us know when you're efforting Dave Dravecky. Can't wait to talk to him. We're in the 6th or 7th inning. I had ran around like crazy against these 20-year-olds. This young team, half of them live in Marina, half of them live in San Rafael. They're a very good team. And you know, we got a bunch of old guys on our team. We play in a 40 and over league, and then we also, as an old man team, play in the younger league as the old man team. And everyone's like, oh, the old guys, you know, and softball, anyone can beat anyone at any given time. It's not about home runs, it's about base hits. So I'm running around like crazy, and these young guys, they'll turn 1 into 2 left and right. Well, it's the last inning, and we play on a time, it's timed out. Well, I go up to bat after running around the whole bottom half of the inning. It's the top of the inning, blah, blah, blah. We're up like 10 runs or whatever. And I didn't get into the box in the appropriate amount of time. I'm standing there. I thought they were warming up, throwing a couple warm-up pitches. I got called an automatic strike.
Wow.
Because I didn't step into the box in time. I turned to the umpire. I go, Curtis, dog, I'm 43. I'm ready to go. All you have to do is say step up into the box. And I was just, everyone was laughing at me and making fun of me.
How'd that at bat end?
I flew out. Yeah.
Did you get to 2 strikes or?
Well, you start 1-1. It moves everything around. So every at bat starts 1-1.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But then, so that one started 1 and 2.
Situation.
So that just ends the at bat right there.
Well, now you're swinging at anything. You know what I mean? But you're doing that anyway.
You don't have a 2-strike approach, Shasky? What are we doing here?
Look, when you're my age and you knew you had another game after that, you're like, dude, let's just get out of this game uninjured. And now this morning, not only do my quads feel a little tight and sore, my neck's a little sore, so I think I'm going to do steam room, hot tub for an hour or so leading up to the Giants opening day. Yeah.
I know you missed that this morning.
Oh, I needed a lift too this morning, but we'll get to that at some point.
We'll get Dave Dravecky on here in just a little bit as we continue to celebrate opening day across Major League Baseball. Giants are in Cincinnati. Logan Webb on the bump. We have a Giants lineup as well. It is Lamont Wade leading off. We were throwing out a lot earlier, and we got time for your calls once we wrap up with Dave Dravecky here in a little bit as well. Favorite Giants of all time. We can run through opening day memories.
Hell yeah.
The Madison Bumgarner 2 home runs was a great one, but then it was spoiled by Mark Melanson in the bullpen at the end of that.
Who literally pitched his first inning as a Giant after saying that week, I'm not going to stretch with the team. It's like, dog, you just got here.
One of the worst contracts in Giants history, Mark Melanson.
It's a short list. It's basically Matt Morris. You probably don't even remember.
I remember Matt Morris.
Matt Morris.
What was that, like 07 or 08?
Yeah,
something like that?
He was awful. And then Armando Benitez. I would throw Denard Span in there and Aaron Rowan. But there's been a lot of bad ones. But that one was as bad. Samardzija was bad. Samardzija's biggest contribution was basically ending Michael Morris's career.
Yeah. Did you know that he played tight end at Notre Dame?
No, he played wide receiver.
Wide receiver? Oh.
Yeah, I watched him with Brady Quinn. Trust me, I remember very well. I'm a big Notre Dame Fighting Irish fan. You really tried to throw that by me?
No, that was the, did you know that Matthew Stafford and Clayton Kershaw played Little League together growing up? Every time Samardzija pitches on a nationally televised game, did you know that he played football at Notre Dame? Yes, everyone knows that.
I actually think he was better at football than he was at baseball.
He was, yeah.
And he made a lot of money in baseball. He made the right decision, but he was a sick receiver.
Yeah.
All right, dark horses for the Giants. I asked Dave Fleming that same exact question.
He threw out some crazy names.
Yeah, so for the audience that's just showing up right now, like not somebody like Willie Adames or Chapman, established players, like someone who's on the fringe of being either on the roster or is in AAA right now, who could maybe be the Elliot Ramos of 2025, who came out of nowhere and I gave up on. Like I straight up gave up on him. Who could that be for this year?
Let me bring up the full roster.
Because I've got a couple names I want to throw at you.
Give me one of them.
Luis Matos. We've heard about him year after year after year. He had a really nice spring. I don't want to make too much of it. Do you think he gets a chance this year? Do you think that this guy can somehow crack the lineup?
How do you define chance?
Like, guys get hurt. People go through slumps. Stuff happens. I just read you off the 2010 team. Think of how dramatically different the opening day lineup was to the team that we saw end the year and win it all. Think about last year's opening day lineup. And think about how we ended the year. Tyler Fitzgerald wasn't a guy I thought about, okay? I didn't think about Elliot Ramos, at all, quite frankly. Didn't know that Ryan Walker would end up being the closer. Did you?
No, of course not.
Like, did you even know who Hayden Birdsong was?
I'd heard the name, didn't know much about him.
I read the name. I never watched him pitch once. By the end of the year, I was like, yeah, I really like what I'm seeing from this guy.
The one thing about Luis Matos, I'm just concerned. He made the opening day lineup, but how often is he going to get in?
I don't know.
I know until there will be an injury.
Some stuff happens. There's a lot of innings.
And he's going to get an opportunity at some point, but I don't want to be 3 weeks into the season and he has 10 at-bats.
It's true. I just threw his name out there.
I hear you. I mean,
I'm optimistic.
He had an amazing week in the majors last year.
He was player of the
week. He had like 11 RBIs in a 2-game span.
What if I said to you, Casey Schmidt might have an opportunity?
Yeah.
The reason why I say that is you're going to need I know that they play every game, but you're going to need a backup third, shortstop.
You can also play second.
And second baseman.
Yeah.
And if Fitzgerald struggles even a little, I think that there will be an opening for Casey Schmidt. His glove is so good. All he has to do is hit just a little bit. I don't know. I'm just throwing names out there.
We can go back to that, and we can also talk about where the Giants stand in the National League and in the National League West, and what's realistic expectations for this Giants team ahead of opening day today in Cincinnati, Giants and Reds. But right now, we're honored because Dave Dravecky joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Giants great Dave Dravecky on with us here on the Morning Roast. It's Mark Randy and Joe Shasky. Dave, appreciate the time. Happy opening day. Thanks for taking the time out. How you doing today?
Yeah, doing really good, guys. Thanks for having me on. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, of course. I know we want to promote your event coming up next month, the Second Opinions 8th Annual Breakfast Benefit, A Morning with Dave Dravecky on April 11th. We'll tell everyone all the details about that and ask you to share with the audience what that event means to you. But first of all, opening day, you've been through a lot of them in your major league career. What is it like to be a part of an opening day and the pomp and circumstance of a day like today?
Oh, it's awesome. It really is, guys. As a kid from Youngstown, Ohio, just getting to the big leagues was amazing. And people often ask, well, what was your favorite ballpark? And I would say every one of them. And then, you take it another level and you go to being given the ball on opening day. And I'll never forget 1988 when Roger Craig, after spring training, came up to me and said, hey, you're our opening day pitcher. And it was Chavez Ravine, Dave Dravecky versus Fernando Valenzuela. Wow. And so, when I think about opening day, it is such a special day because it begins the journey that we look forward to every spring with the opportunity to actually get into the postseason at the end of the year. And so it's a really special time because it starts on this journey that we embark on to try and play as well as we can to get to the prize at the end of the road.
Dave, I think I speak for a lot of people my age. I grew up right near Candlestick, and those late 80s Giants teams forged my love of baseball. And the trade with you, Craig Lefferts, and Kevin Mitchell. Mitch was my guy. I loved Mitch. And all my other buddies, Will Clark. Like, you guys really took the hearts of Giants fans at that time. Obviously, the Niners have always been big, but that late 80s run that you guys went on, and you were such a big part of it, and so important. Like, do you guys still feel the love? I know you do for a lot of reasons on and off the field, but do you still feel the love from those late 80s, like the connection to guys in their 40s and 50s to those teams? Because, God, it if I bring up Robbie Thompson, Matt Williams coming up and down, and you and like no, like honestly, it means something. You know, it really does to guys my age. Do you still feel that love from Giants fans?
Oh, you better believe it. As a matter of fact, you know, the Giants, this organization is near and dear to our hearts because I'm an ambassador for the Giants. And about 15 years ago, they brought me on as one of their ambassadors, and they have several guys that connect with the fan base. And one of the most beautiful things about the San Francisco Giants is that they really understand the significance of their history as it relates to the present that then impacts the future. And that is all as a result of alumni connecting with generational fans. And so, you know, we've lost those original guys in the context of the ambassador, the Willie Mayeses and the McCubbies and the Cepedas, but it's moving to the next generation. And you know, my dad was that fan of Willie Mays that he introduced me to that club. And then, you know, I'm introducing my son, and now my grandson is involved. So yes, we as players love the connection at we're in our 50s and 60s with the fans that went through that with us. That means so much to us as alumni. And the older you get, the more you realize the significance of it. Because, you know, for so many, they're just forgotten. But as a Giant, you're never forgotten.
No.
And that's because the fan base and how they look at this wonderful thing called the San Francisco Giants.
Dave, you're getting me emotional here because, like, I'm taking my son next week. You know, he's a year and a half or so old, and I lost my dad this year. My dad used to take me to games at Candlestick. I told you we lived right down the way, and we would sit out in the family pavilion, you know, for $1, and we'd play catch, and there'd be nobody in the stands, literally nobody in the stands, and we'd be booing the hell out of Tommy Lasorda coming out of that crummy bullpen out of the side, and like, I think that's the part about opening day is, like, I think of the familial ties and everything. But where I'm going at this is, as an ambassador of the Giants, do you just marvel at the stadium that they've built? Because coming from Candlestick and how dusty and crusty and old and windy and crappy that it was, to see, like, it is a gem. It looks like it's been there 150 years, yet it still feels brand new. I marvel at it every time I see it. I pinch myself, and I'm bringing my kid there next week, and it's just, there's something about opening day and the ritual of going through it, and I appreciate you bringing up your father when you brought that up.
Yeah, you know, I've recently lost my dad, and so when I think about being raised as a young boy and my dad being actively involved in my love of baseball, and I think about Oracle Park, and I think about coming from Youngstown, Ohio, where we didn't play on the best of fields, and I think about being a big leaguer and playing on all those amazing ballparks, to think that now there's a place like Oracle Park, which is, you know, I mean, it's the most beautiful park in all of Major League Baseball. And when you go to the games and you sit, it's intimate and it feels you're connected. Fans, I mean, now when I go as a fan and I watch the games, it's amazing how connected you feel to your team just because of that ballpark and the way it's been constructed. Everything feels so intimate. It feels like a family. And so it's been such a wonderful thing to be able to experience post-career. But I have to be honest. Okay, guys, my favorite ballpark was Candlestick.
Why?
And here's why. Okay, I was a sinker ball pitcher. Roger Craig made sure the grass was thick in the infield. And so, you know, I'm throwing pitches that guys are hitting into the ground, and it's slowing the ball down through the infield so that it's a much easier play for the guys that were playing in the infield. And so I loved pitching there. I loved the elements of San Francisco. The colder it was, the better it was for me to pitch, because when I played for the Padres, Tony Gwynn, when we would go into Candlestick, he always said, this is the worst place to hit. And I thought to myself, if I ever become a Giant, I'm going to use that psychological edge, knowing how much guys, if Tony hated it, everybody else was going to hate it.
That is great.
So I loved pitching in Candlestick.
That's amazing. Dave Dravecky with us here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Dave, I'm curious. You were teammates with a lot of great Giants in your tenure in San Francisco. Will Clark, Robbie Thompson, Kevin Mitchell, to name a few. Who's your favorite teammate while you were a Giant?
Elly, hands down. He's still to this day my best friend in baseball. But here's the thing that has been really cool being out of the game. And, as a player, pitchers hung with pitchers. I mean, you guys get that.
Yeah.
The regulars hung with each other, and so there were these little cliques, and it was just guys you don't hang with everybody, so you find your guys, and those are the guys you hang with during the course of a season. But when you retire, it's really interesting what happens, because I stay connected with Elly, but I stay more connected with Will Clark, Robbie Thompson, Kevin Mitchell, all those guys, than I do with some of the other pitchers, Brett Butler. And it's been amazing how those relationships have developed post-career. And it's been wonderful, to be honest with you. Absolutely wonderful, because I didn't hang out with Robbie Thompson and Bob Melvin and Matt Williams and Will Clark and all those guys. I didn't hang out with those guys. I was hanging out with Scotty Gereltz. I was hanging out with Elly Hammaker. And so now postseason, just because of the dynamics of our lives and getting older, having kids, going through struggles, these guys become really good friends. And that's what's been really cool as a Giant, is the connection with those teammates. And so I just feel so grateful, being a part of this organization. They've invited me into this family, and it's been away from home. It's my family. And I absolutely love those guys. I love the staff, the people that are working in the organization. There's so many of them that I get to relate to and build relationship with, and just grateful that Larry Bear has allowed for me to be a part of this incredible family, along with Mario Alioto when he was there. So it's been really cool. And Jason Pearl, all those guys in the front office, and then, on the field, those guys too as well. It's been wonderful.
All-time legend, Dave Dravecky. I mean, Giants fans are out here just like they're glued to their radios and their YouTubes and everything, watching and listening to you right now. Just going on. You brought up Bob Melvin. Believe me, I want to get into Elly Hammaker and how unfortunately the Freddie Lynn home run just hangs over his head, and he was so much better than that, and no one gives him love. I love Elly Hammaker. Bob Melvin, take me back to the first day you met him, because he's the manager right now of the Giants. And, I love hearing these old school stories. So take me back to the beginning of when you met him. Where were you? What'd you think of him? And how has he changed since now that he's obviously 40 years later?
Well, when I came over, that's when I met Bob in the trade. And I don't know specifically how that all happened, to be honest with you. But I do know that I loved him behind the dish. When you get a catcher that so quickly discovers who you are and then works with you, and there's a rhythm that you develop really quick, it makes pitching very easy. At least it did for me. Now, it didn't mean the results would be good, but when you've got somebody who's on the same page with you, that's a significant thing. And Bob Melvin, it's indicative of why Bob is the manager today and has been such a successful manager in the game of baseball. And so, those experiences with him were absolutely incredible. And the thing I love about Bob, which is what I think is indicative of the Giants way, is that Bob this spring has invited many, many of the alumni back in uniform to help these young men understand what it means to be a Giant. And Bob gets it. And obviously with Buster at the helm as the president of baseball ops and wanting to bring those guys back to reconnect like his experience was when he would be in the clubhouse and Willie Mays was there, or a McCovey would come in, or a Cepeda, or a Gaylord Perry. He wants that to be a big part of who we are as a family. And that history means something to him. And he wants to see the influence of that connect with these younger players so they don't forget that it's not about the name on the back of their uniform that's significant. It's the name on the front of the uniform, Giants, that is significant for them. But when they learn the value of being able to play together as a team wearing that uniform with the name on the front, all of a sudden good things start happening to the name on the back. And that's the beauty of the Giants way that I think Buster wants to permeate throughout the organization into the minor leagues. And Bo Mel is at the helm at the big league level doing that by bringing guys in and connecting them. Bo Mel gets all over me when I come into San Francisco and spend time with the fans if I don't step into a locker room to say hello.
I love that.
That's amazing. And
so,
yeah,
it's a beautiful thing.
It really is. And fans love hearing that. And I think you were touching on something good there at the end that I wanted to follow up on. Obviously, the Giants fans love those good feelings and love seeing you involved and seeing Will Clark involved and Matt Williams, of course, and Bob Melvin and all these legendary Giants that are still involved in the organization. And it makes everyone feel good. And that Giants vibe feels like it's coming back. But you were talking about it a little bit. How can something like that help this team that's trying to make a name for itself and so many young players that are trying to break through for the first time? How can that environment make life easier for that group and for this team in general?
Well, I think it's indicative of what happens to a team when you have chemistry. And so what they're trying to create is an understanding that we're in this together. And so you may be young and you may have veterans, but at the end of the day, you have to come together. And I think that is at the center of understanding where the success is going to come from. It's not necessarily looking at the end of the road to a World Series. It's about the process in getting there. And the only way that you can get there is if you learn to love one another on that team because you have a common goal in mind. And that's to pick each other up during the course of any game throughout the season. And Krukow and Kipe speak to this a lot to us as fans. It's understanding that how many times have you heard Krukow say, next man up, keep the line moving, put the ball in play, just keep the line moving. Well, that's what these young kids need to understand, and they get that when all of a sudden the alumni are connecting and the veteran players that are in that locker room are speaking into this. I mean, how amazing is it that you got Willie Adames? First of all, the dude's always smiling. I want that guy on my team. I mean, he's a Pablo Sandoval. Happy. Love the game. Enjoy the game. That's why we play the game. It's for love of the game. And at the end of the day, you got a Justin Verlander. How much wealth of wisdom and knowledge does he have as a pitcher that he can pour into these young kids that have such great arms? And the thing that I love about what is happening is that they're now trying to get these starters to go longer in games, which thrills me to no end, is to finally get some length out of our starters and get guys to go in the 6th and 7th inning. And when you got Logan Webb and Verlander and Robbie Ray going out there, what do you think that's going to do to those young kids when those guys are going 7 and 8 innings or 6 and 7 innings, and those kids are out there and they're going, man, I want to follow suit. So that's the beauty of the dynamic of what's happening with this organization. I don't know what it's going to lead to, but I would not count them out in getting a postseason slot.
Wow. I love that. Dave, I want to speak on behalf of, I'm in my 40s, and I remember your playing career quite fondly and your comeback and everything that went into that and what happened to you and losing your arm and just you've been an inspiration for a lot of people. And every time that you're out there at Oracle Park and you go out in front of the fans, you always get a standing ovation. But I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that your story and the way that you've conducted yourself over the last 30 years, inspirational doesn't even begin to describe it. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the Giants fans. You've been a great Giant on and off the field, and you embody everything that's good, not only in the sport of baseball, but in this world. And I just appreciate you, man, and I just want you to know that.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. That means an awful lot. You've touched my heart with those words, so thank you for that encouragement. It means an awful lot to me, and it's because this organization and the fans of San Francisco mean a lot to Jan and I. When we were going through the hardest of times, you all reached out with your love and your prayers and your support, and that was a big part of us getting through the very difficult season in our life where we battled cancer and lost a career and ultimately an arm. And so there's a fond love that Dave and Jan Dravecky have for the people of San Francisco and the Bay Area.
We love you back.
Yeah, it goes both ways, and you're still inspiring to this day. You've got the Second Opinions 8th Annual Breakfast Benefit, A Morning with Dave Dravecky, coming up Friday, April 11th, 8 to 10:30 in the morning at the Jewish Community Center here in San Francisco. The Second Opinion is a nonprofit that has been providing free, comprehensive second opinions to cancer patients since 1969, and this breakfast benefit, again, Friday, April 11th, beginning at 8 in the morning at the Jewish Community Center here in SF. That helps raise critical funds to provide this service. On an awesome thing that you guys are doing. Just talk to us a little bit about this event, what it means, and how it's helping the community.
Yeah, I think this is a significant event, and here's why. Because a second opinion for me literally made the difference in the journey that I was on battling cancer. And I'm not saying that the people who were handling me as the primary, when I went to get that second medical opinion, did anything wrong, but it was through that second medical opinion I learned something new about my situation that led me to make a decision that would ultimately help me to get through this. And I'm so grateful for the encouragement to get that second medical opinion, because it's always important when you're battling with something physical and you're trying to make a decision on what's best moving forward, to make sure that you get more than one opinion. And most doctors out there are very supportive of that, because it helps them as well as the patient to understand that we're on the same page. And so that second opinion is critical. And the work of this organization has been significant since 1969. And so it's so important for people to understand the value of the second opinion. And this is what they offer. This is what the beauty of what that day will be about, is understanding the gift that they offer to patients who need to understand whether or not they're in the right place and to get the right care. And so that second opinion helps them to formulate a wise decision in relationship to their health. And so it's a privilege and an honor for me to be able to come there and speak to the issue through my own personal experience, but encourage people to support the wonderful work of this organization called Second Opinion.
That's amazing, Dave. Inspiring story. You're still inspiring to this day, and we appreciate you taking out some time on opening day. Thanks so much, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, you got it. Please come out, man. Look forward to seeing you at Second Opinion. I'll be signing autographs, too. Come and get one.
Awesome.
Let's go. Dave Dravecky, all-time Giant legend.
Amazing. I'll read off a little more information about this event. It's the Second Opinion's 8th Annual Breakfast Benefit, A Morning with Dave Dravecky, Friday, April 11th, 8 to 10:30 in the morning at the Jewish Community Center here in San Francisco. The Second Opinion is a nonprofit that has been providing free, comprehensive second opinions to cancer patients since 1969, and the breakfast benefit itself is the big fundraiser that makes this nonprofit possible. And as you heard Dave Dravecky say, every attendee will receive a Dave Dravecky baseball card, and Dave will be on hand to sign it. To purchase tickets, go to thesecondopinion.org, or you can call 415-775-9956, 415-775-9956, or online at thesecondopinion.org. That is the Second Opinion's 8th Annual Breakfast Benefit, A Morning with Dave Dravecky, Friday, April 11th, 8 to 10:30. That's a special human being right there.
I mean, incredible. It's impossible to not almost get choked up there.
Oh, my God.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, what he went through. And, you know, it's look, there's a time and a place to laugh and have fun, right? And I love to have fun and goof off and laugh and all that stuff. But as I look on my screen and I see, you know, Pat McAfee talking to LeBron, and they're going out of their way to blast Brian Windhorst, you know, it really puts into perspective how ridiculous it is when you're talking to someone who lost his arm to a real life thing, cancer, and battled back from it to pitch, only to lose his arm later on the mound. Like, we all watched what happened. And it just puts all these things into perspective and how absurd sometimes when you're in the rat race of sports, and we do this for a living, and you open up the internet and how ridiculous the internet can be.
It's so caught up in the drama of it all.
But in the real life, in the real world, when you step away from the internet and you go out and meet people, there are many more Dave Draveckys of the world. Now, he's unique. He's a unicorn. But I'm saying real people who really care and go through life things, because we all have someone in our family who's going through something medically. Something at all times. And I said to him that he's an inspiration. He really is an inspiration.
No doubt he is.
So many people I know that have gone through some real life stuff. There's ways of dealing with it, and some people react differently and negatively, or it ruins their life, and to see someone like him and to see how he's attacked life since that, remarkable doesn't even begin to describe it.
No doubt. That was amazing. I'm honored to be here on the show with you and to have the opportunity to talk to Dave Dravecky. Heard a lot of stories from my dad growing up, watching him pitch. And I know his Giants career wasn't the longest.
No.
And wasn't the most storied in terms of what he accomplished on the mound, but the impact that he had on this area, definitely amazing.
He flippantly just said, not flippantly, he just said it opening day, me and Fernando Valenzuela, Giants, Dodgers.
The stories that this guy has.
1988,
amazing.
we win 5-1. Fernando Mania, for those that don't, whatever you think Linsanity was, whatever you think that you see when it comes to Steph Curry and how in Miami, everybody's wearing Steph Curry jerseys. Fernando Mania,
something different,
was on a whole nother level. And I'm not even trying to knock Steph. He was huge. But, Fernando Mania in the 80s was, he had an entire country backing him.
Amazing.
It's unreal.
All right, time for the Fast Five. All right, it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Do I normally start? You start? Who starts?
I'll start us
Go
off.
ahead.
Here's my final thought today. I'm a big believer in paying it forward, right? So if you're the quote-unquote Jedi Master, you have to have an apprentice, right? The Sith Lord, they would always have the theory of two, meaning you always have an apprentice that you're teaching on the way up. Find someone in your life, above you, alongside of you, underneath you, in age, whatever it is. Go play catch today. Pick up a glove, grab a ball, go play catch. Share the game of baseball with them. I'm telling you, there is nothing that will get you more of the endorphin high than throwing a baseball, catching it with some leather, the smells, the feels, everything about it. Play catch. My brother and I have this theory. We're going to be the two old men. I want to live to be 100. That's my goal. And we're going to be the two old guys playing catch on my block until we're 100. We're going to do that every single time. So go out there and play catch with somebody today.
I like it. I'll go next. Talking about Roger Craig, which Dave Dravecky brought up.
Baby.
It reminded me, and it was an emphasis, why I love baseball so much. Dave Dravecky, a ground ball pitcher. Roger Craig would always make sure the grass was extra long on the infield.
I love that.
Things like that about baseball. You've got a great bunter. You can kind of pile up the dirt down the lines to keep the ball fair. Just small things like that about baseball. It's what makes this sport so awesome.
There are no there are no normalized dimensions.
Yeah.
Every stadium has its own unique thumbprint.
Not like the NBA, not like the NFL, but in baseball, you get that. And you get those home field advantages
100%.
In moments like that. That's my final thought. Baseball, it's back, and it's the best.
God, great call on that.
My final thought is something that Dave said. Bob gets it. And that's kind of what I look into this season. What's Bob Melvin going to bring? And, Dave Fleming, he said at times last year, there was a more fiery Bob Melvin than he's used to last year. And I think this year there's no one in that clubhouse, not Matt Chapman, not Willie Adames, not Logan Webb. There's no one in that clubhouse who I think wants to see the Giants win more than Bob Melvin. And that's part of the many reasons why I'm bullish on this team. I think they'll be competitive this year.
Wait a minute.
I can see this team being a lot like the 2009 Giants that, they didn't make the playoffs, but they finished the season in a way that made you really feel good about what's going to come after that.
The year before the dynasty. Huh?
So you're telling me the year I got rid of my tickets. So you're telling me Sam Lubman thinks the Giants will be good this year?
I know. It's usually the exact opposite, right?
No way. You were literally sitting in a burning fort with Farhan until the very end. It was unreal. You were the last. You know what you were? You were the band in the Titanic, continuing to play as the Titanic is literally 75 feet under the water.
Carter, what do you got?
My final thought of the show is I'm excited to see Elly Ramos build on what he did in the first half of last season. I think he could really be something serious. I just really like the guy personally. I'm also excited to see Bob Melvin operate without Farhan over his head this season.
Ooh.
That's kind of something that I'm really most excited about, I think, during the season.
I like it.
And finally, we have a super chat, too, from NorCali Mike. He says, thank you for the show today, gents.
I'm going to ask you guys.
Thank you, NorCali Mike.
One of my favorite questions of all time. We could go all day on this. It's Game 7 of the World Series, and your life depends on it. You could pick any pitcher in the history of the game. Who are you giving the ball to?
Madison Bumgarner.
1999, 1998, Pedro Martinez for me. Or 2010 playoff Lincecum. What about you, Carter?
I think I'm with Grandy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Granny. Give me Mad Bum.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of right answers. Mad Bum is one of them.
You guys have to be more specific. 2014 Mad Bum.
2014 Game 7 Mad Bum coming out of the bullpen in Kansas City.
I'm going to be real with you, though. If Dave Stewart's on the other side of the mound and it's playoff Dave Stewart,
that's tough.
I'm pretty scared.
There's a lot of good answers. I mean, there's been a lot of great pitchers in playoff performance.
It's not Eckersley.
All right, that was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Been fun today. Thanks for welcoming into the Morning Roast family. I'll be back alongside Joe Shasky tomorrow. For Lubman, for Carter, for Shasky, I'm Granny signing off. Steiny and Guru are next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We'll see.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. How we doing out there today? I got some bad news to start the show.
What happened?
It's not Giants related. Anthony Slater's reporting that Gary Payton II has a thumb injury, and he's going to miss some amount of time, according to Anthony Slater of The Athletic. It literally just Carter came in and said, just happened. And so the Warriors are going to be without Gary Payton for a little while.
Oh, man, that's not good, Stoney. I don't like that at all. He's been playing his ass off.
He has been playing well. He's been making shots. He's been D'ing up. He's been a big part of the Warriors' turnaround since Butler got here. And
I don't want to do this to you, but because you just broke it. Do you think it happened in the game or practice?
I have no idea. No idea.
I like this, man.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about
now.
Today.
I want to make sure that people understand. I didn't break Peyton's thumb. I just had to relay the message from Carter Chickering.
We don't have people out there with brains and minds like that blame you for that. GP2.
Maybe I should have waited till after mentioning the Giants opening day today at Cincinnati.
Take me out to the ball game. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. Let's go, Steiny.
What's the next line?
You know I know the whole thing. Take me out to the ball game. Yeah, let's go, man. Look at love it.
Well, the game's in Cincinnati.
I understand that. Let's go.
Starts this afternoon.
A new season, baby. I am excited, Steiny.
I know you kind of. I know you are. I know you're excited.
Are our listeners?
It's opening day. Are our listeners excited? Well, that's a good question.
Hope is eternal right now.
I mean, this is the Giants have made the postseason once in the last 8 years. Buster Posey is the new general manager. He's probably got a lot of time in terms of a grace period because of where this franchise has been.
Okay.
But, I mean, look.
Who are the Giants to you? The 2025 Giants, Donnie?
Who are they?
Yes.
Well, this is where people might disagree with me a little, but they look a lot like the 2024 Giants.
Wow.
Except, obviously, for Verlander and for Adames.
That's a big deal, though, Adames to me, Steiny. Like, I'm going to ask you in a minute, who's your favorite Giant? Do they have a face of the franchise? And to me, that's my answer. And I'm not being negative because I got them making the third wild card, and that's why I love baseball, 162 games. But, Steiny, they don't have their Steph, Clay, or Dre.
Well, then why do you think they're going to make the third wild card?
Because baseball's different, but they got a professional lineup. They got a great bullpen. I think what's going to be a good bullpen and the rotation led by Webb, and we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, I think the Giants, when you talk about the Giants and compare them to the 49ers and the Warriors, I think the Giants right now are the one team that
give it to me.
They got to win. They got to win before people are going to get excited about this team. I think everybody's going to give Buster Posey the benefit of the doubt. By all indications, everybody's excited about the new direction of the team, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while.
Giants.
Oh,
is that B?
Well, that's good.
I heard him on yesterday with Willie Adames. He misses it, Steiny. He misses it.
B. He misses what?
Radio.
Oh.
But his life is better.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's all. It's really important. We got Javier Lopez coming up at 10:30.
I call him Javi.
Okay. He is NBC.
Hey, kid, you can laugh in the mic, brother.
He's four-time World Series champion, 3 with the Giants, and he's a color commentator on NBC Sports Bay Area with Dave Fleming. So, Javi Lopez, one of the good guys of the game, joining us. We'll talk some San Francisco Giants, and
you just got to be careful when you say Javi Lopez, though, because there's another Javi Lopez who used to play for the Braves.
Yeah,
so just just
make sure that's why I go with Javier.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I go with the surname.
Real quick, Steiny, you said something about Buster Posey, and I'm 99% fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost like I look at Buster as if Steph Curry was retired running the Warriors. That benefit of the doubt that he gets, I love it. And I feel like there's a guardian angel watching over the Giants. Yeah, he doesn't play. He has a lot to do with who's on the field for the Giants and whatnot. He delivered Adames, a guy with power, slick fielding shortstop. So do you come at me or any Giant fan that is excited about somebody that's in the front office? We did it with Farhan and that Vamoose quick. But the fact that one of your own is running kind of the regime or is an important part of the regime, Steiny, that just excites me like good things are bound to happen.
Is it like when you saw Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green play dominoes and you assumed that they were just going to beat the Miami Heat then?
Well, you got me right now with that. That didn't quite work out, but no, this is just about hope, man.
Yeah, and that's what opening day is all about.
There it is.
Do I feel better that the Giants are now being run by Buster Posey instead of Farhan Zaidi?
I do.
I guess the answer is yes, but I've also.
What does it mean?
I mean, I'm not going to. Yeah, what does it mean? And how does that translate? I think the Giants right now with their fan base, it's a fan base that needs to be convinced that this team is at least building something. And it felt like for the last 3 or 4 years, they just went into every year. Who do we have? Who did we acquire this year? What are the names of the players on the team that nobody's making a connection with? And
wow,
now they've got some names that are starting to become entrenched, whether it's Chapman now in his second year. Obviously, Adames has been signed for a long period of time, so you hope he's in the fold for a while.
Batting second today behind Lamont Wade Jr., Stoney.
Who's leading off?
Lamont Wade Jr.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
And that's really kind of what I'm talking about. Is, when you see the Lamont Wades and you see the Mike Yastrzemskis.
Flores is in the lineup too, Stoney.
Wilmer Flores. You start thinking, well, this team seems pretty much the same. But we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody saw him winning 107 a few years back.
Which is incredible.
And by the way, if anybody wants to explain to me how they did that, I'm still...
Where's the 30 for 30, Ken and Carter and Steiny? Like, that was, if you just think about it for a second, like, damn. But, again, I like Lamont Wade Jr., Steiny, but it's one of those, he's going to get hurt. He almost was an all-star before he got hurt last year when he got up to his hot start. And the Yazzes of the world, they're not bad players, but if I were to ask you real quick, Logan Webb can't be the answer. Who's the face of this franchise? How would Matthew J. Steinmetz answer it?
Why can't it be Webb, though?
I like an everyday player. Like, that's why I feel like a pitcher can't be MVP and they got their own award. But it is Webb. But I'm talking about that everyday, the Will Clark or the Kevin Mitchell, the Barry Bonds that you're going to see, 6 to 7 days a week in the lineup. Who would that be?
I think right now it's got to be Matt Chapman. Until Willie Adames starts playing every day and people get to know him and people get used to him being in the lineup.
Yeah.
But 888-957-9570. The Giants season opener is today in Cincinnati. What?
That was a drop by Ken.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't interrupt.
All right. I didn't know what was going on there. But what will it take, Giant fans, to get invested in this season?
Yeah.
Because it's Buster Posey, do you start by saying, I'm all in and I'm going to be in until I'm out? Or Buster Posey is Buster Posey, but I still need to believe that this team can win before I start investing my time and money into it.
But I feel like, Steiny, it's his new job. You got 3 seasons before you jump off the ship, right? You got to give him time.
Did we give Farhan time?
I think we gave him more than enough time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just me.
How many years? Farhan was here like 3 years right before they went to the postseason.
All right.
So we'll see how long it takes. And
the trading deadline. I know it's open today, but will he be aggressive this year if they're doing well? To go add something?
Yeah. We haven't thrown the first pitch yet, so let's not talk about the trading deadline. But 888-957-9570. I'm a little different than Goo. I love Buster Posey, but it's going to take more than the name of Buster Posey to change the Giants' fortunes. And I'm just kind of taking the temperature of the fan base. Game 1 today in Cincinnati. Logan Webb against Hunter Green, who I had him on my fantasy team last year.
He's a baller.
He throws, he can strike you out. Yeah. Like a lot of pitchers. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, they're welcome. Hung Lou? I'm sorry? My boy Hung Lou?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is opening day of baseball season. Giants in action today at Cincinnati. They play the Reds. And first game of the Buster Posey era. But I do have some Warriors news to share with you. According to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, he covers the Golden State Warriors, obviously. He put out a tweet 30 minutes ago, and it says, Gary Payton II has suffered a thumb injury per sources. Warriors are still trying to figure out the extent/return timeline, but they anticipate Payton will miss some amount of time. It's a blow to their rotation. He's been averaging 20-plus minutes lately.
Man.
So Gary Payton II has a thumb injury and is going to miss some time for the Golden State Warriors. So if the hope was to get Curry back tomorrow against New Orleans and be whole, well, they're going to have to go play without Gary Payton tomorrow and probably for a few games.
And I'll say this, Donnie, hopefully he's back before the end of the season. That's how close it is to being over, you know?
Yeah, I have no idea how much some time means, but we'll keep you updated on what's going on with Gary Payton II. We'll probably get more news later in the show because the Warriors are practicing today, and I'm sure they'll have an update. But we're talking about the Giants right now and how you're feeling going into this year. And this is a classic case of Guru's Guru and I'm me. And Guru is very excited. It's opening day. All things are possible. Optimism is flowing. Anything can happen.
Nah, I love it.
And that's great. That's great. That works for Goo, and that's why
but I've been burned the last couple of years by the Giants.
You get burned most of the time. But nevertheless, I'm a little more pragmatic. I'm a little more skeptical. This team hasn't been a real factor for 2 or 3 years. I look at the roster. I see a lot of familiar names. I see a few new names for sure.
All right.
But, for the Giants, I'm not going to get sucked into all the talk of that they're going to be better than everybody thinks they're going to be. And it feels like we do that all the time. Yeah. Maybe every market does it. But, I'm not going to get sucked in to a so-called pennant race when we're 5 games back, but we're in the 10th spot. We're not going to do that this year, okay?
Yeah.
Promise?
I keep using the Arizona Diamondbacks a couple years ago, Stoney, the third wild card, and ended up going to the World Series. So that's my formula. I get it. I've been burned a few times. But the one thing about Major League Baseball, Stoney, and I hate that the Giants are in a division with Ohtani and the filth and the embarrassment of riches the Dodgers have. The Padres not far off with Machado and Tatis and whatnot. So I get what you're saying, and you're just like, show me. You're going Missouri, it sounds like, with the San Francisco Giants before you just show me. Show me you're better.
Exactly. Doesn't mean I'm not going to watch. Doesn't mean I'm not going to be interested. But let's go out and win some games. Yeah. And, the funny thing is you mentioned the division. And I wonder if that – I guess it works against the Giants because it
has to.
You look in that division. But then again, you don't have to look past your division to know how good you have to be to make any kind of noise. And if you can't make noise in your division, chances are you ain't going to be able to go anywhere because the best teams in the National League are in your division. So, it's a curse, but it might also be a blessing because you get an absolute accurate assessment of where you are compared with the league's best teams.
Where are you at on Verlander, Stoney? Where are we at in his career? You think he's got something left? And I know it starts and ends with Logan Webb and Birdsong or whatnot, but what about Logan Webb? Verlander. Like, I don't know I love the name, but what, like, I'm enticed. I'm excited to see, but we getting old school Jay Verlander?
Well, 3 years ago, he was off the charts. Last year, or 2 years ago, he was pretty good. Last year, not so good. So, how I feel about guys who are getting up there. Obviously, pitching's a little different. He's proven. I don't know. What do you expect out of Verlander this year?
In his home starts, I think he'll be able to use, and I'm finally on board that, the ball doesn't travel like Wrigley Field here on 3rd and King. But if he's right, Steiny, if he's healthy and he's right, I think he's going to be able to use those dimensions and basically it being difficult to hit it out at 3rd and King to his advantage. But I'll tell you what, if we get the bad Verlander, Steiny, and he looks kind of like, okay, he's really past his prime, then I don't know how that bodes well for this rotation. But I will tell you this, and you didn't ask, Harrison, Steiny, I thought was going to be the next Randy Johnson. And I'm having fun with that, but I called Butch, I can remember late night, like this dude when he got called up and was striking the guys out left and right. But, I am concerned when you talk about Giant pitching, just where he's at and if he'll ever, be anything close to what he was supposed to be. And it's early, but I don't think he had a good spring by any stretch.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to get as excited about Justin Verlander as I was about Blake Snell last year.
Man.
And what kind of year did Blake Snell have?
Man,
if you remember last year, he stinks.
Yeah.
If you remember last year, there was a lot of enthusiasm about the Giants. A lot of people thought they had the best starting pitching in baseball once they got healthy, which they did for about a 7-game stretch in late July. But, hey, it's a new season, and there's a new man in charge.
Versus the Reds, Donnie Snell.
Who?
Blake.
Okay. Ben in Berkeley, get us started, my man. What's going on?
Great show, Steiny and Guru. You guys always know what's going on in the baseball landscape.
Yeah.
But I hate to say it.
Uh-oh.
Farhan and Buster, there's not a big difference between either one of them, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I can't wait to hear.
I get to talk to these dudes every day. I work security over for the Giants, so I'm always talking to these guys, right? And you got two 4.0 students, right? Buster's a 4.0 student. Farhan's a 4.0 student. Farhan is actually kind of a nice guy. He's giggly. He'll talk with you for a minute, and then he'll move on, and you'll say, "Hey, Farhan, did you get my letter?" He's like, "No, I didn't get it." But if you go up to Buster and you talk to this guy thinks you're beneath him. He is not nice. He will never take a picture. He'll never sign an autograph.
Oh, man.
So those are the two personality things. Now, when you want to talk baseball, as far as coaching or scouting, neither one of these guys has ever been qualified for their jobs. They were both given these positions. Great responsibility is given. It's never earned. Buster was given this position by the ownership board. He's part of the ownership board. He had part of this. He had everything going into that Matt Chapman trade. His fingerprints were Matt Chapman signing. His fingerprints are all over that one. The James Tibb draft from Florida State. Mind you, they both passed on Cam Newton, who is starting in right field for the Houston Astros. Now, if you want to say a GM that's smart, go get Dana Brown from the Astros. This is the smartest GM in baseball. I sent him a letter on December 10th. 3 days later, he went out and got Cam Newton from the Cubs, and I told him to do it.
Oh, all right.
And what is my Buster is?
I don't know what to address there.
He kisses babies, and come on, give him a chance. Man, Stotty, that was what Dibbs would call material.
Well, look at the GMs in the Bay. Mike Dunleavy, former player. John Lynch, former player. Buster Posey, former player. And I'll go a step further. Will Greer, former player for the Sharks.
I went to politics. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that didn't work.
For me, it did. So, oh, boy.
I mean.
Yeah, that was material.
I wonder what it is. I'm sure Buster Posey is kind of quiet.
But not a mean dude.
I never heard that before.
Right.
I've never heard that before. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that. But the Giants. Let's go through some of these guys.
Okay.
I think I know their lineup today off the top of my head.
I got it right here.
But okay, so let me guess the lineup and then we'll go. All right, so Lamont Wade Jr.
Yeah. And before you go, Stoney, before you tell me what you think of this lineup, I got one interesting nugget I don't like about the lineup. But
you know what? Let's wait to do the lineup.
Okay, all right.
But what's the nugget you got to? Yeah, thanks for
no, just who's batting third.
Well,
for the Giants.
Who is it today?
Jung Hoo Lee. I thought he was your leadoff hitter. What the hell is he doing batting third? And I thought we'd have Chapman behind Adames, two dudes that get hit it out the park, but Lee batting third. Maybe we didn't see a lot of them, but I thought he was our leadoff dude.
Are you calling out Melvin right away?
No, I don't like this.
Why?
Lamont Wade Jr., I love Steiny, but leadoff.
He gets on base.
Does he?
Yeah, that's pretty good at getting on base.
But batting third, Ken, real quick, your thoughts on Jung Hoo Lee batting third?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it either. Okay. I mean, Lamont Wade was one of the guys to be leading off, though, because he can definitely do that, fill that position. But Jung Hoo Lee, like, he's your speed demon. Like, he should be on the pads. First
just me, Steiny. And I like me some Wade. Healthy Wade.
See, we're getting into it already. See, when you don't have superstars, then let me get, you know what? Giants lose 3-2. Guru's coming in tomorrow. I'd just like to see Jung Hoo Lee leading off. I would just like to see Jung Hoo Lee leading off. That's all.
You will admit that's what he was sold to us as a leadoff hitter. That's all. I'm not saying this
Giants lose 3-2. I would have liked to see Casey Schmidt lead off for the Giants. There is one guy that I need to talk about because
floor's all yours.
We may not want to talk about him.
Ooh.
And his name's Bryce Eldridge. Just promise me, Goo, we won't talk a lot about him until he gets up to the big leagues. Because if there's one thing that has galled me over the years with the Giants.
Oh, man.
It's we hear these names of these young players who are supposed to be star potential players, and then they never do. Luciano.
Oh boy.
Schmidt. What about Joey Bart?
Oh man.
Last year Matos. Let's let him develop.
Well, he's got a wrist issue now, and they don't know if he's going to be in AAA or AA. But Steiny, I think he's your next superstar. That the way that ball comes off that bat, and he does what Major League Baseball is about right now, and that's hitting a home run offensively, Steiny. I'm excited.
If he walked in here right now, would you recognize him?
Oh, no, it's not. Seriously, I would.
Well, only because he's 6'7".
Well, dude, if he could swing it like Hercules.
Yeah, I mean, he's a prospect, and they've had a few of them. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Javier Lopez, 4-time World Series champ, 3 with the Giants. He's also a color commentator on NBC Sports Bay Area with Dave Fleming. Javier, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Hey, happy opening day. Happy
Yes, sir.
Buster Posey birthday day.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Oh, man. Holly
Come
with
on,
the
guys.
nugget.
Yeah, that's what we call a nugget.
The big boss man's 38. The big boss man's 38 today. Big day.
Young. Wow.
38.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish.
You're talking to some older guys,
Yeah,
Javi.
I wish. Let me ask.
I'd like 38 back.
Yeah, let me start with Buster. You've been around this team for a few years now. Can you detect a change of energy or a different kind of energy with the Giants?
I could. You know, he was he's gracious enough to invite me down to spring training early in camp, and the vibes were good. I felt like the vibes were right, the way they were when I was there with Buster in uniform. And I just felt like a lot of guys were more relaxed in a sense that they were back to basics with the information, back to basics with the procedures out on the field. That's not that there wasn't an attention to detail with everything from analytics to video to all that. All that was still going on. It's been the same for a long time now, but I really thought that there was a nice, warm, welcoming feel that I hadn't felt during the previous 5-6 years.
Javi, keep doing your thing on the telecast, man. You were a bright spot last year, so I'm excited to hear you do your thing this year. With that said, let me ask you, or can you share with us your biggest question for the 2025 Giants coming into this season?
Well, I appreciate the compliment. I get to learn from the best, which is great. You know, Kruk and Kipe and Dave and John. I think they're best in the business, and so it's fun to be their apprentice. So it helps. When I look at this season, it's a lot of
what was last year. It's an interesting thing for me to see what a full season of Elliot Ramos is going to look like, a full season of Jung Hoo Lee, what that's going to look like. Broad, the 30,000-foot view, I think they played so many one-run, two-run games, and that's always been the mantra, it seems like, for the Giants. It's what their thing is. I'd like to see them clean up the road record. And I think last year they were under 500 on the road. They played decent at home, but you always want to try to be at least 500 on the road. And they had the pitching to do it. There's no question about it. I think with the addition of Adames, you've lengthened the lineup a little bit more. But I just want these guys to stay healthy to see where they're at, because they're not going to be a team that's going to blow teams out. They're going to win at the margins and make some good moves and try to match up with their bullpen, which is, again, another solid piece, along with that starting rotation. It's back to more of the torture kind of baseball, if they're doing things right this season, that the Giants fans better get used to.
Javier Lopez joining us on 95.7 The Game, works for NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants commentator. Obviously, let's jump to Ramos for a minute. Obviously, had a great start to his career last year, and I'm just thinking about a guy like Matt Chapman. He doesn't get off the great starts, but by the end of the year, the numbers are always where the numbers seem to end up, and you know what you can count on for a veteran like Chapman. When does a player go from I wonder what he's going to do and how he's going to follow up a certain year to we know exactly what to expect out of a guy?
Yeah, well, that's going to be the X factor, I think, for Ramos when you think about it. I felt he played pretty free last year once he came up, and he had a couple hiccups there when coming up with Kapler and during that regime, but he had a great run last year, and he made an all-star team. So, obviously that we know that that's in the tank, and that's an exciting thing when you look at the team. But ultimately it is, how does he make adjustments? I mean, last year you look at his numbers, it was, I think he hit around 250. He had 21 and 71, 21 homers, 71 RBIs. So you look at that and you're like, okay, would you take that production? You probably would, because if you look at Chapman, you mentioned it, he's going to hit what ends up being on his baseball card. If people still have those, I know I do, but he's about a 240, 250 hitter, and he'll hit you in the mid 20s on the homers and that above 80 on the RBIs. And that's what Chapman always does. So, Ramos, I think when you're looking for that, he has the potential to hit 30. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think anybody would be surprised. He's got power, and it's, he led off a couple nights ago, and it'll be interesting to see how Baumel decides to set up this lineup. But I think, the key for him is being able to hit right-handed pitching. He can hit the lefties. He proved it all last year, but it's the righties. And there's no bigger test than Hunter Green throwing 100-mile-an-hour fastballs this afternoon in Cincinnati to see if these guys are going to be ready to hit some right-handed pitching. If there's a hole for the Giants, it's the lack of left-handed bats. And so these righties are going to need to carry the way, and Chapman and Ramos are going to be a big factor in that regard.
Yeah, we can't wait. We're excited. Now, we were talking rotation, and Logan Webb is Logan Webb, one of a kind, right? But after him, Javi, where are you at in regard to this rotation? Specifically, your expectations. We were having a discussion about Verlander. What are you expecting from him?
Well, you know what? Being able to hang around him a little bit, and actually we have a real good friend in common here that I was able to kind of break the ice with him, and so got to chat with him a little bit. And the guy, he looks great. Don't get me wrong. His body, he's put together. The way he's able to move his body at 42, I'm 47, and I don't move the way he does. And just to see what he's been able to put in, he wants it. And I think that's what Buster Posey probably gravitated to, and Zach Manassian when they were talking to him, like, hey, this guy wants it still. He's going to be a great leader in the clubhouse. He's a true professional, but that doesn't mean that he's just going to throw his hat out there. He's out there to do some work when he's pitching, and you'd love to see 30 starts. I think you'd love to see 30 starts out of every pitcher in your rotation, but ultimately, you'd be happy with anything in that mid 20 range, I bet, or even low 20s to kind of just, if he needs an extra day, give it to him. But he's got something to prove, and I think when you get a player that has something to prove, and they're on that back end of their career, a lot of that becomes magical, and I think that's something that Verlander's going to tap into. He doesn't need to come in and be the ace. That helps. You got Logan Webb, you got Robbie Ray, you got guys that can pitch. You just need to be a guy that continues to go out there and eat up innings and that's what he's done for his whole career. So a credit to him putting in the work, and credit to the training room to keep him healthy.
Former San Francisco Giant Javier Lopez joining us on 95.7 The Game. The bullpen is supposed to be a strength of this team. Do you have any concerns about the back end with Ryan Walker becoming the closer now and maybe Doval the setup man?
Well, I don't know about concerns. I mean, obviously there's going to be a little bit more of the eyeballs in the spots that Camilo will most likely be pitching in. I mean, he's a high leverage guy. He always has been. And I think what it's going to come down to is how he kind of matches up with Miller. When you get Miller from the left side and you can bring in Camilo, Eric Miller, sorry, I should have mentioned his first name in case those didn't know. But when you get Eric Miller out there throwing in that upper 90s range to face those lefties and be a difficult at bat even for righties, and Camilo coming in off of that, we've seen that has a tendency to be a little bit slower with the pitch clock, what that looks like, and has struggle, getting the pitches off on time and being able to hold runners. And he's had a great spring. I think he understood that that's something that he needs to get better at. And when you look at that bullpen, I think it sets up nice. I love Ryan Walker closing. It's a strike thrower. It's a strike throwing bullpen. And again, Camilo kind of fixed that this spring. He does get a little wild hair in his nose. There's no question about it. I think the one thing that kind of jumps out at me is how they're going to use Hayden Birdsong. Do you use him as a weapon because he's a guy that can throw 97 to 99, or do you use him as a guy that's going to be another long reliever along with Bivens, Spencer Bivens back there in that bullpen? That's where I'm interested to see how you end up kind of using some of the younger big arms that you have.
Javi, this is random. My partner's going to roll his eyes, but you probably don't remember last year at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame ceremony. You were talking hoops with our guy Bonte, and I got to meet you. So I know you love your Warriors. And the reason I'm bringing them up is they made a trade, and Jimmy Butler's in town, and we dub him the connector. Assuming health, who is that one player for the Giants, if they stay healthy, can give them a shot so they can, make something happen this season?
Well, I think if we're looking offensively, I think a guy that you really need help from is going to be Ramos. You need him to stay healthy. I think he's a guy that can do that. And if I can piggyback a little bit with Jung Hoo Lee, just because we don't know what we have yet. You don't know what you know. I think on the pitching side, if I'm looking at the starting rotation, I know there's a lot of pressure on Verlander, or at least he's a hot topic. Robbie Ray's the guy for me. That if he gets it going, he could be a nice piece for that starting rotation. I believe in everyone else, of course, but Robbie Ray, he can be electric, and I think that's an exciting thing. And then when I look at the bullpen, it's Camilo. If he can get right, it just lets everybody slot into their innings, and they know their situations and their roles, and that's when you get the best performances out of bullpen. So those are the guys that I'm kind of keying in on as the season starts up this afternoon.
Real quick, Javi, what can you tell us about Spencer Bivens? I know he's 31 and he's never played in the big leagues before. What can you add to his story, which is pretty incredible?
For me, he's a guy that I love, and I love grinders. I love a guy that will not always bet on themselves and never put themselves out. And he's battle tested in that regard for me. And a lot of guys that I've played with that were able to establish themselves, sometimes it doesn't happen at that 22 to 26-year-old range. Sometimes you got to be turning 30 before it clicks. And I think it's a guy that has the right mentality for what's going on in this game. I really appreciated his work ethic and what he does when he's out there with the ball. More than anything, it gives you a little funky look. He's a big, tall guy. He goes with a lot, like a low 3/4 release. He's got great ability to locate his off-speed stuff. But the fact that the grind he's been on, and he's got the taste of the big leagues last year, that he understands how fortunate it is to play in the big leagues and how hard it is to get there. Sometimes it's lost on top prospects and guys that kind of fly up, that they don't have to grind as hard. And he's gone through it. I mean, he's traveled the world to try to get things going, and I'm super impressed with him, and I'm super happy for him. And you know what? If it goes right, he's another Guillermo Mota, Yusmeiro Petit, a guy that can kind of do it all, get you some starts, be a bridge guy to the back end. I mean, he's a guy that can do it all, and I'm excited to watch it.
The story actually sounds a little like Ryan Vogelsong. Would that be
Nice.
Kind of like that. I know he's not a starter, but
100%. And I think that's exactly when I talk about a guy that really started clicking post, in that 30 and plus range. That's where Vogie had a renaissance, and he was able to have a great career after that. So it would be if it's something close to that, I think the Giants fans would be excited.
Yeah, sounds great. Hey, happy opening day to you, man. Javier. Really appreciate your insight. Have a great year, and hopefully we can catch up in the future.
Absolutely, guys. I appreciate it, and go Giants.
Yeah, sweet. Javier Lopez, 4-time World Series champion, 3 times with the Giants, and color commentator now on NBC Sports Bay Area with Dave Fleming. He does the Giants away games, so you can hear him today.
Wonder if he wears his jewelry.
He's got 4.
Man.
No, he doesn't.
You don't think so?
He doesn't wear any of them.
Well, you don't know.
I do know. You know why I know? Even though I don't know him,
yeah,
I can tell he doesn't wear them.
I don't like when you profile.
Does anybody want to bet me? I will bet you Javier Lopez does not wear his ring, but for very special occasions.
Well, that's what I mean. Like today, if he was on, I think he'll have it on today or his telecast, whenever the next one is, he'll have that baby on. I know I would. Man. Hey, that was a nice Pool Vogel song. I like that.
Yeah, remember him?
He was former Pirate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He was definitely a grinder. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Opening day for the San Francisco Giants, and they play the Cincinnati Reds. And I'm trying to gauge the optimism level and the excitement level for Giants fans. We got Guru in the house, so you know what that means.
No, I've been burned. I've been burned.
No, you've been burned, but that doesn't mean you don't. You can be excited.
See, I feel like Posey plays, and I gotta let that go. Like,
no, they have Patrick Bailey at catcher.
No, he can play defense, but that's stick. Yeah, you got to work on the stick.
Did I see somebody texted in here? Joey Bart's batting cleanup today for the Pirates. Now, can you help me here because I know you're a Pirates fan? Does that mean Bart's killing it, or the Pirates aren't very good?
Well, a little bit of both, but your boy behind the plate, Bailey, is second to none to me. That's how good his defense is. But Stoney, I thought he could hit. So he didn't have a good year with the stick last year. And I know, his defense, but if he can just give us 230, 250 with your defense, he's fine. But I guess where we're going is Joey Bart's no Trey Lance, go somewhere else and can't, contribute. Joey Bart was okay last year. He's got a job.
Yeah. He never, not here though. Yeah. Not here. The starting pitching, Goo, you got Logan Webb. I think you know what to expect there. Robbie Ray's got to stay healthy.
The grunts.
Verlander's the wild card.
Man, something to prove though. I like that.
Jordan Hicks, he's going to give you half a year of starts before he wears down a little bit. See how they use Birdsong,
who was I don't want to say an unsung hero, but a good find last year. How about that for the Giants rotation?
Yeah, he was. All right. So let's go to their lineup today.
Okay.
Goo.
All right, I got it right here.
All right, so Ramos is leading off.
Yeah, no. Lamont Wade Jr. is leading off.
I'm sorry. What am I? Ramos is hitting what?
Ramos is
give me the lineup.
Here we go, and this is what I love. Yeah. Thank you, Ken. Lamont Wade Jr. at first base. Adames is short, batting second. Batting third, and I wanted to ask Javi, Jung Hoo Lee. And batting fourth, cleanup, Mr. Matt Chapman. Batting fifth is your guy Ramos playing left field. Patrick Bailey at catcher. Wilmer Flores at DH. And Yaz playing right field. And to round it all out, Stoney, Fitzgerald, who was great last year, batting ninth at second base.
He's another one.
No, I got
when I'm looking at this Giants lineup, I ask myself, well, who's ascending and who they are? And
wow.
If you start with Ramos, who's hitting fifth.
Okay. Made the all-star team.
Last year, he had 269, 22 homers, 72 RBIs. I think the hope is that the numbers are even better next year.
Gotcha.
But how realistic is that?
And we had Javi, they make adjustments to the adjustment. Can Ramos do that? Because now, people know the pitchers know who they are. But Steiny, we'll see. I'm excited, but I'm with you on I'm going to have his arrow going up. He ain't one of the where we know what to expect, like Lamont Wade Jr. Flores. I think we just, and it's not bad. It's just, I don't know if it's good enough.
For Lamont Wade Jr.
and Flores.
Well, I don't think that's a position of strength at this point.
Yeah, and yes.
Look, that's what we're going to have to wait and see, whether Bryce Eldridge is a Giant or not at some point this year. And I just know how things go. And if the Giants are muddling or maybe middling, and they're having the kind of year that they were having last year, all we're going to hear about is Eldridge. When's Eldridge coming up? When's Eldridge coming up? And it always just seems to be a little bit of a letdown when those guys end up getting up.
But we gotta be real. Matos came up, Steiny, the first time he came up, it was working. We were excited. Right. And then he kind of, went through his baseball puberty, but that didn't happen for Ramos, Steiny. He took it and kept going to the point to where he made an all-star team.
No, I mean, he was probably, outside of Chapman, probably their best offensive player.
I'm with you. Biggest surprise by far, though.
And Fitzgerald's another one.
Yeah, that ninth.
I mean, he had 15 homers last year and like 300-plus at-bats.
But now the games mean something, Stouty. Not that they didn't, but, it was kind of the end, and you kind of knew you weren't going to do anything. So we'll see, but he looks the part.
888-957-9570 is the number. Opening day for the San Francisco Giants. They're at Cincinnati, and they don't play their home opener till next week. It feels like they never open at home.
It'll be a double whammy. Warriors, Denver that night after the Giants. Who do they got? Forget who they opened up against. Can't help me.
Why? I take it a game at a time. Yeah. I take it a series at a time.
I was just about the home opener.
But
Mariners.
Mariners.
When's the last time the Giants opened at home? I'm going to say it's been at least 6 years.
That's a nice guess.
6 years.
I'm going to say 3. So I'm going to the 2022 season.
Okay.
Yeah.
2022. We're getting out of here, 56 seconds? Okay, 56. If you're also just joining us, we got some Warriors news. It's kind of come out of nowhere. Gary Payton II has got a thumb injury, according to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, and he's going to miss some time. And
I wonder, is it on the shooting hand?
I don't know how much. I don't know if it's on the shooting hand or not.
Torn ligament out indefinitely, Carter just gave me that.
Okay.
Wow.
There it is. So Gary Payton II's been playing well for the Golden State Warriors. He's been making shots. He's been D'ing up, but they're going to have to go without his services for a little while. I mean.
Wow, Stoney.
It's no, Goo. It's not a wow. Not for Peyton Jr.
He was playing his ass off.
He was, but he gets hurt.
Well,
that's what happens to Gary Payton II. He gets hurt, and it's tough for him to put together a full season.
But a torn ligament, when are you due back?
I don't know.
That's not season ending.
I don't know. I don't. It might be, if they don't make the playoffs, maybe it's season ending. I don't know.
They're going to make the playoffs.
Well, they're in the play-in right now.
I didn't like that. I know.
The Warriors dropped to 7th. They're in a tie with the Clippers, but they don't have the tiebreaker with them. So right now they're 7.
Yeah. New Orleans tomorrow in the bottom.
And they are rested. C.J. McCollum didn't play last game. He was getting ready. Zion didn't play. They have their eyes on the Golden State Warriors. So Warriors got to be careful here, Goo.
Yeah, former assistant coach, Mr. Green.
And by the way, it was 2022.
I got it.
Yeah.
Boy, I woke up feeling good today.
That actually doesn't count.
What happened? You said 6, I said 3.
That was COVID year. It didn't count. What? Actually, it was a year after COVID. Makes it even worse. All right.
What
about before that year?
Kitty Hayden.
1 out of the last 9 have been at home.
Hey, going back to what you guys were talking about with Joey Bart, Bryce Eldridge, you don't want to get too caught up in the top prospects. But one thing you can think about, though, with Bryce Eldridge, he started off as a two-way player.
Yeah.
And that shows, Steiny, you got to admit, that just shows pure athleticism. Bart was a catcher. So, I mean, two-way.
I like my athletes to be good on offense and good on defense.
Yeah, apparently Eldridge's not that great on defense.
Yeah. Well, he'll have to work on that, I guess. But apparently he's got some power. Eldridge has some power. 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you, Giants fans, on this season, on this team? With Buster Posey in charge, Bob Melvin managing this team. They got a hell of a player in Willie Adames. They got Justin Verlander, who's up there, but does he have one last push in him?
We'll probably see Kate Upton in a game. Yeah.
Who's she?
He's been dating her forever. The actress, the model, Kate Upton.
But who's
Verlander? Get in the game.
I'm not going to get. That's not the game.
It is. Everybody knew that.
Let's get into the nightclub. Let's get into the dating scene. That's the opposite of get into the game. I don't know who these guys are married to or dating. What's she been in? Who's she?
A model.
She's a has-been, right?
No.
They were showing her 8 years ago. Come on.
Killer's Mike.
Hey, Goo, how did the Newark Memorial Moreau baseball game go? They want to know.
Went extra innings, 1-1, ended in a tie. It was cold as all outdoors. Felt like I was deer hunting. But my nephew had about 7 to 8 strikeouts. 1-1, a good, well-played game, Steiny.
No decision?
No decision, you're right.
How many innings did he pitch?
6 of the 7.
Was he on a pitch count?
No, he pitched 88 pitches.
That's not bad.
Yeah, lefty. It was a great game.
What year is he?
Freshman.
He's playing varsity?
No, this was JV.
Oh.
Yeah, JV.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And they called it after 9 innings?
Well, yeah, it was for no lights at Newark Memorial. So it started at 4, Steiny. That bad boy got done about 7:12.
Man, and it's your nephew.
Yeah. You met him, the sheriff, June. Remember, he was at Norm's party.
It's his son.
Yes, his son.
Okay.
That's awesome, man. Just use sports. Like Shasky does that. I wish I could do it.
You could. You get out of here at 2 every day. If you wanted to give back, you could.
They do background checks? I'm playing.
No,
you know I'm clean.
Not for.
You know I'm clean.
You know what you should do is you should become an official, a basketball ref or a umpire. Give back to the high school kids and the.
Well, I have
umped
before. Ball outside. That's how I do it. Steer, all right? Yep. Run out. That's how I do it, Snotty. Dude, when I'm out there, it's just.
I know, it's awesome. Like you're in the major leagues, huh?
Yes. And I'm one of the dads that still got knees, so I can squat and call the strikes, kind of show off. Anyway.
All right.
He did great. Thanks for asking.
Good to hear. Good to hear. When's he going to be?
Well, they play Logan next week. I'm going to go to that one.
Yeah. Any chance he gets put on varsity as let's say a sophomore next year?
No, they could call him up this year. I don't know, as they get closer to the playoffs.
So he could be that.
Yeah, that guy.
So is he like the best pitcher on the JV team?
Well, I hadn't seen all of them pitch, but it was opening day.
Okay, so he's probably the best.
Yeah, no, he did his thing. And then went to first base.
Maybe you should give us his name and we can follow his.
Marcus Christie.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's 2 guys to keep an eye on, Bryce Eldridge and Marcus Christie. I like it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants season, it's underway later this afternoon. They play the Cincinnati Reds in Cincinnati. Logan Webb against Hunter Green. And anything's possible when it's opening day. And I'm just asking Giants fans, what do you want to see this year from this team?
And I got to share something with you that happened at the park about Major League Baseball, and I was wrong about the most expensive ticket in Major League Baseball, and you will never guess where that resides.
Oh my! All right, well we'll talk about that on the other side, and we'll also talk about the San Francisco Giants under Buster Posey. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
I got the Giants going 82-75.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to show business. You knew I knew that wasn't 162. That was for effect. And you guys all suckers thought you know me better than that. Math is my number one subject, baby.
You want to try to get the numbers to add up to 162?
And then when I said 7 over, I'm sorry. You go, they can't.
Yeah, they can't be 7 over either.
Do you know why?
They only play 161 games, which sometimes happens. Sometimes they don't make up rainouts.
Boy. And I think I'm mad at Evan or Grandy. Evan landed, but they put it on social. I didn't appreciate it. I texted like, delete it.
Well, you know what? You still have a chance to be right. If Major League Baseball is like the Newark Memorial game, then there can be ties. Well, then maybe they'll go 82-75-5.
Yeah, it went 9.
Something like that. What did you want to tell me?
Oh, no, I was going to save it for what's bugging you. But if I asked you right now on opening day, and I mean this, Steiny, what baseball team has the most expensive ticket, the average price to get in to see your favorite team with the state of MLB right now? Matthew J. Steinmetz. Answer would be
Steinmetz. Matthew M. Steinmetz.
Why didn't you correct me? And I was proud of myself when I first said it.
What did you think my middle name was?
Jack. But anyway, give it to me. What team?
It's easy.
That's what I thought.
The Yankees.
Wait till I tell you.
Fine. Then the Dodgers.
No, keep going, Steiny.
I'm not going to do this.
The A's. $181.
For what?
An average to go see the A's.
I don't believe it.
Wow. Ken, it was going to be what's bugging me.
I don't believe it.
But you know what I'm hearing? We got in an argument at the game with the dads. I go, your info's wrong. Yeah. Go do some studying. But I think because you're so close to the action that they're taking advantage of that. Because it's such a small, intimate venue. Steiny, the A's. And I told you, I think that's ghetto. They shouldn't even be. I love SAC. I raise kids in SAC. I'm just telling you, it can't be that. It's got to be the Yankees or Dodgers.
That's what I think. But
wow, it's right here. Dodgers are number 2.
What's your source?
Major League Baseball. I just gave it to you.
MLB tweeted that out.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Let me see it. Why would MLB?
Because
give me the thing.
It's a factoid. Hold on. No, I'm slow.
All right. Let's.
I've never handed this guy a phone on air, and that just happened, Ken.
This is called MLB Uncovered. But the site is you can't rely on that.
Steiny, do your research.
There have been media outlets like KTLA,
MLB.
Sacramento Bee have put it out there that it is the highest.
Right.
But to the Guru's point, though, there's less seats. So and if you want to go see Shohei Ohtani, Juan
and you're going to
Soto,
be right there close.
You're going to be right there.
Wow. That's a shocker to me.
Are you going to go?
Still. Oh, I'm going to some games. Got to get my sunblock.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Baseball's opening day. It's today for the San Francisco Giants. They play the Cincinnati Reds. And what do you expect from this team? Man. I'll tell you what I expect.
Go ahead.
I expect a team probably around 500. Now this is I had a conversation with Evan about this.
Talk to me.
Because part of me thinks the Giants could be in for a really long year.
Oh man.
But Evan said this to me. He said, "Listen, I know how you can see that the Giants might not be very good. But you can't come out on opening day and say they're going to stink."
That's my guy. Thank you, Evan.
And I said, well, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I won't come out and say they might be bad. I'll come out and say maybe they'll be 500. What's the ceiling for this team?
Steiner, I think 90 is too much. I'd never say that. But that would be 18 games over, right? 90 and 72. But
there you go.
A playoff.
Well done.
A third seed wild card, if not second. And what I want to talk to you about real quick is, let's be honest. I just put the right on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I didn't say he deserved it, but had Bo Mail been ran after 1 year with Farhan, meaning that was Farhan's dude, I would have understood it. And I bring him up to, where's your confidence meter on Bo Mail? He's taken the A's to the playoffs, but Verlander and Detroit were always in their way. What are your thoughts on him at the helm for the Giant manager? I was a bit disappointed last year.
In Melvin?
Yeah.
I mean, I liked Melvin a lot when he was managing the Oakland A's and that squad. I mean, I think he's got the respect of major league players.
Okay. All right.
I think he's a good manager. He's a good manager, and I don't think a guy like Bob Melvin is going to be a big reason why they go one way or the other. I mean, there's something far more balanced about Melvin than Gabe Kapler. It just feels like Melvin's got some built-in credibility. And, Kapler had to earn that, and I don't know if he earned it from every player in that clubhouse.
It's funny you bring Kapler up because, Stoney, I just keep going to that season that we talk about. There should be a 30 for 30 made. I mean, and again, they got the Dodgers and didn't get it done, but good Lord, could something like that pop off again?
No.
Well, we don't know that, but that's highly unlikely. That's like me saying, hey, Goo, there's going to be another lunar eclipse back-to-back. It don't happen like that. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, in this division right now.
Oh, my gosh, man. I got baseball envy, and I think the whole Major League Baseball does of what the Dodgers are. They're the biggest favorite to win the World Series since 2002, if you're into that.
I saw that, but
man,
I mean, the playoff. I've always believed that the playoffs are kind of. I agree with Billy Beane. The playoffs are kind of a crapshoot. So I would not bet on the Dodgers to win the World Series.
Are you kidding me?
No, I would bet on to win the division. Yeah. But once the playoffs start.
But what was your theme?
Because I would. Who
Because there's no other team you're giving me, like the Phillies.
Well, I'd have to look.
When I look at the National League, they are the Warriors with Kevin Durant, and it might be more than that.
Yeah, but baseball, you can't be that dominant.
Oh, wow,
I should say in baseball, you don't just win all the time because you have more talent. Like, you can run into a hot pitcher. So I would need to see the odds. But no, I would not bet on, because first of all, you're not going to win any money. But I'd need to see who the 7th or 8th best shot is. It might be the Padres. Could be the Padres. Yeah. What are they at? They're probably high too.
Yeah.
Bob Melvin is basically Mark Jackson. He's good with the players.
I'll let you handle that.
He's decent at the X and O's, but he's not the manager you need to take you over the hump.
Well, he also didn't get extorted by a stripper, so he's not Mark Jackson.
Not that we know of.
Well, you're right. You know what, Marcus? I'm his biggest fan. You know this. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that out loud, Kenny. That was going too far.
But it's it's a fact.
Yeah, but you need to go research it. I shouldn't have just said that for my guy. You do that when you hate on people. And you know how I'm fond of Mark Jackson and the fact that he hadn't got a second chance.
So why are you a fan of his? Because he got extorted?
No, he's the guys loved him. And Steve Kerr pays respect to him.
Some guys loved him.
Just like you and I. Some people love us, some don't. Some you would be surprised that are not fans of you. You think that I found that out.
No,
you got a list.
Please.
My man.
All right, let me make sure.
Why are they not playing now? Why do we got to wait to 12?
Well, because it's only 1:15.
No, I'm just talking about baseball in general. And I'm hoping the day should have been
settled down. Jeez, be patient. You worrying, you being all anxious isn't going to make it go any faster. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants opening day. We are now, about 2 hours away from first pitch. We also have some Warriors news I'll pass along on the other side. And then I got to ask our listeners if they care about a media-player feud or if this is everything that's wrong with us. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The college basketball tournament is here. Stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for tournament highlights, live updates, and to see your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts, including Dan Dibley, tomorrow night. They're going to share their thoughts on the tourney. Mm-hmm.